Section 13 of the Charterhouse of Parma by Stendhal, translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Chapter 7. It is with trifling details of court life as insignificant as those related in the last chapter that we should have to fill up the history of the next 4 years. Every spring the Marchesa came with her daughters to spend a couple of months at the Palazzo Sanseverina, or on the property of Sacca, by the bank of the Po. There they spent some very pleasant hours, and used to talk of Fabrizio, but the Count would never allow him to pay a single visit to Parma. The Duchessa and the minister had indeed to make amends for certain acts of folly, but on the whole Fabrizio followed soberly enough the line of conduct that had been laid down for him, that of a great nobleman who is studying theology and does not rely entirely on his virtues to bring him advancement. At Naples he had acquired a keen interest in the study of antiquity. He made excavations. This new passion had almost taken the place of his passion for horses. He had sold his English thoroughbreds in order to continue his excavations at Messeno, where he had turned up a bust of Tiberius as a young man, which had been classed among the finest relics of antiquity. The discovery of this bust was almost the keenest pleasure that had come to him at Naples. He had too lofty a nature to seek to copy the other young men he saw, to wish, for example, to play with any degree of seriousness the part of lover. Of course he never lacked mistresses, but these were of no consequence to him, and in spite of his years one might say of him that he still knew nothing of love. He was all the more loved on that account. Nothing prevented him from behaving with the most perfect coolness, for to him a young and pretty woman was always equivalent to any other young and pretty woman. Only the latest comer seemed to him the most exciting. One of the most generally admired ladies in Naples had done all sorts of foolish things in his honour during the last year of his stay there, which at first had amused him, and had ended by boring him to tears, so much so that one of the joys of his departure was the prospect of being delivered from the attentions of the charming Duchessa d'A. It was in 1821 that, having satisfactorily passed all his examinations, his director of studies, or governor, received a cross and a gratuity, and he himself started out to see at length that city of Parma, of which he had often dreamed. He was Monsignor, and he had 4 horses drawing his carriage. At the stage before Parma he took only 2, and on entering the town made them stop outside the church of San Giovanni. There was to be found the costly tomb of Archbishop Ascanio del Dongo, his great-granduncle, the author of the Latin genealogy. He prayed beside the tomb, then went on foot to the palazzo of the Duchessa, who did not expect him until several days later. There was a large crowd in her drawing-room. Presently they were left alone. "Well, and are you satisfied with me?" he asked her as he flung himself into her arms. "Thanks to you, I've spent 4 quite happy years at Naples, instead of eating my head off at Novara with my mistress, authorized by the police." The court. The Duchessa could not get over her astonishment. She would not have known him had she seen him go by in the street. She discovered him to be, what, as a matter of fact, he was, one of the best-looking men in Italy. His physiognomy, in particular, was charming. She had sent him to Naples a devil-may-care young rough-rider. The horsewhip he invariably carried at that time had seemed an inherent part of his person. Now he had the noblest and most measured bearing before strangers, while in private conversation she found that he had retained all the ardour of his boyhood. This was a diamond that had lost nothing by being polished. Fabrizio had not been in the room an hour when Count Mosca appeared. He arrived a little too soon. The young man spoke to him with so apt a choice of terms on the cross of Parma that had been conferred on his governor, and expressed his lively gratitude for certain other benefits of which he did not venture to speak in so open a fashion, with so perfect a restraint, that at first glance the minister formed an excellent impression of him. "This nephew," he murmured to the Duchessa, "is made to adorn all the exalted posts to which you will raise him in due course." So far all had gone wonderfully well, but when the minister, thoroughly satisfied with Fabrizio, and paying attention so far only to his actions and gestures, turned to the Duchessa, he noticed a curious look in her eyes. "This young man is making a strange impression here," he said to himself. This reflection was bitter. The Comte had reached the 50s, a cruel word of which perhaps only a man desperately in love can feel the full force. He was a thoroughly good man, thoroughly deserving to be loved, apart from his severities as a minister. But in his eyes that cruel word 50s threw a dark cloud over his whole life, and might well have made him cruel on his own account. In the 5 years since he had persuaded the Duchessa to settle at Parma, she had often aroused his jealousy, especially at first, but never had she given him any real grounds for complaint. He believed, indeed, and rightly, that it was with the object of making herself more certain of his heart that the Duchessa had had recourse to those apparent bestowals of her favour upon various young beaux of the court. He was sure, for instance, that she had rejected the offers of the prince, who indeed on that occasion had made a significant utterance. "But if I were to accept your Highness's offer," the Duchessa had said to him with a smile, "how should I ever dare to look the Comte in the face afterwards?" "I should be almost as much out of countenance as you. The dear Comte, my friend! But there is a very easy way out of that difficulty, and I have thought of it. The Comte would be put in the citadel for the rest of his days." At the moment of Fabrizio's arrival, the Duchessa was so beside herself with joy that she never even thought of the idea which the look in her eyes might put into the Comte's head. The effect was profound, and the suspicion it aroused irremediable. Fabrizio was received by the prince 2 hours after his arrival. The Duchessa, foreseeing the good effect which this impromptu audience would have on the public, had been begging for it for the last 2 months. This favour put Fabrizio beyond all rivalry from the first. The pretext for it had been that he would only be passing through Parma on his way to visit his mother in Piedmont. At the moment when a charming little note from the Duchessa arrived to inform the prince that Fabrizio awaited his orders, the prince was feeling bored. "I shall see," he said to himself, "a saintly little simpleton, a mean or a sly face." The town commandant had already reported the newcomer's first arrival to the tomb of his archiepiscopal uncle. The prince saw enter the room a tall young man whom, but for his violet stockings, he would have taken for some young officer. This little surprise dispelled his boredom. "Here's a fellow," he said to himself, "for whom they will be asking me heaven knows what favours, everything that I have to bestow. He has just come. He probably feels nervous. I shall give him a little dose of Jacobin politics. We shall see how he replies." A first audience. After the first gracious words on the prince's part, "Well, Monsignore," he said to Fabrizio, "and the people of Naples, are they happy? Is the king loved?" "Serene Highness," Fabrizio replied without a moment's hesitation, "I used to admire, when they passed me in the street, the excellent bearing of the troops of the various regiments of His Majesty the King. The better classes are respectful towards their masters, as they ought to be, but I must confess that all my life I have never allowed the lower classes to speak to me about anything but the work for which I am paying them." "Plague," said the prince, "what a sly boots! This is a well-trained bird. I recognize the Sanseverina touch." Becoming interested, the prince employed great skill in leading Fabrizio on to discuss this scabrous topic. The young man, animated by the danger he was in, was so fortunate as to hit upon some admirable rejoinders. "It is almost insolence to boast of one's love for one's king," he said. "It is blind obedience that one owes to him." At the sight of so much prudence, the prince almost lost his temper. "Here, it seems, is a man of parts come among us from Naples, and I don't like that breed. A man of parts may follow the highest principles, and even be quite sincere. All the same, on one side or the other, he is always first cousin to Voltaire and Rousseau." The prince felt himself almost defied by such correctness of manner and such unassailable rejoinders coming from a youth fresh from college. What he had expected never occurred. In an instant he assumed a tone of good fellowship, and reverting in a few words to the basic principles of society and government, repeated, adapting them to the matter in hand, certain phrases of Fenelon which he had been made to learn by heart in his boyhood for use in public audiences. "These principles surprise you, young man," he said to Fabrizio. He had called him Monseigneur at the beginning of the audience, and intended to give him his Monseigneur again in dismissing him, but in the course of the conversation he felt it to be more adroit, better suited to moving turns of speech, to address him in an informal and friendly style. "These principles surprise you, young man. I admit that they bear little resemblance to the bread-and-butter absolutism," this was the expression in use, "which you can read every day in my official newspaper. But, great heavens, what is the good of my quoting that to you? Those writers in my newspaper must be quite unknown to you." "I beg your Serene Highness's pardon. Not only do I read the Parma newspaper, which seems to me to be very well written, but I hold, moreover, with it that everything that has been done since the death of Louis XIV in 1715 has been at once criminal and foolish. Man's chief interest in life is his own salvation. There can be no two ways of looking at it, and that is a happiness that lasts for eternity. The words liberty, justice, the good of the greatest number, are infamous and criminal. They form in people's minds the habits of discussion and want of confidence. A chamber of deputies votes no confidence in what these people call the ministry. This fatal habit of want of confidence, once contracted, human weakness applies it to everything. Man loses confidence in the Bible, the orders of the Church, tradition, and everything else. From that moment he is lost. Even upon the assumption, which is abominably false and criminal even to suggest, that this want of confidence in the authority of the princes by God established were to secure one's happiness during the 20 or 30 years of life which any of us may be expected to enjoy, what is half a century, or a whole century even, compared with an eternity of torment? And so on. One could see from the way in which Fabrizio spoke that he was seeking to arrange his ideas so that they should be grasped as quickly as possible by his listener. It was clear that he was not simply repeating a lesson. Presently the prince lost interest in his contest with this young man, whose simple and serious manners had begun to irritate him. "Goodbye, Monseigneur," he said to him abruptly. "I can see that they provided an excellent education at the Ecclesiastical Academy of Naples, and it is quite simple when these good precepts fall upon so distinguished a mind. One secures brilliant results. Goodbye." And he turned his back on him. "I have quite failed to please this animal," thought Fabrizio. "And now it remains to be seen," said the prince, as soon as he was once more alone, "whether this fine young man is capable of passion for anything. In that case he would be complete. Could anyone repeat with more spirit the lessons he has learned from his aunt? I felt I could hear her speaking. Should we have a revolution here, it would be she that would edit the Monitor, as San Felice did at Naples. But the San Felice, in spite of her 25 summers and her beauty, got a bit of a hanging all the same. A warning to women with brains." In supposing Fabrizio to be his aunt's pupil, the prince was mistaken. People with brains who are born on the throne or at the foot of it soon lose all fineness of touch. They proscribe in their immediate circle freedom of conversation, which seems to them coarseness. They refuse to look at anything but masks and pretend to judge the beauty of complexions. The amusing part of it is that they imagine their touch to be of the finest. In this case, for instance, Fabrizio believed practically everything that we have heard him say. It is true that he did not think twice in a month of these great principles. He had keen appetites, he had brains, but he had faith. The desire for liberty, the fashion and cult of the greatest good of the greatest number, after which the 19th century has run mad, were nothing in his eyes but a heresy, which, like other heresies, would pass away, though not until it had destroyed many souls, as the plague, while it reigns unchecked in a country, destroys many bodies. And in spite of all this, Fabrizio read the French newspapers with keen enjoyment, even taking rash steps to procure them. Fabrizio, having returned quite flustered from his audience at the palace, and having told his aunt of the various attacks launched at him by the prince, "You ought," she told him, "to go at once to see Father Landriani, our excellent archbishop. Go there on foot, climb the staircase quietly, make as little noise as possible in the ante-rooms. If you are kept waiting, so much the better, 1,000 times better. In a word, be apostolic." "I understand," said Fabrizio. "Our man is a Tartuffe." "Not the least bit in the world. He is virtue incarnate." "Even after the way he behaved," said Fabrizio in some bewilderment, "when Count Palanza was executed?" The Archbishop. Yes, my friend, after the way he behaved. The father of our Archbishop was a clerk in the Ministry of Finance, a man of humble position, and that explains everything. Monsignor Landriani is a man of keen, extensive, and deep intelligence. He is sincere. He loves virtue. I am convinced that if an Emperor Decius were to reappear in the world, he would undergo martyrdom like Polyeuctes in the opera they played last week. So much for the good side of the medal. Now for the reverse. As soon as he enters the sovereign's, or even the Prime Minister's presence, he is dazzled by the sight of such greatness. He becomes confused. He begins to blush. It is physically impossible for him to say no. This accounts for the things he has done, things which have won him that cruel reputation throughout Italy. But what is not generally known is that, when public opinion had succeeded in enlightening him as to the trial of Count Palanza, he set himself the penance of living upon bread and water for 13 weeks, the same number of weeks as there are letters in the name David Palanza. We have at this court a rascal of infinite cleverness named Rassi, a chief justice or fiscal general, who at the time of Count Palanza's death cast a spell over Father Landriani. During his 13 weeks' penance, Count Mosca, from pity and also a little out of malice, used to ask him to dinner once and even twice a week. The good Archbishop, in deference to his host, ate like everyone else. He would have thought it rebellious and Jacobinical to make a public display of his penance for an action that had the sovereign's approval. But we knew that, for each dinner at which his duty as a loyal subject had obliged him to eat like everyone else, he set himself a penance of 2 days more of bread and water. Monsignor Landriani, a man of superior intellect, a scholar of the first order, has only one weakness. He likes to be loved. Therefore, grow affectionate as you look at him, and on your 3rd visit show your love for him outright. That, added to your birth, will make him adore you at once. Show no sign of surprise if he accompanies you to the head of the staircase. Assume an air of being accustomed to such manners. He is a man who was born on his knees before the nobility. For the rest, be simple, apostolic. No cleverness, no brilliance, no prompt repartee. If you do not startle him at all, he will be delighted with you. Do not forget that it must be on his own initiative that he makes you his grand vicar. The Count and I will be surprised and even annoyed at so rapid an advancement. That is essential in dealing with the sovereign. Fabrizio hastened to the Archbishop's palace. By a singular piece of good fortune, the worthy prelate's footman, who was slightly deaf, did not catch the name Del Dongo. He announced a young priest named Fabrizio. The Archbishop happened to be closeted with a parish priest of by no means exemplary morals, for whom he had sent in order to scold him. He was in the act of delivering a reprimand, a most painful thing for him, and did not wish to be distressed by it longer than was necessary. Accordingly, he kept waiting for 3/4 of an hour the great-nephew of the Archbishop Ascanio del Dongo. How are we to depict his apologies and despair when, after having conducted the priest to the farthest ante-room, and on asking, as he returned, the man who was waiting what he could do to serve him, he caught sight of the violet stockings and heard the name Fabrizio del Dongo? This accident seemed to our hero so fortunate that on this first visit he ventured to kiss the saintly prelate's hand in a transport of affection. He was obliged to hear the Archbishop repeat in a tone of despair, "Del Dongo kept waiting in my ante-room." The old man felt obliged, by way of apology, to relate to him the whole story of the parish priest, his misdeeds, his replies to the charges, and so forth. Is it really possible, Fabrizio asked himself as he made his way back to the Palazzo Sanseverina, that this is the man who hurried on the execution of that poor Count Palanza? "What is your Excellency's impression?" Count Mosca inquired with a smile as he saw him enter the Duchess's drawing-room. The Count would not allow Fabrizio to address him as Excellency. "I have fallen from the clouds. I know nothing at all about human nature. I would have wagered, had I not known his name, that man could not bear to see a chicken bleed." "And you would have won your wager," replied the Count. "But when he is with the Prince, or merely with myself, he cannot say no. To be quite honest, in order for me to create my full effect, I have to slip the yellow riband of my grand cordon over my coat. In plain evening dress he would contradict me, and so I always put on a uniform to receive him. It is not for us to destroy the prestige of power, The French newspapers are demolishing it quite fast enough. It is doubtful whether the mania of respect will last out our time, and you, my dear nephew, will outlive respect altogether. You will be simply a fellow man." Fabrizio delighted greatly in the Comte's society. He was the first superior person who had condescended to talk to him frankly, without make-believe. Moreover, they had a taste in common, that for antiquities and excavations. The Comte, for his part, was flattered by the extreme attention with which the young man listened to him, but there was one paramount objection. Fabrizio occupied a set of rooms in the Palazzo Sanseverina, spent his whole time with the Duchessa. Let it be seen, in all innocence, that this intimacy constituted his happiness in life, and Fabrizio had eyes and a complexion of a freshness that drove the older man to despair. For a long time past, Ranuccio Ernesto IV, who rarely encountered a cruel fare, had felt it to be an affront that the Duchess's virtue, which was well known at court, had not made an exception in his favour. As we have seen, the mind and the presence of mind of Fabrizio had shocked him at their first encounter. He took amiss the extreme friendship which Fabrizio and his aunt heedlessly displayed in public. He gave ear with the closest attention to the remarks of his courtiers, which were endless. The arrival of this young man and the unprecedented audience which he had obtained provided the court with news and a sensation for the next month, which gave the prince an idea. He had in his guard a private soldier who carried his wine in the most admirable way. This man spent his time in the trattoria and reported the spirit of the troops directly to his sovereign. Carlone lacked education, otherwise he would long since have obtained promotion. Well, his duty was to be in the palace every day when the strokes of 12 sounded on the great clock. The prince went in person a little before noon to arrange in a certain way the shutters of a mezzanino communicating with the room in which His Highness dressed. He returned to this mezzanino shortly after 12 had struck, and there found the soldier. The prince had in his pocket writing materials and a sheet of paper. He dictated to the soldier the following letter. "Your Excellency has great intelligence, doubtless, and it is thanks to his profound sagacity that we see this state so well governed. But, my dear Comte, such great success never comes unaccompanied by a little envy, and I am seriously afraid that people will be laughing a little at your expense if your sagacity does not discern that a certain handsome young man has had the good fortune to inspire, unintentionally it may be, a passion of the most singular order. This happy mortal is, they say, only 23 years old, and, dear Comte, what complicates the question is that you and I are considerably more than twice that age. In the evening, at a certain distance, the Comte is charming, scintillating, a wit, as attractive as possible. But in the morning, in an intimate scene, all things considered, the newcomer has perhaps greater attractions. Well, we poor women, we make a great point of this youthful freshness, especially when we have ourselves passed 30. Is there not some talk already of settling this charming youth at our court in some fine post? And if so, who is the person who speaks of it most frequently to your Excellency?" A letter. The prince took the letter and gave the soldier 2 scudi. "This is in addition to your pay," he said in a grim tone. "Not a single word of this to anyone, or you will find yourself in the dampest dungeon in the citadel." The prince had in his desk a collection of envelopes bearing the addresses of most of the persons at his court, in the handwriting of this same soldier, who was understood to be illiterate, and never even wrote out his own police reports. The prince picked out the one he required. A few hours later, Comte Mosca received a letter by post. The hour of its delivery had been calculated, and, just as the postman, who had been seen going in with a small envelope in his hand, came out of the ministerial palace, Mosca was summoned to His Highness. Never had the favourite appeared to be in the grip of a blacker melancholy. To enjoy this at his leisure, the prince called out to him as he saw him come in, "I want to amuse myself by talking casually to my friend, and not working with my minister. I have a maddening headache this evening, and all sorts of gloomy thoughts keep coming into my mind." I need hardly mention the abominable ill-humour which agitated the Prime Minister, Count Mosca della Rovera, when at length he was permitted to take leave of his august master. Ranuccio Ernesto IV was a past master in the art of torturing a heart, and it would not be unfair at this point to make the comparison of the tiger which loves to play with its victim. The Comte made his coachman drive him home at a gallop. He called out as he crossed the threshold that not a living soul was to be allowed upstairs, sent word to the auditor on duty that he might take himself off — the knowledge that there was a human being within earshot was hateful to him — and hastened to shut himself up in the great picture gallery. There, at length, he could give full vent to his fury. There he spent an hour without lights, wandering about the room like a man out of his mind. He sought to impose silence on his heart, to concentrate all the force of his attention upon deliberating what action he ought to take. Plunged in an anguish that would have moved to pity his most implacable enemy, he said to himself, "The man I abhor is living in the Duchess's house. He spends every hour of the day with her. Ought I to try to make one of her women speak? Nothing could be more dangerous. She is so good to them. She pays them well. She is adored by them. And by whom, great God, is she not adored? The question is," he continued, raging, "ought I to let her detect the jealousy that is devouring me, or not to speak of it? If I remain silent, she will make no attempt to keep anything from me. I know Gina. She is a woman who acts always on the first impulse. Her conduct is incalculable, even by herself. If she tries to plan out a course in advance, she goes all wrong. Invariably, when it is time for action, a new idea comes into her head which she follows rapturously as though it were the most wonderful thing in the world, and upsets everything. If I make no mention of my suffering, nothing will be kept back from me, and I shall see all that goes on." Night thoughts. Yes, but by speaking I bring about a change of circumstances. I make her reflect. I give her fair warning of all the horrible things that may happen. Perhaps she will send him away. The Comte breathed a sigh of relief. Then I shall practically have won. Even allowing her to be a little out of temper for the moment, I shall soothe her, and a little ill-temper, what could be more natural? She has loved him like a son for 15 years. There lies all my hope, like a son. But she had ceased to see him after his dash to Waterloo. Now, on his return from Naples, especially for her, he is a different man. "A different man," he repeated with fury, "and that man is charming. He has, apart from everything else, that simple and tender air and that smiling eye which hold out such a promise of happiness. And those eyes! The Duchessa cannot be accustomed to see eyes like those at this court. Our substitute for them is a gloomy or sardonic stare. I myself, pursued everywhere by official business, governing only by my influence over a man who would like to turn me to ridicule, what a look there must often be in mine! Ah, whatever pains I may take to conceal it, it is in my eyes that age will always show. My gaiety, does it not always border upon irony? I will go farther. I must be sincere with myself. Does not my gaiety allow a glimpse to be caught, as of something quite close to it, of absolute power and irresponsibility? Do I not sometimes say to myself, especially when people irritate me, I can do what I like, and indeed go on to say, what is foolish? I ought to be happier than other men, since I possess what others have not, sovereign power in 3 things out of 4. Very well, let us be just. The habit of thinking thus must affect my smile, must give me a selfish, satisfied air. And how charming his smile is! It breathes the easy happiness of extreme youth, and engenders it. Unfortunately for the Comte, the weather that evening was hot, stifling, with the threat of a storm in the air, the sort of weather, in short, that in those parts carries people to extremes. How am I to find space for all the arguments, all the ways of looking at what was happening to him, which, for 3 mortal hours on end, kept this impassioned man in torment? At length the side of prudence prevailed, solely as a result of this reflection. I am, in all probability, mad. When I think I am reasoning, I am not. I am simply turning about in search of a less painful position. I pass by, without seeing it, some decisive argument. Since I am blinded by excessive grief, let us obey the rule. approved by every sensible man, which is called prudence. Besides, once I have uttered the fatal word jealousy, my course is traced for me forever. If, on the contrary, I say nothing today, I can speak tomorrow. I remain master of the situation. The crisis was too acute. The Count would have gone mad had it continued. He was comforted for a few moments. His attention came to rest on the anonymous letter. From whose hand could it have come? There followed then a search for possible names, and a personal judgment of each, which created a diversion. In the end, the Count remembered a gleam of malice that had darted from the eyes of the sovereign when it had occurred to him to say, towards the end of the audience, "Yes, dear friend, let us be agreed on this point. The pleasures and cares of the most amply rewarded ambition, even of unbounded power, are as nothing compared with the intimate happiness that is afforded by relations of affection and love. I am a man first and a prince afterwards, and when I have the good fortune to be in love, my mistress speaks to the man, and not to the prince." The Count compared that moment of malicious joy with the phrase of the letter, "It is thanks to your profound sagacity that we see this state so well governed." "Those are the prince's words," he exclaimed. "In a courtier they would be a gratuitous piece of imprudence. The letter comes from his Highness." This problem solved, the faint joy caused by the pleasure of guessing the solution was soon effaced by the cruel spectre of the charming graces of Fabrizio, which returned afresh. It was like an enormous weight that fell back on the heart of the unhappy man. "What does it matter from whom the anonymous letter comes?" he cried with fury. "Does the fact that it discloses to me exist any the less? This caprice may alter my whole life," he said, as though to excuse himself for being so mad. "At the first moment, if she cares for him in a certain way, she will set off with him for Belgorod, for Switzerland, for the ends of the earth. She is rich, and besides, even if she had to live on a few louis a year, what would that matter to her? Did she not admit to me not a week ago that her palazzo, so well arranged, so magnificent, bored her? Novelty is essential to so youthful a spirit, and with what simplicity does this new form of happiness offer itself! She will be carried away before she has begun to think of the danger, before she has begun to think of being sorry for me. And yet I am so wretched," cried the Count, bursting into tears. He had sworn to himself that he would not go to the Duchess's that evening. Never had his eyes thirsted so to gaze on her. At midnight he presented himself at her door. He found her alone with her nephew. At 10 o'clock she had sent all her guests away and had closed her door. At the sight of the tender intimacy that prevailed between these two creatures, and of the Duchess's artless joy, a frightful difficulty arose before the eyes of the Count, and one that was quite unforeseen. He had never thought of it during his long deliberations in the picture gallery. How was he to conceal his jealousy? Not knowing what pretext to adopt, he pretended that he had found the prince that evening excessively ill-disposed towards him, contradicting all his assertions, and so forth. He had the distress of seeing the Duchessa barely listen to him, and pay no attention to these details which, 48 hours earlier, would have plunged her in an endless stream of discussion. The Count looked at Fabrizio. Never had that handsome Lombard face appeared to him so simple and so noble. Fabrizio paid more attention than the Duchessa to the difficulties which he was relating. "Really," he said to himself, "that head combines extreme good nature with the expression of a certain artless and tender joy which is irresistible. It seems to be saying, love and the happiness it brings are the only serious things in this world. And yet, when one comes to some detail which requires thought, the light wakes in his eyes and surprises one, and one is left dumbfounded. Everything is simple in his eyes because everything is seen from above. Great God, how is one to fight against an enemy like that? And after all, what is life without Gina's love? With what rapture she seems to be listening to the charming sallies of that mind which is so boyish and must, to a woman, seem without a counterpart in the world." An atrocious thought gripped the Count like a sudden cramp. "Shall I stab him here before her face and then kill myself?" He took a turn through the room, his legs barely supporting him, but his hand convulsively gripping the hilt of his dagger. Neither of the others paid any attention to what he might be doing. He announced that he was going to give an order to his servant. They did not even hear him. The Duchessa was laughing tenderly at something Fabrizio had just said to her. The Count went up to a lamp in the outer room and looked to see whether the point of his dagger was well sharpened. "One must behave graciously and with perfect manners to this young man," he said to himself as he returned to the other room and went up to them. He became quite mad. It seemed to him that as they leaned their heads together they were kissing each other, there, before his eyes. "That is impossible in my presence," he told himself. "My wits have gone astray. I must calm myself. If I behave rudely, the Duchessa is quite capable, simply out of injured vanity, of following him to Belgorod, and there, or on the way there, a chance word may be spoken which will give a name to what they now feel for one another, and after that, in a moment, all the consequences." Cecchina. Solitude will render that word decisive, and besides, once the Duchessa has left my side, what is to become of me? And if, after overcoming endless difficulties on the prince's part, I go and show my old and anxious face at Belgorod, what part shall I play before these people, both mad with happiness? Here even, what else am I than the terzo incomodo? That beautiful Italian language is simply made for love. Terzo incomodo, a third person when two are company. What misery for a man of spirit to feel that he is playing that execrable part, and not to be able to muster the strength to get up and leave the room. The Count was on the point of breaking out, or at least of betraying his anguish by the discomposure of his features. When, in one of his circuits of the room, he found himself near the door, he took his flight, calling out in a genial, intimate tone, "Good-bye, you two." "One must avoid bloodshed," he said to himself. The day following this horrible evening, after a night spent in compiling a detailed sum of Fabrizio's advantages, half in the frightful transports of the most cruel jealousy, it occurred to the Count that he might send for a young servant of his own. This man was keeping company with a girl named Cecchina, one of the Duchess's personal maids, and her favourite. As good luck would have it, this young man was very sober in his habits, indeed miserly, and was anxious to find a place as porter in one of the public institutions of Parma. The Count ordered the man to fetch Cecchina, his mistress, instantly. The man obeyed, and an hour later the Count appeared suddenly in the room where the girl was waiting with her lover. The Count frightened them both by the amount of gold that he gave them. Then he addressed these few words to the trembling Cecchina, looking her straight in the face. "Is the Duchessa in love with Monsignore?" "No," said the girl, gaining courage to speak after a moment's silence. "No, not yet, but he often kisses the Signora's hands, laughing, it is true, but with real feeling." This evidence was completed by 100 answers to as many furious questions from the Count. His uneasy passion made the poor couple earn in full measure the money that he had flung them. He ended by believing what they told him, and was less unhappy. "If the Duchessa ever has the slightest suspicion of what we have been saying," he told Cecchina, "I shall send your lover to spend 20 years in the fortress, and when you see him again his hair will be quite white." Some days elapsed, during which Fabrizio, in turn, lost all his gaiety. "I assure you," he said to the Duchessa, "that Count Mosca feels an antipathy for me." "So much the worse for his Excellency," she replied, with a trace of temper. This was by no means the true cause of the uneasiness which had made Fabrizio's gaiety vanish. "The position in which chance has placed me is not tenable," he told himself. "I am quite sure that she will never say anything. She would be as much horrified by a too significant word as by an incestuous act. But if, one evening, after a rash and foolish day, she should come to examine her conscience, if she believes that I may have guessed the feeling that she seems to have formed for me, what part should I then play in her eyes? Nothing more nor less than the Casto Giuseppe," an Italian expression alluding to the ridiculous part played by Joseph with the wife of the eunuch Potiphar. Uncertainties. Should I give her to understand by a fine burst of confidence that I am not capable of serious affection? I have not the necessary strength of mind to announce such a fact so that it shall not be as like as 2 peas to a gross impertinence. The sole resource left to me is a great passion left behind at Naples. In that case I should return there for 24 hours. Such a course is wise, but is it really worth the trouble? There remains a minor affair with someone of humble rank at Parma. which might annoy her, but anything is preferable to the appalling position of a man who will not see the truth. This course may, it is true, prejudice my future. I should have, by the exercise of prudence and the purchase of discretion, to minimize the danger. What was so cruel an element among all these thoughts was that really Fabrizio loved the Duchessa far above anyone else in the world. I must be very clumsy, he told himself angrily, to have such misgivings as to my ability to persuade her of what is so glaringly true. Lacking the skill to extricate himself from this position, he grew sombre and sad. What would become of me, great God, if I quarrelled with the one person in the world for whom I feel a passionate attachment? From another point of view, Fabrizio could not bring himself to spoil so delicious a happiness by an indiscreet word. His position abounded so in charm. The intimate friendship of so beautiful and attractive a woman was so pleasant. Under the most commonplace relations of life, her protection gave him so agreeable a position at this court, the great intrigues of which, thanks to her who explained them to him, were as amusing as a play. But at any moment I may be awakened by a thunderbolt, he said to himself. These gay, these tender evenings, passed almost in privacy with so thrilling a woman, if they lead to something better, she will expect to find in me a lover. She will call on me for frenzied raptures, for acts of folly, and I shall never have anything more to offer her than friendship of the warmest kind, but without love. Nature has not endowed me with that sort of sublime folly. What reproaches have I not had to bear on that account? I can still hear the Duchessa d'A speaking, and I used to laugh at the Duchessa. She will think that I am wanting in love for her, whereas it is love that is wanting in me. Never will she make herself understand me. Often after some story about the court, told by her with that grace, that abandonment which she alone in the world possesses, and which is a necessary part of my education besides, I kiss her hand and sometimes her cheek. What is to happen if that hand presses mine in a certain fashion? Fabrizio put in an appearance every day in the most respectable and least amusing drawing-rooms in Parma. Guided by the able advice of the Duchessa, he played a sagacious court to the two princes, father and son, to the Princess Clara Paolina and Monsignore the Archbishop. He met with successes, but these did not in the least console him for his mortal fear of falling out with the Duchessa. End of section 13. Section 14 of the Charterhouse of Parma by Stendhal, translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Peter Dann, Chapter 8. So, less than a month after his arrival at court, Fabrizio had tasted all the sorrows of a courtier, and the intimate friendship which constituted the happiness of his life was poisoned. One evening, tormented by these thoughts, he left that drawing-room of the Duchessa in which he had too much of the air of a reigning lover. Wandering at random through the town, he came opposite the theatre, in which he saw lights. He went in. It was a gratuitous imprudence in a man of his cloth, and one that he had indeed vowed that he would avoid in Parma, which, after all, is only a small town of 40,000 inhabitants. It is true that after the first few days he had got rid of his official costume. In the evenings, when he was not going into the very highest society, he used simply to dress in black, like a layman in mourning. At the theatre he took a box on the third tier, so as not to be noticed. The play was Goldoni's La Locanderia. He examined the architecture of the building. Scarcely did he turn his eyes to the stage. But the crowded audience kept bursting into laughter at every moment. Fabrizio gave a glance at the young actress who was playing the part of the landlady, and found her amusing. He looked at her more closely. She seemed to him quite attractive, and above all perfectly natural. She was a simple-minded young girl who was the first to laugh at the witty lines Goldoni had put into her mouth, lines which she appeared to be quite surprised to be uttering. He asked what her name was, and was told Marietta Valsera. "Ah," he thought, "she's taken my name. That is odd." In spite of his intentions, he did not leave the theatre until the end of the piece. The following evening he returned. 3 days later he knew Marietta Valsera's address. On the evening of the day on which, with a certain amount of trouble, he had procured this address, he noticed that the Comte was looking at him in a most friendly way. The poor jealous lover, who had all the trouble in the world in keeping within the bounds of prudence, had set spies on the young man's track, and this theatrical escapade pleased him. How are we to depict the Comte's joy when, on the day following that on which he had managed to bring himself to look amicably at Fabrizio, he learned that the latter, in the partial disguise, it must be admitted, of a long blue frock-coat, had climbed to the wretched apartment which Marietta Valsera occupied on the 4th floor of an old house behind the theatre? His joy was doubled when he heard that Fabrizio had presented himself under a false name, and had had the honour to arouse the jealousy of a scapegrace named Giletti, who in town played third servant, and in the villages danced on the tightrope. This noble lover of Marietta cursed Fabrizio most volubly, and expressed a desire to kill him. The Phantom Harlequin. Opera companies are formed by an impresario who engages in different places the artists whom he can afford to pay or has found unemployed, and the company, collected at random, remains together for 1 season, or 2 at the most. It is not so with comedy companies. While passing from town to town and changing their address every 2 or 3 months, they nevertheless form a family of which all the members love or loathe one another. There are in these companies united couples whom the beaux of the towns in which the actors appear find it sometimes exceedingly difficult to sunder. This is precisely what happened to our hero. Little Marietta liked him well enough, but was horribly afraid of Giletti, who claimed to be her sole lord and master, and kept a close watch over her. He protested everywhere that he would kill the Monsignore, for he had followed Fabrizio, and had succeeded in discovering his name. This Giletti was quite the ugliest creature imaginable, and the least fitted to be a lover. Tall out of all proportion, he was horribly thin, strongly pitted with smallpox, and inclined to squint. In addition, being endowed with all the graces of his profession, he was continually coming into the wings where his fellow actors were assembled, turning cartwheels on his feet and hands, or practising some other pretty trick. He triumphed in those parts in which the actor had to appear with his face whitened with flour, and to give or receive a countless number of blows with a cudgel. This worthy rival of Fabrizio drew a monthly salary of 32 francs, and thought himself exceedingly well off. Count Mosca felt himself drawn up from the gate of the tomb when his watchers gave him the full authority for all these details. His kindly nature reappeared. He seemed more gay and better company than ever in the Duchess's drawing-room, and took good care to say nothing to her of the little adventure which had restored him to life. He even took steps to ensure that she should be informed of everything that occurred with the greatest possible delay. Finally, he had the courage to listen to the voice of reason, which had been crying out to him in vain for the last month, that, whenever a lover's lustre begins to fade, it is time for that lover to travel. Urgent business summoned him to Bologna, and twice a day cabinet messengers brought him not so much the official papers of his department as the latest news of the love affairs of little Marietta, the rage of the terrible Giletti, and the enterprises of Fabrizio. One of the Count's agents asked several times for Arlecchino, Fantasma e Pasticcio, one of Giletti's triumphs. He emerges from the pie at the moment when his rival Brighella is sticking the knife into it, and gives him a drubbing. This was an excuse for making him earn 100 francs. Giletti, who was riddled with debts, took care not to speak of this windfall, but became astonishing in his arrogance. Fabrizio's whim changed to a wounded pride. At his age, his anxieties had already reduced him to the state of having whims. Vanity led him to the theatre. The little girl acted in the most sprightly fashion, and amused him. On leaving the theatre, he was in love for an hour. The Comte returned to Parma on receiving the news that Fabrizio was in real danger. Giletti, who had served as a trooper in that fine regiment, the Dragoni Napoleoni, spoke seriously of killing him, and was making arrangements for a subsequent flight to Romagna. If the reader is very young, he will be scandalized by our admiration for this fine mark of virtue. It was, however, no slight act of heroism on the part of Count Mosca, his return from Bologna. For, after all, frequently in the morning he presented a worn appearance, and Fabrizio was always so fresh, so serene. Who would ever have dreamt of reproaching him with the death of Fabrizio, occurring in his absence, and from so stupid a cause? But his was one of those rare spirits which makes an everlasting remorse out of a generous action which they might have done and did not do. Besides, he could not bear the thought of seeing the Duchessa look sad, and by any fault of his. He found her, on his arrival, taciturn and gloomy. This is what had occurred. The little lady's maid, Cecina, tormented by remorse and estimating the importance of her crime by the immensity of the sum that she had received for committing it, had fallen ill. One evening the Duchessa, who was devoted to her, went up to her room. The girl could not hold out against this mark of kindness. She dissolved in tears, was for handing over to her mistress all that she still possessed of the money she had received, and finally had the courage to confess to her the questions asked by the Comte and her own replies to them. The Duchessa ran to the lamp, which she blew out, then said to little Cecina that she forgave her, but on condition that she never uttered a word about this strange episode to anyone in the world. "The poor Comte," she added in a careless tone, "is afraid of being laughed at. All men are like that." Remorse. The Duchessa hastened downstairs to her own apartments. No sooner had she shut the door of her bedroom than she burst into tears. There seemed to her something horrible in the idea of her making love to Fabrizio, whom she had seen brought into the world, and yet what else could her behaviour imply? This had been the primary cause of the black melancholy in which the Comte found her plunged. On his arrival, she suffered fits of impatience with him, and almost with Fabrizio. She would have liked never to set eyes on either of them again. She was contemptuous of the part, ridiculous in her eyes, which Fabrizio was playing with the little Marietta, for the Comte had told her everything, like a true lover, incapable of keeping a secret. She could not grow used to this disaster. Her idol had a fault. Finally, in a moment of frank friendship, she asked the Comte's advice. This was, for him, a delicious instant, and a fine reward for the honourable impulse which had made him return to Parma. "What could be more simple?" said the Comte, smiling. "Young men want to have every woman they see, and next day they do not give her a thought. Ought he not to be going to Balzac to see the Marchesa del Dongo? Very well, let him go. During his absence I shall request the company of comedians to take their talents elsewhere. I shall pay their travelling expenses. But presently we shall see him in love with the first pretty woman that may happen to come his way. It is the nature of things, and I should not care to see him act otherwise. If necessary, get the Marchesa to write to him." This suggestion, offered with an air of complete indifference, came as a ray of light to the Duchessa. She was frightened of Giletti. That evening the Comte announced, as though by chance, that one of his couriers, on the way to Vienna, would be passing through Milan. 3 days later, Fabrizio received a letter from his mother. He seemed greatly annoyed at not having yet been able, thanks to Giletti's jealousy, to profit by the excellent intentions, assurances of which little Marietta had conveyed to him through a mamaccia, an old woman who acted as her mother. Fabrizio found his mother and one of his sisters at Balzac, a large village in Piedmont on the right shore of Lake Maggiore. The left shore belongs to the Milanese and consequently to Austria. This lake, parallel to the Lake of Como and also running from north to south, is situated some 10 leagues farther to the west. The mountain air, the majestic and tranquil aspect of this superb lake, which recalled to him that other on the shores of which he had spent his childhood, all helped to transform into a tender melancholy Fabrizio's grief, which was akin to anger. It was with an infinite tenderness that the memory of the Duchessa now presented itself to him. He felt that, in separation, he was acquiring for her that love which he had never felt for any woman. Nothing would have been more painful to him than to be separated from her for ever, and he, being in this frame of mind, if the Duchessa had deigned to have recourse to the slightest coquetry, she could have conquered this heart by, for instance, presenting it with a rival. But, far from taking any so decisive a step, it was not without the keenest self-reproach that she found her thoughts constantly following in the young traveller's footsteps. She reproached herself for what she still called a fancy, as though it had been something horrible. She redoubled her forethought for and attention to the Comte, who, captivated by such a display of charm, paid no heed to the sane voice of reason which was prescribing a second visit to Bologna. Lake Maggiore. The Marchesa del Dongo, busy with preparations for the wedding of her eldest daughter, whom she was marrying to a Milanese duca, could give only 3 days to her beloved son. Never had she found in him so tender an affection. Through the cloud of melancholy that was more and more closely enwrapping Fabrizio's heart, an odd and indeed ridiculous idea had presented itself, and he had suddenly decided to adopt it. Dare we say that he wished to consult Prior Blan? That excellent old man was totally incapable of understanding the sorrows of a heart torn asunder by boyish passions more or less equal in strength. Besides, it would have taken a week to make him gather even a faint impression of all the conflicting interests that Fabrizio had to consider at Parma. But in the thought of consulting him, Fabrizio recaptured the freshness of his sensations at the age of 16. Will it be believed? It was not simply as to a man full of wisdom, to an old and devoted friend, that Fabrizio wished to speak to him. The object of this expedition, and the feelings that agitated our hero during the 50 hours that it lasted, are so absurd that, doubtless, in the interest of our narrative, it would have been better to suppress them. I am afraid that Fabrizio's credulity may make him forfeit the sympathy of the reader, but after all, thus it was. Why flatter him more than another? I have not flattered Count Mosca, nor the prince. Fabrizio, then, since the whole truth must be told, Fabrizio escorted his mother as far as the port of Laveno, on the left shore of Lake Maggiore, the Austrian shore, where she landed about 8 o'clock in the evening. The lake is regarded as neutral territory, and no passport is required of those who do not set foot on shore. But scarcely had night fallen when he had himself ferried to this same Austrian shore, and landed in a little wood which juts out into the water. He had hired a sediola, a sort of rustic and fast-moving tilbury, by means of which he was able, at a distance of 500 yards, to keep up with his mother's carriage. He was disguised as a servant of the Casa del Dongo, and none of the many police or customs officials ever thought of asking him for his passport. A quarter of a league before Como, where the Marchesa and her daughter were to stop for the night, he took a path to the left, which, making a circuit of the village of Vico, afterwards joined a little road recently made along the extreme edge of the lake. It was midnight, and Fabrizio could count upon not meeting any of the police. The trees of the various thickets into which the little road kept continually diving traced the black outline of their foliage against a sky bright with stars, but veiled by a slight mist. Water and sky were of a profound tranquillity. Fabrizio's soul could not resist this sublime beauty. He stopped, then sat down on a rock which ran out into the lake, forming almost a little promontory. The universal silence was disturbed only at regular intervals by the faint ripple of the lake as it lapped on the shore. Fabrizio had an Italian heart. I crave the reader's pardon for him. This defect, which will render him less attractive, consisted mainly in this. He had no vanity, save by fits and starts, and the mere sight of sublime beauty melted him to a tender mood and took from his sorrows their hard and bitter edge. Seated on his isolated rock, having no longer any need to be on his guard against the police, protected by the profound night and the vast silence, gentle tears moistened his eyes, and he found there, with little or no effort, the happiest moments that he had tasted for many a day. A night scene. He resolved never to tell the Duchessa any falsehood, and it was because he loved her to adoration at that moment that he vowed to himself never to say to her that he loved her. Never would he utter, in her hearing, the word love, since the passion which bears that name was a stranger to his heart. In the enthusiasm of generosity and virtue which formed his happiness at that moment, he made the resolution to tell her, at the first opportunity, everything. His heart had never known love. Once this courageous plan had been definitely adopted, he felt himself delivered of an enormous burden. She will perhaps have something to say to me about Marietta. Very well, I shall never see my little Marietta again, he assured himself blithely. The overpowering heat which had prevailed throughout the day was beginning to be tempered by the morning breeze. Already dawn was outlining in a faint white glimmer the alpine peaks that rise to the north and east of Lake Como. Their massive shapes, bleached by their covering of snow, even in the month of June, stand out against the pellucid azure of a sky which, at those immense altitudes, is always pure. A spur of the Alps, stretching southwards into smiling Italy, separates the sloping shores of Lake Como from those of the Lake of Garda. Fabrizio followed with his eye all the branches of these sublime mountains. The dawn, as it grew brighter, came to mark the valleys that divide them, gilding the faint mist which rose from the gorges beneath. Some minutes since, Fabrizio had taken the road again. He passed the hill that forms the peninsula of Durini, and at length there met his gaze that campanile of the village of Grianta, in which he had so often made observations of the stars with Prior Blanc. What bounds were there to my ignorance in those days? I could not understand, he reminded himself, even the ridiculous Latin of those treatises on astrology which my master used to pore over, and I think I respected them chiefly because, understanding only a few words here and there, my imagination stepped in to give them a meaning and the most romantic sense imaginable. Gradually his thoughts entered another channel. May not there be something genuine in this science? Why should it be different from the rest? A certain number of imbeciles and quick-witted persons agree amongst themselves that they know, shall we say, Mexican. They impose themselves with this qualification upon society which respects them and governments which pay them. Favours are showered upon them precisely because they have no real intelligence, and authority need not fear their raising the populace and creating an atmosphere of rant by the aid of generous sentiments. For instance, Father Bari, to whom Ernesto IV has just awarded a pension of 4,000 francs and the cross of his order for having restored 19 lines of a Greek dithyramb. But great God, have I indeed the right to find such things ridiculous? Is it for me to complain, he asked himself suddenly, stopping short in the road? Has not that same cross just been given to my governor at Naples? Fabrizio was conscious of a feeling of intense disgust. The fine enthusiasm for virtue, which had just been making his heart beat high, changed into the vile pleasure of having a good share in the spoils of a robbery. After all, he said to himself at length, with the lustreless eyes of a man who is dissatisfied with himself, since my birth gives me the right to profit by these abuses, it would be a signal piece of folly on my part not to take my share, but I must never let myself denounce them in public. This reasoning was by no means unsound, but Fabrizio had fallen a long way from that elevation of sublime happiness to which he had found himself transported an hour earlier. The thought of privilege had withered that plant, always so delicate, which we name happiness. Privilege. If we are not to believe in astrology, he went on, seeking to calm himself, if this science is, like 3/4 of the sciences that are not mathematical, a collection of enthusiastic simpletons and adroit hypocrites paid by the masters they serve, how does it come about that I think so often and with emotion of this fatal circumstance? I did make my escape from the prison at B, but in the uniform and with the marching orders of a soldier who had been flung into prison with good cause. Fabrizio's reasoning could never succeed in penetrating farther. He went 100 ways round the difficulty without managing to surmount it. He was too young still. In his moments of leisure, his mind devoted itself with rapture to enjoying the sensations produced by the romantic circumstances with which his imagination was always ready to supply him. He was far from employing his time in studying with patience the actual details of things in order to discover their causes. Reality still seemed to him flat and muddy. I can understand a person's not caring to look at it, but then he ought not to argue about it. Above all, he ought not to fashion objections out of the scattered fragments of his ignorance. Thus it was that, though not lacking in brains, Fabrizio could not manage to see that his half-belief in omens was for him a religion, a profound impression received at his entering upon life. To think of this belief was to feel, it was a happiness. And he set himself resolutely to discover how this could be proved, a real science, in the same category as geometry, for example. He searched his memory strenuously for all the instances in which omens observed by him had not been followed by the auspicious or inauspicious events which they seemed to herald. But all this time, while he believed himself to be following a line of reasoning and marching towards the truth, His attention kept coming joyfully to rest on the memory of the occasions on which the foreboding had been amply followed by the happy or unhappy accident which it had seemed to him to predict, and his heart was filled with respect and melted, and he would have felt an invincible repugnance for the person who denied the value of omens, especially if in doing so he had had recourse to irony. Fabrizio walked on without noticing the distance he was covering, and had reached this point in his vain reasonings when, raising his head, he saw the wall of his father's garden. This wall, which supported a fine terrace, rose to a height of more than 40 feet above the road on its right. A cornice of wrought stone along the highest part, next to the balustrade, gave it a monumental air. "It is not bad," Fabrizio said to himself dispassionately. "It is good architecture, a little in the Roman style." He applied it to his recently acquired knowledge of antiquities. Then he turned his head away in disgust. His father's severities, and especially the denunciation of himself by his brother Ascanio on his return from his wanderings in France, came back to his mind. That unnatural denunciation was the origin of my present existence. I may detest, I may despise it. When all is said and done, it has altered my destiny. What would have become of me once I had been packed off to Novara, and my presence barely tolerated in the house of my father's agent, if my aunt had not made love to a powerful minister? If the said aunt had happened to possess merely a dry, conventional heart, instead of that tender and passionate heart which loves me with a sort of enthusiasm that astonishes me? Where should I be now if the Duchessa had had the heart of her brother, the Marchese del Dongo? Prior Blan. Oppressed by these cruel memories, Fabrizio now began to walk with an uncertain step. He came to the edge of the moat immediately opposite the magnificent facade of the castle. Scarcely did he cast a glance at that great building, blackened by time. The noble language of architecture left him unmoved. The memory of his brother and father stopped his heart to every sensation of beauty. He was attentive only to the necessity of keeping on his guard in the presence of hypocritical and dangerous enemies. He looked for an instant, but with a marked disgust, at the little window of the bedroom which he had occupied until 1815 on the 3rd story. His father's character had robbed of all charm the memory of his early childhood. "I have not set foot in it," he thought, "since the 7th of March at 8 o'clock in the evening. I left it to go and get the passport from Vassy, and next morning my fear of spies made me hasten my departure. When I passed through again after my visit to France, I had not time to go upstairs, even to look at my prince again, and that thanks to my brother's denouncing me." Fabrizio turned away his head in horror. "Prior Blan is 83 at the very least," he said sorrowfully to himself. "He hardly ever comes to the castle now, from what my sister tells me. The infirmities of old age have had their effect on him. That heart, once so strong and noble, is frozen by age. Heaven knows how long it is since he last went up to his campanile. I shall hide myself in the cellar, under the vats or under the wine-press, until he is awake. I shall not go in and disturb the good old man in his sleep. Probably he will have forgotten my face even. 6 years means a great deal at his age. I shall find only the tomb of a friend. And it is really childish of me," he added, "to have come here to provoke the disgust that the sight of my father's castle gives me." Fabrizio now came to the little piazza in front of the church. It was with an astonishment bordering on delirium that he saw, on the 2nd stage of the ancient campanile, the long and narrow window lighted by the little lantern of Prior Blan. The prior was in the habit of leaving it there when he climbed to the cage of planks which formed his observatory, so that the light should not prevent him from reading the face of his planisphere. This chart of the heavens was stretched over a great jar of terracotta which had originally belonged to one of the orange trees at the castle. In the opening at the bottom of the jar burned the tiniest of lamps, the smoke of which was carried away from the jar through a little tin pipe, and the shadow of the pipe indicated the north on the chart. All these memories of things so simple in themselves deluged Fabrizio's heart with emotions and filled him with happiness. Almost without thinking, he put his hands to his lips and gave the little short, low whistle which had formerly been the signal for his admission. At once he heard several tugs given to the cord which, from the observatory above, opened the latch of the campanile door. He dashed headlong up the staircase, moved to a transport of excitement, and found the prior in his wooden armchair in his accustomed place. His eye was fixed on the little glass of a mural quadrant. With his left hand the prior made a sign to Fabrizio not to interrupt him in his observation. A moment later he wrote down a figure upon a playing card, then, turning round in his chair, opened his arms to our hero, who flung himself into them, dissolved in tears. Prior Blan was his true father. "I expected you," said Blan, after the first warm words of affection. Was the prior speaking of his character as a diviner, or, indeed, as he often thought of Fabrizio, had some astrological sign by pure chance announced to him the young man's return? "This means that my death is at hand," said Prior Blan. "What?" cried Fabrizio, quite overcome. "Yes," the prior went on, in a serious but by no means sad tone. 5 months and a half, or 6 months and a half after I have seen you again, my life, having found its full complement of happiness, will be extinguished. Come face al manca del alimento, as the little lamp is when its oil runs dry. Before the supreme moment I shall probably pass a month or 2 without speaking, after which I shall be received into our Father's bosom, provided always that he finds that I have performed my duty in the post in which he has placed me as a sentinel. But you, who are worn out with exhaustion, your emotion makes you ready for sleep. Since I began to expect you, I have hidden a loaf of bread and a bottle of brandy for you in the great chest which holds my instruments. Give yourself that sustenance, and try to collect enough strength to listen to me for a few moments longer. It lies in my power to tell you a number of things before night shall have given place altogether today. At present I see them a great deal more distinctly than perhaps I shall see them tomorrow. For, my child, we are at all times frail vessels, and we must always take that frailty into account. Tomorrow, it may be, the old man, the earthly man in me, will be occupied with preparations for my death, and tomorrow evening at 9 o'clock you will have to leave me." Fabrizio, having obeyed him in silence, as was his custom. "Then it is true," the old man went on, "that when you tried to see Waterloo you found nothing at first but a prison?" "Yes, father," replied Fabrizio in amazement. "Well, that was a rare piece of good fortune, for, warned by my voice, your soul can prepare itself for another prison, far different in its austerity, far more terrible. Probably you will escape from it only by a crime, but thanks be to heaven that crime will not have been committed by you. Never fall into crime, however violently you may be tempted. I seem to see that it will be a question of killing an innocent man who, without knowing it, usurps your rights. If you resist the violent temptation which will seem to be justified by the laws of honour, your life will be most happy in the eyes of men, and reasonably happy in the eyes of the sage," he added after a moment's reflection. "You will die like me, my son, sitting upon a wooden seat, far from all luxury, and having seen the hollowness of luxury, and, like me, not having to reproach yourself with any grave sin. And now the discussion of your future state is at an end between us. I could add nothing of any importance. It is in vain that I have tried to see how long this imprisonment is to last. Is it to be for 6 months, a year, 10 years? I have been able to discover nothing. Apparently I have made some error, and heaven has wished to punish me by the distress of this uncertainty. I have seen only that after your prison, but I do not know whether it is to be at the actual moment of your leaving it, there will be what I call a crime, but fortunately I believe I can be sure that it will not be committed by you. If you are weak enough to involve yourself in this crime, all the rest of my calculations become simply one long error. Then you will not die in peace in your soul on a wooden seat and clad in white." As he said these words, Prior Blan attempted to rise. It was then that Fabrizio noticed the ravages of time. It took him nearly a minute to get upon his feet and to turn towards Fabrizio. Our hero allowed him to do this, standing motionless and silent. The prior flung himself into his arms again and again. He embraced him with extreme affection. After which he went on, with all the gaiety of the old days, "Try to make a place for yourself among all my instruments where you can sleep with some comfort. Take my furs. You will find several of great value which the Duchessa Sanseverina sent me 4 years ago. She asked me for a forecast of your fate, which I took care not to give her, while keeping her furs and her fine quadrant. Every announcement of the future is a breach of the rule, and contains this danger, that it may alter the event, in which case the whole science falls to the ground, like a child's card castle. And besides, there were things that it was hard to say to that Duchessa, who was always so charming. But let me warn you, do not be startled in your sleep by the bells, which will make a terrible din in your ear when the men come to ring for the 7 o'clock mass. Later on, in the stage below, they will set the big campanone going, which shakes all my instruments. Today is the feast of San Giovita, martyr and soldier. As you know, the little village of Grianta has the same patron as the great city of Brescia, which, by the way, led to a most amusing mistake on the part of my illustrious master, Giacomo Marini of Ravenna. More than once he announced to me that I should have quite a fine career in the church. He believed that I was to be the curate of the magnificent church of San Giovita at Brescia. I have been the curate of a little village of 750 chimneys. But all has been for the best. I have seen, and not 10 years ago, that if I had been curate at Brescia, my destiny would have been to be cast into prison on a hill in Moravia, the Spielberg. Tomorrow I shall bring you all manner of delicacies, pilfered from the great dinner which I am giving to all the clergy of the district who are coming to sing at my high mass. I shall leave them down below, but do not make any attempt to see me. Do not come down to take possession of the good things until you have heard me go out again. You must not see me again by daylight, and as the sun sets tomorrow at 27 minutes past 7, I shall not come up to embrace you until about 8, and it is necessary that you depart while the hours are still numbered by 9, that is to say, before the clock has struck 10. Take care that you are not seen in the windows of the Campanile. The police have your description, and they are to some extent under the orders of your brother, who is a famous tyrant. The Marchese del Dongo is growing feeble, added Blanc with a sorrowful air, and if he were to see you again, perhaps he would let something pass to you from hand to hand. But such benefits, tainted with deceit, do not become a man like yourself, whose strength will lie one day in his conscience. The Marchese abhors his son Ascanio, and it is on that son that the 5 or 6 millions that he possesses will devolve. That is justice. You, at his death, will have a pension of 4,000 francs, and 50 ells of black cloth for your servant's mourning. End of section 14. Section 15 of The Charterhouse of Parma by Stendhal, translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Chapter 9. Fabrizio's soul was exalted by the old man's speech, by his own keen attention to it, and by his extreme exhaustion. He had great difficulty in getting to sleep, and his slumber was disturbed by dreams, presages perhaps of the future. In the morning, at 10 o'clock, he was awakened by the whole belfries beginning to shake. An alarming noise seemed to come from outside. He rose in bewilderment, and at first imagined that the end of the world had come. Then he thought that he was in prison. It took him some time to recognize the sound of the big bell, which 40 peasants were setting in motion in honour of the great San Giovita. 10 would have been enough. Fabrizio looked for a convenient place from which to see without being seen. He discovered that from this great height his gaze swept the gardens, and even the inner courtyard of his father's castle. He had forgotten this. The idea of that father arriving at the ultimate bourne of life altered all his feelings. He could even make out the sparrows that were hopping in search of crumbs upon the wide balcony of the dining-room. "They are the descendants of the ones I used to tame long ago," he said to himself. This balcony, like every balcony in the mansion, was decorated with a large number of orange trees in earthenware tubs of different sizes. This sight melted his heart. The view of that inner courtyard, thus decorated, with its sharply defined shadows outlined by a radiant sun, was truly majestic. The thought of his father's failing health came back to his mind. "But it is really singular," he said to himself. "My father is only 35 years older than I am. 35 and 23 makes only 58. His eyes, fixed on the windows of the bedroom of that stern man who had never loved him, filled with tears. He shivered, and a sudden chill ran through his veins when he thought he saw his father crossing a terrace planted with orange trees, which was on a level with his room, but it was only one of the servants. Close underneath the campanile, a number of girls dressed in white and split up into different bands were occupied in tracing patterns with red, blue, and yellow flowers on the pavement of the streets through which the procession was to pass. But there was a spectacle which spoke with a more living voice to Fabrizio's soul. From the campanile his gaze shot down to the two branches of the lake at a distance of several leagues, and this sublime view soon made him forget all the others. It awakened in him the most lofty sentiments. All the memories of childhood came crowding to besiege his mind, and this day, which he spent imprisoned in a belfry, was perhaps one of the happiest days of his life. Happiness carried him to an exaltation of mind quite foreign to his nature. He considered the incidents of life, he, still so young, as if already he had arrived at its farthest goal. "I must admit that since I came to Parma," he said to himself at length, after several hours of delicious musings, "I have known no tranquil and perfect joy such as I used to find at Naples in galloping over the roads of Vomero or pacing the shores of Miseno. All the complicated interests of that nasty little court have made me nasty also. I even believe that it would be a sorry happiness for me to humiliate my enemies if I had any, but I have no enemy. Stop a moment," he suddenly interjected. "I have got an enemy, Giletti. And here is a curious thing," he said to himself. "The pleasure that I should feel in seeing such an ugly fellow go to all the devils in hell has survived the very slight fancy that I had for little Marietta. She does not come within a mile of the Duchess d'Aix, to whom I was obliged to make love at Naples, after I had told her that I was in love with her. Good God, how bored I have been during the long assignations which that fair Duchessa used to accord me! Never anything like that in the tumble-down bedroom, serving as a kitchen as well, in which little Marietta received me twice, and for 2 minutes on each occasion." The campanile. "Oh, good God, what on earth can those people have to eat? They make one pity them. I ought to have settled on her and the mamaccia a pension of 3 beefsteaks payable daily. Little Marietta," he went on, "used to distract me from the evil thoughts which the proximity of that court put in my mind. I should perhaps have done well to adopt the café life, as the Duchessa said. She seemed to incline in that direction, and she has far more intelligence than I. Thanks to her generosity, or indeed merely with that pension of 4,000 francs and that fund of 40,000 invested at Lyons, which my mother intends for me, I should always have a horse and a few scudi to spend on digging and collecting a cabinet. Since it appears that I am not to know the taste of love, there will always be those other interests to be my great sources of happiness. I should like, before I die, to go back to visit the battlefield of Waterloo and try to identify the meadow where I was so neatly lifted from my horse and left sitting on the ground. That pilgrimage accomplished, I should return constantly to this sublime lake. Nothing else as beautiful is to be seen in the world, for my heart at least. Why go so far afield in search of happiness? It is there beneath my eyes." "Ah," said Fabrizio to himself, "there is this objection. The police drive me away from the Lake of Como, but I am younger than the people who are setting those police on my track. Here," he added with a smile, "I should certainly not find a Duchess d'Aix, but I should find one of those little girls down there who are strewing flowers on the pavement, and to tell the truth I should care for her just as much. Hypocrisy freezes me, even in love, and our great ladies aim at effects that are too sublime. Napoleon has given them new ideas as to conduct and constancy. The devil!" he suddenly exclaimed, drawing back his head from the window, as though he had been afraid of being recognized despite the screen of the enormous wooden shutter which protected the bells from rain. "Here comes a troop of police in full dress." And indeed 10 policemen, of whom 4 were non-commissioned officers, had come into sight at the top of the village street. The sergeant distributed them at intervals of 100 yards along the course which the procession was to take. "Everyone knows me here. If they see me, I shall make but one bound from the shores of the Lake of Como to the Spielberg, where they will fasten to each of my legs a chain weighing 110 pounds, and what a grief for the Duchessa!" It took Fabrizio 2 or 3 minutes to realize that, for one thing, he was stationed at a height of more than 80 feet, that the place in which he stood was comparatively dark, that the eyes of the people who might be looking up at him were blinded by a dazzling sun, in addition to which they were walking about, their eyes wide open, in streets all the houses of which had just been whitewashed with lime in honour of the festa of San Giovita. Despite all these clear and obvious reasons, Fabrizio's Italian nature would not have been in a state from that moment to enjoy any pleasure in the spectacle, had he not interposed between himself and the policeman a strip of old cloth, which he nailed to the frame of the window, piercing a couple of holes in it for his eyes. The bells had been making the air throb for 10 minutes. The procession was coming out of the church. The mortaretti started to bang. Fabrizio turned his head and recognized that little terrace, adorned with a parapet and overlooking the lake, where so often, when he was a boy, he had risked his life to watch the mortaretti go off between his legs, with the result that on the mornings of public holidays his mother liked to see him by her side. It should be explained that the mortaretti, or little mortars, are nothing else than gun barrels which are sawn through so as to leave them only 4 inches long. That is why the peasants greedily collect all the gun barrels which, since 1796, European policy has been sowing broadcast over the plains of Lombardy. Once they have been reduced to a length of 4 inches, these little guns are loaded to the muzzle. They are planted in the ground in a vertical position, and a train of powder is laid from one to the next. They are drawn up in 3 lines like a battalion, and to the number of 200 or 300 in some suitable emplacement near the route along which the procession is to pass. When the blessed sacrament approaches, a match is put to the train of powder, and then begins a running fire of sharp explosions, utterly irregular and quite ridiculous. The women are wild with joy. Nothing is so gay as the sound of these mortaretti, heard at a distance on the lake, and softened by the rocking of the water. This curious sound, which had so often been the delight of his boyhood, banished the somewhat too solemn thoughts by which our hero was being besieged. He went to find the prior's big astronomical telescope, and recognized the majority of the men and women who were following the procession. A number of charming little girls, whom Fabrizio had last seen at the age of 11 or 12, were now superb women in the full flower of the most vigorous youth. They made our hero's courage revive, and to speak to them he would readily have braved the police. After the procession had passed and had re-entered the church by a side door which was out of Fabrizio's sight, the heat soon became intense, even up in the belfry. The inhabitants returned to their homes, and a great silence fell upon the village. Several boats took on board loads of contadini returning to Bellagio, Menaggio, and other villages situated on the lake. Fabrizio could distinguish the sound of each stroke of the oars. So simple a detail as this sent him into an ecstasy. His present joy was composed of all the unhappiness, all the irritation that he found in the complicated life of a court. How happy he would have been at this moment to be sailing for a league over that beautiful lake, which looked so calm and reflected so clearly the depth of the sky above. He heard the door at the foot of the campanile opened. It was the prior's old servant, who brought in a great hamper, and he had all the difficulty in the world in restraining himself from speaking to her. "She is almost as fond of me as her master," he said to himself, "and besides, I am leaving tonight at 9 o'clock. Would she not keep the oath of secrecy I should make her swear, if only for a few hours? But, Fabrizio reminded himself, I should be vexing my friend. I might get him into trouble with the police." And he let Gita go without speaking to her. He made an excellent dinner, then settled himself down to sleep for a few minutes. He did not wake until 8:30 in the evening. The prior Blan was shaking him by the arm. It was dark. Blan was extremely tired and looked 50 years older than the night before. He said nothing more about serious matters, sitting in his wooden armchair. "Embrace me," he said to Fabrizio. He clasped him again and again in his arms. "Death," he said at last, "which is coming to put an end to this long life, will have nothing about it so painful as this separation. I have a purse which I shall leave in Gita's custody, with orders to draw on it for her own needs, but to hand over to you what is left, should you ever come back to ask for it. I know her. After those instructions she is capable, from economy on your behalf, of not buying meat 4 times in the year if you do not give her quite definite orders. You may yourself be reduced to penury, and the obol of your aged friend will be of service to you. Expect nothing from your brother but atrocious behaviour, and try to earn money by some work which will make you useful to society. I foresee strange storms. Perhaps in 50 years' time the world will have no more room for idlers. Your mother and aunt may fail you. Your sisters will have to obey their husbands. Away with you! Away with you! Fly! Exclaimed Blanc urgently. He had just heard a little sound in the clock, which warned him that 10 was about to strike, and he would not even allow Fabrizio to give him a farewell embrace. Hurry, hurry, he cried to him. It will take you at least a minute to get down the stair. Take care not to fall. That would be a terrible omen. Fabrizio dashed down the staircase, and emerging onto the piazza began to run. He had scarcely arrived opposite his father's castle when the bell sounded 10 times. Each stroke reverberated in his bosom, where it left a singular sense of disturbance. He stopped to think, or rather to give himself up to the passionate feelings inspired in him by the contemplation of that majestic edifice which he had judged so coldly the night before. He was recalled from his musings by the sound of footsteps. He looked up and found himself surrounded by 4 constables. He had a brace of excellent pistols, the priming of which he had renewed while he dined. The slight sound that he made in cocking them attracted the attention of one of the constables, and he was within an inch of being arrested. He saw the danger he ran, and decided to fire the first shot. He would be justified in doing so, for this was the sole method open to him of resisting 4 well-armed men. Fortunately, the constables, who were going round to clear the ostery, had not shown themselves altogether irresponsive to the hospitality that they had received in several of these sociable resorts. They did not make up their minds quickly enough to do their duty. Fabrizio took to his heels and ran. The constables went a few yards, running also and shouting, "Stop! Stop!" Then everything relapsed into silence. After every 300 yards Fabrizio halted to recover his breath. The sound of my pistols nearly made me get caught. This is just the sort of thing that would make the Duchessa tell me, should it ever be granted me to see her lovely eyes again, that my mind finds pleasure in contemplating what is going to happen in 10 years' time, and forgets to look out for what is actually happening beneath my nose. Fabrizio shuddered at the thought of the danger he had just escaped. He increased his pace, and presently found himself impelled to run, which was not over-prudent, as it attracted the attention of several contadini who were going back to their homes. He could not bring himself to stop until he had reached the mountain, more than a league from Grianta, and even when he had stopped, he broke into a cold sweat at the thought of the Spielberg. "There's a fine fright," he said aloud. On hearing the sound of this word, he was almost tempted to feel ashamed. But does not my aunt tell me that the thing I most need is to learn to make allowances for myself? I am always comparing myself with the model of perfection which cannot exist. Very well, I forgive myself my fright, for from another point of view I was quite prepared to defend my liberty, and certainly all 4 of them would not have remained on their feet to carry me off to prison. What I am doing at this moment, he went on, is not military. Instead of retiring rapidly after having attained my object, and perhaps given the alarm to my enemies, I am amusing myself with a fancy, more ridiculous perhaps than all the good prior's predictions. The chestnut tree. For indeed, instead of retiring along the shortest line and gaining the shore of Lake Maggiore, where his boat was awaiting him, he made an enormous circuit to go and visit his tree. The reader may perhaps remember the love that Fabrizio bore for a chestnut tree planted by his mother 23 years earlier. It would be quite worthy of my brother, he said to himself, to have had the tree cut down, but those creatures are incapable of delicate shades of feeling. He will never have thought of it. And besides, that would not be a bad augury, he added with firmness. 2 hours later he was shocked by what he saw. Mischief-makers, or a storm, had broken one of the main branches of the young tree, which hung down withered. Fabrizio cut it off reverently, using his dagger, and smoothed the cut carefully so that the rain should not get inside the trunk. Then, although time was highly precious to him, for day was about to break, he spent a good hour in turning the soil round his dear tree. All these acts of folly accomplished, he went rapidly on his way towards Lake Maggiore. All things considered, he was not at all sad. The tree was coming on well, was more vigorous than ever, and in 5 years had almost doubled in height. The branch was only an accident of no consequence. Once it had been cut off, it did no more harm to the tree, which indeed would grow all the better if its spread began higher from the ground. Fabrizio had not gone a league when a dazzling band of white indicated to the east the peaks of the Région d'Illy, a mountain famous throughout the district. The road which he was following became thronged with contadini, but instead of adopting military tactics, Fabrizio let himself be melted by the sublime or touching aspect of these forests in the neighbourhood of Lake Como. They are perhaps the finest in the world. I do not mean to say those that bring in most new money, as the Swiss would say, but those that speak most eloquently to the soul. To listen to this language, in the position in which Fabrizio found himself, an object for the attentions of the gentlemen of the Lombardo-Venetian police, was really childish. "I am half a league from the frontier," he reminded himself at length. "I am going to meet doganieri and constables making their morning rounds. This coat of fine cloth will look suspicious. They will ask me for my passport. Now, that passport is inscribed at full length with my name, which is marked down for prison. So here I am, under the regrettable necessity of committing a murder. If, as is usual, the police are going about in pairs, I cannot wait quietly to fire until one of them tries to take me by the collar. He has only to clutch me for a moment while he falls, and off I go to the Spielberg." Fabrizio, horrified most of all by the necessity of firing first, possibly on an old soldier who had served under his uncle, Conte Pietranera, ran to hide himself in the hollow trunk of an enormous chestnut. He was renewing the priming of his pistols when he heard a man coming towards him through the wood, singing very well a delicious air from Mercadante, which was popular at that time in Lombardy. The forest. "There is a good omen for me," he said to himself. This air, to which he listened religiously, took from him the little spark of anger which was finding its way into his reasonings. He scrutinized the high road carefully in both directions, and saw no one. The singer must be coming along some side road, he said to himself. Almost at that moment he saw a footman, very neatly dressed in the English style and mounted on a hack, who was coming towards him at a walk, leading a fine thoroughbred, which, however, was perhaps a little too thin. "Ah, if I reasoned like Count Mosca," thought Fabrizio, "when he assures me that the risks a man runs are always the measure of his rights over his neighbours, I should blow out this servant's brains with a pistol shot, and once I was mounted on the thin horse I should laugh aloud at all the police in the world. As soon as I was safely in Parma I should send money to the man or to his widow, but it would be a horrible thing to do." End of section 15. Section 16 of The Charterhouse of Parma by Stendhal, translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Chapter 10. Moralizing thus, Fabrizio sprang down onto the high road which runs from Lombardy into Switzerland. At this point it is fully 4 or 5 feet below the level of the forest. "If my man takes fright," he said to himself, "he will go off at a gallop, and I shall be stranded here, looking the picture of a fool." At this moment he found himself only 10 yards from the footman, who had stopped singing. Fabrizio could see in his eyes that he was frightened. He was perhaps going to turn his horses. Still without having come to any decision, Fabrizio made a bound and seized the thin horse by the bridle. "My friend," he said to the footman, "I am not an ordinary thief, for I am going to begin by giving you 20 francs, but I am obliged to borrow your horse. I shall be killed if I don't get away pretty quickly. I have the 4 Riva brothers on my heels, those great hunters whom you probably know. They caught me just now in their sister's bedroom. I jumped out of the window, and here I am. They dashed out into the forest with their dogs and guns. I hid myself in that big hollow chestnut because I saw one of them cross the road. Their dogs will track me down. I am going to mount your horse and gallop a league beyond Como. I am going to Milan to throw myself at the Viceroy's feet. I shall leave your horse at the post-house with 2 Napoleons for yourself, if you consent with good grace. If you offer the slightest resistance, I shall kill you with these pistols you see here. If, after I have gone, you set the police on my track, my cousin, the gallant Count d'Alari, equerry to the Emperor, will take good care to break your bones for you." The horse. Fabrizio invented the substance of this speech as he went on, uttering it in a wholly pacific tone. "As far as that goes," he went on with a laugh, "my name is no secret. I am the Marchesino Ascanio del Dongo. My castle is quite close to here, at Grianta." "Damn you!" he cried, raising his voice. "Will you let go the horse?" The servant, stupefied, never breathed a word. Fabrizio transferred the pistol to his left hand, seized the bridle which the other dropped, sprang into the saddle, and made off at a canter. When he had gone 300 yards, it occurred to him that he had forgotten to give the man the 20 francs he had promised him. He stopped. There was still no one upon the road but the footman, who was following him at a gallop. He signalled to him with his handkerchief to come on, and when he judged him to be 50 yards off, flung a handful of small change onto the road and went on again. From a distance he looked and saw the footman gathering up the money. "There is a truly reasonable man," Fabrizio said to himself with a laugh. "Not an unnecessary word." He proceeded rapidly southwards, halted towards midday at a lonely house, and took the road again a few hours later. At 2 o'clock in the morning he was on the shore of Lake Maggiore. He soon caught sight of his boat, which was tacking to and fro. At the agreed signal, it made for the shore. He could see no contadino to whom to hand over the horse, so he gave the noble animal its liberty, and 3 hours later was at Belgirate. There, finding himself on friendly soil, he took a little rest. He was exceedingly joyful. Everything had proved a complete success. Dare we indicate the true cause of his joy? His tree showed a superb growth, and his soul had been refreshed by the deep affection which he had found in the arms of Prior Blanc. Does he really believe, he asked himself, in all the predictions he has made me? Or was he, since my brother has given me the reputation of a Jacobin, a man without law or honour, sticking at nothing, was he seeking simply to bind me not to yield to the temptation to break the head of some animal who may have done me a bad turn? 2 days later Fabrizio was at Parma, where he greatly amused the Duchessa and the Count when he related to them, with the utmost exactitude which he always observed, the whole story of his travels. On his arrival, Fabrizio found the porter and all the servants of the Palazzo Sanseverina wearing the tokens of the deepest mourning. "Whom have we lost?" he inquired of the Duchessa. "That excellent man whom people called my husband has just died at Baden. He has left me this palazzo. That had been arranged beforehand, but as a sign of good fellowship he has added a legacy of 300,000 francs, which embarrasses me greatly. I have no desire to surrender it to his niece, the Marchesa Raversi, who plays the most damnable tricks on me every day. You are interested in art. You must find me some good sculptor. I shall erect a tomb to the Duca, which will cost 300,000 francs. The Comte began telling anecdotes about the Raversi. "I have tried to win her by kindness, but all in vain," said the Duchessa. "As for the Duca's nephews, I have made them all colonels or generals, in return for which not a month passes without their sending me some abominable anonymous letter. I have been obliged to engage a secretary simple to read letters of that sort." "And these anonymous letters are their mildest offence," the Comte joined in. "They make a regular business of inventing infamous accusations. A score of times I could have brought the whole gang before the courts, and your Excellency may imagine," he went on, addressing Fabrizio, "whether my good judges would have convicted them." Honest judges. "Ah, well, that is what spoils it all for me," replied Fabrizio, with a simplicity which was quite refreshing at court. "I should prefer to see them sentenced by magistrates judging according to their conscience." "You would oblige me greatly, since you are travelling with a view of gaining instruction, if you would give me the addresses of such magistrates. I shall write to them before I go to bed." "If I were minister, this absence of judges who were honest men would wound my self-respect." "But it seems to me," said the Comte, "that your Excellency, who is so fond of the French, and did indeed once lend them the aid of his invincible arm, is forgetting for the moment one of their great maxims. It is better to kill the devil than to let the devil kill you. I should like to see how you would govern these burning souls who read every day the history of the Revolution in France with judges who would acquit the people whom I accuse. They would reach the point of not convicting the most obviously guilty scoundrels, and would fancy themselves Brutuses. But I should like to pick a crow with you. Does not your delicate soul feel a touch of remorse at the thought of that fine, though perhaps a little too thin, horse which you have just abandoned on the shore of Lake Maggiore?" "I fully intend," said Fabrizio, with the utmost seriousness, "to send whatever is necessary to the owner of the horse to recompense him for the cost of advertising and any other expenses which he may be made to incur by the contadini who may have found it. I shall study the Milan newspaper most carefully to find the announcement of a missing horse. I know the description of that one very well." "He is truly primitive," said the Comte to the Duchessa. "And where would your Excellency be now," he went on with a smile, "if, while he was galloping away hell for leather on this borrowed horse, it had taken it into its head to make a false step? You would be in the Spielberg, my dear young nephew, and all my authority would barely have managed to secure the reduction by 30 pounds of the weight of the chain attached to each of your legs. You would have had some 10 years to spend in that pleasure resort. Perhaps your legs would have become swollen and gangrened. Then they would have cut them clean off." "Oh, for pity's sake, don't go any farther with so sad a romance," cried the Duchessa, with tears in her eyes. "Here he is, back again." "And I am more delighted than you may well believe," replied the minister with great seriousness. "But after all, why did not this cruel boy come to me with a passport and a suitable name, since he was anxious to penetrate into Lombardy? On the first news of his arrest I should have set off for Milan, and the friends I have in those parts would have obligingly shut their eyes and pretended to believe that their police had arrested a subject of the Prince of Parma. The story of your adventures is charming, amusing. I readily agree," the Comte went on, adopting a less sinister tone. "Your rush from the wood onto the high road quite thrills me. But, between ourselves, since this servant held your life in his hands, you had the right to take his. We are about to arrange a brilliant future for your Excellency. At least the Signora here orders me to do so, and I do not believe that my greatest enemies can accuse me of having ever disobeyed her commands. What a bitter grief for her and for myself, if in this sort of steeplechase, which you appear to have been riding on this thin horse, he had made a false step. It would almost have been better," the Comte added, "if the horse had broken your neck for you." Galeazzo, Duke of Milan. "You are very tragic this evening, my friend," said the Duchessa, quite overcome. "That is because we are surrounded by tragic events," replied the Comte, also with emotion. "We are not in France, where everything ends in song or in imprisonment for a year or two, and really it is wrong of me to speak of all this to you in a jocular tone. Well now, my young nephew, just suppose that I find a chance to make you a bishop, for really I cannot begin with the Archbishopric of Parma, as is desired most reasonably by the Signora Duchessa here present. In that bishopric, where you will be far removed from our sage counsels, just tell us roughly what your policy will be." "To kill the devil rather than let him kill me, in the admirable words of my friends the French," replied Fabrizio with blazing eyes. "To keep, by every means in my power, including pistols, the position you will have secured for me. I have read in the Del Dongo genealogy the story of that ancestor of ours who built the castle of Grianta. Towards the end of his life, his good friend Galeazzo, Duke of Milan, sent him to visit a fortress on our lake. They were afraid of another invasion by the Swiss. 'I must just write a few civil words to the governor,' the Duke of Milan said to him as he was sending him off. He wrote and handed our ancestor a note in a couple of lines. Then he asked for it back to seal it. 'It will be more polite,' the prince explained. Vespasiano del Dongo started off, but as he was sailing over the lake, an old Greek tale came into his mind, for he was a man of learning. He opened his liege lord's letter, and found inside an order addressed to the governor of the castle to put him to death as soon as he should arrive. The Sforza, too much intent on the trick he was playing our ancestor, had left a space between the end of the letter and his signature. Vespasiano del Dongo wrote in this space an order proclaiming himself Governor-General of all the castles on the lake, and tore off the original letter. Arriving at the fort, where his authority was duly acknowledged, he flung the commandant down a well, declared a war on the Sforza, and after a few years exchanged his fortress for those vast estates which have made the fortune of every branch of our family, and one day will bring in to me, personally, an income of 4,000 lire. "You talk like an academician," exclaimed the Comte, laughing. "That was a bold stroke with a vengeance, but it is only once in 10 years that one has a chance to do anything so sensational. A creature who is half an idiot, but who keeps a sharp lookout and acts prudently all his life, often enjoys the pleasure of triumphing over men of imagination. It was by a foolish error of imagination that Napoleon was led to surrender to the prudent John Bull instead of seeking to conquer America. John Bull, in his counting-house, had a hearty laugh at his letter in which he quotes Themistocles. In all ages the base Sancho Panza triumphs you will find in the long run over the sublime Don Quixote. If you are willing to agree to do nothing extraordinary, I have no doubt that you will be a highly respected, if not a highly respectable, bishop. In any case, what I said just now holds good. Your Excellency acted with great levity in the affair of the horse. He was within a finger's breadth of perpetual imprisonment." A conquest. This statement made Fabrizio shudder. He remained plunged in a profound astonishment. Was that, he wondered, the prison with which I am threatened? Is that the crime which I was not to commit? The predictions of Blanc, which as prophecies he utterly derided, assumed in his eyes all the importance of authentic forecasts. "Why, what is the matter with you?" the Duchess asked him in surprise. "The Comte has plunged you in a sea of dark thoughts." "I am illuminated by a new truth, and instead of revolting against it, my mind adopts it. It is true, I passed very near to an endless imprisonment, but that footman looked so nice in his English jacket. It would have been such a pity to kill him." The minister was enchanted with his little air of wisdom. "He is excellent in every respect," he said, with his eyes on the Duchess. "I may tell you, my friend, that you have made a conquest, and one that is perhaps the most desirable of all." "Ah," thought Fabrizio, "now for some joke about little Marietta." He was mistaken. The Comte went on to say, "Your gospel simplicity has won the heart of our venerable Archbishop, Father Landriani. One of these days we are going to make a grand vicar of you, and the charming part of the whole joke is that the 3 existing grand vicars, all most deserving men, workers, 2 of whom I fancy were grand vicars before you were born, will demand, in a finely worded letter addressed to their Archbishop, that you shall rank first amongst them. These gentlemen base their plea in the first place upon your virtues, and also upon the fact that you are the great-nephew of the famous Archbishop Ascanio del Dongo. When I learned the respect that they felt for your virtues, I immediately made the senior vicar-general's nephew a captain. He had been a lieutenant ever since the siege of Tarragona by Marshal Suchet. Go right away now, dressed as you are, and pay a friendly visit to your Archbishop," exclaimed the Duchessa. "Tell him about your sister's wedding. When he hears that she is to be a Duchessa, he will think you more apostolic than ever. But remember, you know nothing of what the Comte has just told you about your future promotion." Fabrizio hastened to the archiepiscopal palace. There he showed himself simple and modest, a tone which he assumed only too easily, whereas it required an effort for him to play the great gentleman. As he listened to the somewhat prolix stories of Monsignor Landriani, he was saying to himself, "Ought I to have fired my pistol at the footman who was leading the thin horse?" His reason said to him, yes, but his heart could not accustom itself to the bleeding image of the handsome young man falling from his horse, all disfigured. That prison in which I should have been swallowed up if the horse had stumbled, was that the prison with which I was threatened by all those forecasts? This question was of the utmost importance to him, and the Archbishop was gratified by his air of profound attention. End of section 16. Section 17 of The Charterhouse of Parma by Stendhal, translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Chapter 11. On leaving the Archbishop's palace, Fabrizio hastened to see little Marietta. He could hear from the street the loud voice of Giletti, who had sent out for wine, and was regaling himself with his friends the prompter and the candle-snuffers. The Mamaccia, who played the part of mother, came alone in answer to his signal. "A lot has happened since you were here," she cried. "2 or 3 of our actors are accused of having celebrated the great Napoleon's festa with an orgy, and our poor company, which they say is Jacobin, has been ordered to leave the States of Parma. And viva Napoleone! But the minister has had a finger in that pie, they say. One thing certain is that Giletti has got money. I don't know how much, but I've seen him with a fistful of scudi. Marietta has had 5 scudi from our manager to pay for the journey to Mantua and Venice, and I have had 1. She is still in love with you, but Giletti frightens her. 3 days ago, at the last performance we gave, he absolutely wanted to kill her. He dealt her 2 proper blows, and, what was abominable of him, tore her blue shawl. If you would care to give her a blue shawl, you would be a very good boy, and we can say that we won it in a lottery. The drum-major of the Carabinieri is giving an assault at arms tomorrow. You will find the hour posted up at all the street corners. Come and see us. If he has gone to the assault, and we have any reason to hope that he will stay away for some time, I shall be at the window, and I shall give you a signal to come up. Try to bring us something really nice, and Marietta will be madly in love with you." As he made his way down the winding staircase of this foul rookery, Fabrizio was filled with compunction. "I have not altered in the least," he said to himself. All the fine resolutions I made on the shore of our lake, when I looked at life with so philosophic an eye, have gone to the winds. My mind has lost its normal balance. The whole thing was a dream, and vanishes before the stern reality. Now would be the time for action, he told himself as he entered the Palazzo Sanseverina about 11 o'clock that evening. But it was in vain that he sought in his heart for the courage to speak with that sublime sincerity which had seemed to him so easy the night he spent by the shore of the Lake of Como. "I am going to vex the person whom I love best in the world. If I speak, I shall simply seem to be jesting in the worst of taste. I am not worth anything, really, except in certain moments of exaltation. The Comte has behaved admirably towards me," he said to the Duchessa, after he had given her an account of his visit to the Archbishop's palace. "I appreciate his conduct all the more, in that I think I am right in saying that, personally, I have made only a very moderate impression on him. My behaviour towards him ought therefore to be strictly correct. He has his excavations at Sanguigna, about which he is still madly keen, if one is to judge, that is, by his expedition the day before yesterday. He went 12 leagues at a gallop in order to spend a couple of hours with his workmen. If they find fragments of statues in the ancient temple, the foundations of which he has just laid bare, he is afraid of their being stolen. I should like to propose to him that I should go and spend a night or two at Sanguigna. Tomorrow, about 5, I have to see the Archbishop again. I can start in the evening and take advantage of the cool night air for the journey." Sanguigna. The Duchessa did not at first reply. "One would think you were seeking excuses for staying away from me," she said to him at length with extreme affection. "No sooner do you come back from Belgirate than you find a reason for going off again." "Here is a fine opportunity for speaking," thought Fabrizio. "But by the lake I was a trifle mad. I did not realize in my enthusiasm for sincerity that my compliment ended in an impertinence. It was a question of saying, 'I love you with the most devoted friendship,' etc., etc., but my heart is not susceptible to love. Is not that as much as to say, 'I see that you are in love with me, but take care, I cannot pay you back in the same coin'? If it is love that she feels, the Duchessa may be annoyed at its being guessed, and she will be revolted by my impudence if all that she feels for me is friendship, pure and simple, and that is one of the offences people never forgive." While he weighed these important thoughts in his mind, Fabrizio, quite unconsciously, was pacing up and down the drawing-room with the grave air, full of dignity, of a man who sees disaster staring him in the face. The Duchessa gazed at him with admiration. This was no longer the child she had seen come into the world. This was no longer the nephew, always ready to obey her. This was a serious man, a man whom it would be delicious to make fall in love with her. She rose from the ottoman on which she was sitting, and, flinging herself into his arms in a transport of emotion, "So you want to run away from me?" she asked him. "No," he replied with the air of a Roman emperor, "but I want to act wisely." This speech was capable of several interpretations. Fabrizio did not feel that he had the courage to go any farther and to run the risk of wounding this adorable woman. He was too young, too susceptible to sudden emotion. His brain could not supply him with any elegant turn of speech to give expression to what he wished to say. By a natural transport, and in defiance of all reason, he took this charming woman in his arms and smothered her in kisses. At that moment the Comte's carriage could be heard coming into the courtyard, and almost immediately the Comte himself entered the room. He seemed greatly moved. "You inspire very singular passions," he said to Fabrizio, who stood still, almost dumbfounded by this remark. "The Archbishop had this evening the audience which His Serene Highness grants him every Thursday. The Prince has just been telling me that the Archbishop, who seemed greatly troubled, began with a set speech, learned by heart and extremely clever, of which at first the Prince could understand nothing at all. Landriani ended by declaring that it was important for the Church in Parma that Monsignor Fabrizio del Dongo should be appointed his first Vicar General, and, in addition, as soon as he should have completed his 24th year, his coadjutor with eventual succession." "The last clause alarmed me, I must admit," said the Comte. "It is going a little too fast, and I was afraid of an outburst from the Prince. But he looked at me with a smile, and said to me in French, 'Ce sont là de vos coups, monsieur.'" The audience. "I can take my oath before God and before your Highness," I exclaimed with all the unction possible, "that I knew absolutely nothing about the words eventual succession." Then I told him the truth, what in fact we were discussing together here a few hours ago. I added impulsively that, so far as the future was concerned, I should regard myself as most bounteously rewarded with His Highness's favour if he would deign to allow me a minor bishopric to begin with. The prince must have believed me, for he thought fit to be gracious. He said to me with the greatest possible simplicity, "This is an official matter between the Archbishop and myself. You do not come into it at all." The worthy man delivered me a kind of report of great length and tedious to a degree, at the end of which he came to an official proposal. I answered him very coldly that the person in question was extremely young, and moreover a very recent arrival at my court, that I should almost be giving the impression that I was honouring a bill of exchange drawn upon me by the Emperor, in giving the prospect of so high a dignity to the son of one of the principal officers of his Lombardo-Venetian kingdom. The Archbishop protested that no recommendation of that sort had been made. That was a pretty stupid thing to say to me. I was surprised to hear it come from a man of his experience, but he always loses his head when he speaks to me, and this evening he was more troubled than ever, which gave me the idea that he was passionately anxious to secure the appointment. I told him that I knew better than he, that there had been no recommendation from any high quarter in favour of this Del Dongo, that nobody at my court denied his capacity, that they did not speak at all too badly of his morals, but that I was afraid of his being liable to enthusiasm, and that I had made it a rule never to promote to considerable positions fools of that sort, with whom a prince can never be sure of anything. Then, His Highness went on, I had to submit to a fresh tirade almost as long as the first. The Archbishop sang me the praises of the enthusiasm of the Casa di Dio. "Clumsy fellow," I said to myself, "you're not going astray. You are endangering an appointment which is almost confirmed. You ought to have cut your speech short and thanked me effusively." Not a bit of it. He continued his homily with a ridiculous intrepidity. I had to think of a reply which would not be too unfavourable to young Del Dongo. I found one, and by no means a bad one, as you shall judge for yourself. "Monseigneur," I said to him, "Pius VII was a great pope and a great saint. Among all the sovereigns, he alone dared to say no to the tyrant who saw Europe at his feet. Very well, he was liable to enthusiasm, which led him, when he was a bishop of Imola, to write that famous pastoral of the citizen Cardinal Chiaramonti in support of the Cisalpine Republic." My poor Archbishop was left stupefied, and to complete his stupefaction I said to him with a very serious air, "Good-bye, Monseigneur. I shall take 24 hours to consider your proposal." The poor man added various supplications, by no means well expressed, and distinctly inopportune after the word "good-bye" had been uttered by me. "Now, Count Mosca della Rovera, I charge you to inform the Duchessa that I have no wish to delay for 24 hours a decision which may be agreeable to her. Sit down there and write the Archbishop a letter of approval, which will bring the whole matter to an end." I wrote the letter. He signed it, and said to me, "Take it immediately to the Duchessa." Here, Signora, is the letter, and it is this that has given me an excuse for taking the pleasure of seeing you again this evening. The Duchessa read the letter with rapture. While the Count was telling her his long story, Fabrizio had had time to collect himself. He showed no sign of astonishment at the incident. He took the whole thing like a true nobleman, who naturally has always supposed himself entitled to these extraordinary advancements, these strokes of fortune which would unhinge a plebeian mind. He spoke of his gratitude, but in polished terms, and ended by saying to the Count, titular and coadjutor, "A good courtier ought to flatter the ruling passion. Yesterday you expressed the fear that your workmen at Sanguigna might steal any fragments of ancient sculpture they brought to light. I am extremely fond of excavation myself. With your kind permission, I will go to superintend the workmen. Tomorrow evening, after suitably expressing my thanks at the palace and to the Archbishop, I shall start for Sanguigna." "But can you guess," the Duchessa asked the Count, "what can have given rise to this sudden passion on our good Archbishop's part for Fabrizio?" "I have no need to guess. The Grand Vicar, whose nephew I made a captain, said to me yesterday, Father Landriani starts from this absolute principle that the titular is superior to the coadjutor, and is beside himself with joy at the prospect of having a del Dongo under his orders, and of having done him a service. Everything that can draw attention to Fabrizio's noble birth adds to his secret happiness, that he should have a man like that as his aide-de-camp. In the second place, Monsignor Fabrizio has taken his fancy. He does not feel in the least shy before him. Finally, he has been nourishing for the last 10 years a very vigorous hatred of the Bishop of Piacenza, who openly boasts of his claim to succeed him in the see of Parma, and is, moreover, the son of a miller. It is with a view to this eventual succession that the Bishop of Piacenza has formed very close relations with the Marchese Raversi, and now their intimacy is making the Archbishop tremble for the success of his favourite scheme, to have a del Dongo on his staff, and to give him orders. 2 days after this, at an early hour in the morning, Fabrizio is directing the work of excavation at Sanguigno, opposite Colorno, which is the Versailles of the Princes of Parma. These excavations extended over the plain close to the high road which runs from Parma to the bridge of Casamaggiore, the first town on Austrian territory. The workmen were intersecting the plain with a long trench, 8 feet deep and as narrow as possible. They were engaged in seeking, along the old Roman way, for the ruins of a second temple, which, according to local reports, had still been in existence in the Middle Ages. Despite the prince's orders, many of the contadini looked with misgivings on these long ditches running across their property. Whatever one might say to them, they imagined that a search was being made for treasure, and Fabrizio's presence was especially desirable with a view to preventing any little unrest. He was by no means bored. He followed the work with keen interest. From time to time they turned up some medal, and he saw to it that the workmen did not have time to arrange among themselves to make off with it. The day was fine, the time about 6 o'clock in the morning. He had borrowed an old gun, single-barrelled. He shot several larks. One of them, wounded, was falling upon the high road. Fabrizio, as he went after it, caught sight in the distance of a carriage that was coming from Parma and making for the frontier at Casalmaggiore. He had just reloaded his gun when, the carriage, which was extremely dilapidated, coming towards him at a snail's pace, he recognized little Marietta. She had on either side of her the big bully Giletti and the old woman whom she passed off as her mother. Giletti imagined that Fabrizio had posted himself there in the middle of the road, and with a gun in his hand, to insult him, and perhaps even to carry off his little Marietta. Like a man of valour, he jumped down from the carriage. He had in his left hand a large and very rusty pistol, and held in his right a sheathed sword, which he used when the limitations of the company obliged them to cast him for the part of some marchese. Giletti. "Ha, brigand!" he shouted. "I am very glad to find you here, a league from the frontier. I'll settle your account for you right away. You are not protected here by your violet stockings." Fabrizio was engaged in smiling at little Marietta, and barely heeding the jealous shouts of Giletti, when suddenly he saw within 3 feet of his chest the muzzle of the rusty pistol. He was just in time to aim a blow at it, using his gun as a club. The pistol went off, but did not hit anyone. "Stop, will you?" cried Giletti to the vetturino. At the same time he was quick enough to spring to the muzzle of his adversary's gun and to hold it so that it pointed away from his body. Fabrizio and he pulled at the gun, each with his whole strength. Giletti, who was a great deal the more vigorous of the two, placing one hand in front of the other, kept creeping forward towards the lock, and was on the point of snatching away the gun when Fabrizio, to prevent him from making use of it, fired. He had indeed seen first that the muzzle of the gun was more than 3 inches above Giletti's shoulder. Still, the detonation occurred close to the man's ear. He was somewhat startled at first, but at once recovered himself. "Oh, so you want to blow my head off, you scum! Just let me settle your reckoning." Giletti flung away the scabbard of his Marchesa's sword and fell upon Fabrizio with admirable swiftness. Our hero had no weapon, and gave himself up for lost. He made for the carriage, which had stopped some 10 yards beyond Giletti. He passed to the left of it, and grasping the spring of the carriage in his hand, made a quick turn which brought him level with the door on the right-hand side, which stood open. Giletti, who had started off on his long legs and had not thought of checking himself by catching hold of the spring, went on for several paces in the same direction before he could stop. As Fabrizio passed by the open door, he heard Marietta whisper to him, "Take care of yourself. He will kill you. Here." As he spoke, Fabrizio saw fall from the door a sort of big hunting knife. He stooped to pick it up, but as he did so was wounded in the shoulder by a blow from Giletti's sword. Fabrizio, on rising to his feet, found himself within 6 inches of Giletti, who struck him a furious blow in the face with the hilt of his sword. This blow was delivered with so much force that it completely took away Fabrizio's senses. At that moment he was on the point of being killed. Fortunately for him, Giletti was still too near to be able to give him a thrust with the point. Fabrizio, when he came to himself, took to flight and ran as fast as his legs would carry him. As he ran, he flung away the sheath of the hunting knife, and then, turning smartly round, found himself 3 paces ahead of Giletti, who was in pursuit. Giletti rushed on. Fabrizio struck at him with the point of his knife. Giletti was in time to beat up the knife a little with his sword, but he received the point of the blade full in the left cheek. He passed close by Fabrizio, who felt his thigh pierced. It was Giletti's knife, which he had found time to open. Fabrizio sprang to the right. He turned round, and at last the 2 adversaries found themselves at a proper fighting distance. Giletti swore like a lost soul. "Ah, I shall slit your throat for you, you rascally priest," he kept on repeating every moment. Fabrizio was quite out of breath and could not speak. The blow on his face from the sword hilt was causing him a great deal of pain, and his nose was bleeding abundantly. He parried a number of strokes with his hunting knife, and made a number of passes without knowing quite what he was doing. He had a vague feeling that he was at a public display. This idea had been suggested to him by the presence of the workmen, who, to the number of 25 or 30, formed a circle round the combatants, and at a most respectful distance, for at every moment they saw them start to run and spring upon one another. A duel. The fight seemed to be slackening a little. The strokes no longer followed one another with the same rapidity, when Fabrizio said to himself, "To judge by the pain which I feel in my face, he must have disfigured me." In a spasm of rage at this idea, he leapt upon his enemy with the point of his hunting knife forwards. This point entered Giletti's chest on the right side and passed out near his left shoulder. At the same moment, Giletti's sword passed right to the hilt through the upper part of Fabrizio's arm, but the blade glided under the skin, and the wound was not serious. Giletti had fallen. As Fabrizio advanced towards him, looking down at his left hand, which was clasping a knife, that hand opened mechanically and let the weapon slip to the ground. "The rascal is dead," said Fabrizio to himself. He looked at Giletti's face. Blood was pouring from his mouth. Fabrizio ran to the carriage. "Have you a mirror?" he cried to Marietta. Marietta stared at him, deadly pale, and made no answer. The old woman, with great coolness, opened a green work-bag and handed Fabrizio a little mirror with a handle no bigger than his hand. Fabrizio, as he looked at himself, felt his face carefully. "My eyes are all right," he said to himself. "That is something, at any rate." He examined his teeth. They were not broken at all. "Then how is it that I am in such pain?" he asked himself, half aloud. The old woman answered him. "It is because the top of your cheek has been crushed between the hilt of Giletti's sword and the bone we keep there. Your cheek is horribly swollen and blue. Put leeches on it instantly, and it will be all right." "Ah, leeches, instantly," said Fabrizio with a laugh, and recovered all his coolness. He saw that the workmen had gathered round Giletti and were gazing at him without venturing to touch him. "Look after that man there," he called to them. "Take his coat off." He was going to say more, but on raising his eyes saw 5 or 6 men at a distance of 300 yards on the high road, who were advancing on foot and at a measured pace towards the scene of the action. "They are police," he thought, "and as there has been a man killed, they will arrest me, and I shall have the honour of making a solemn entry into the city of Parma. What a story for the Raversi's friends at court who detest my aunt." Immediately, with the rapidity of a flash of lightning, he flung to the open-mouthed workman all the money that he had in his pockets and leapt into the carriage. "Stop the police from pursuing me," he cried to his men, "and your fortunes are all made. Tell them that I am innocent, that this man attacked me and wanted to kill me. And you," he said to the vetturino, "make your horses gallop. You shall have 4 golden Napoleons if you cross the Po before these people behind can overtake me." "All right you are," said the man, "but there's nothing to be afraid of. Those men back there are on foot, and my little horses have only to trot to leave them properly in the lurch." So saying, he put the animals into a gallop. Precautions. Our hero was shocked to hear the word afraid used by the driver, the fact being that really he had been extremely afraid after the blow from the sword hilt which had struck him in the face. "We may run into people on horseback coming towards us," said the prudent Vetturino, thinking of the 4 Napoleons, "and the men who are following us may call out to them to stop us." Which meant, in other words, "Reload your weapons." "Oh, how brave you are, my little Abate!" cried Marietta as she embraced Fabrizio. The old woman was looking out through the window of the carriage. Presently she drew in her head. "No one is following you, sir," she said to Fabrizio with great coolness, "and there is no one on the road in front of you. You know how particular the officials of the Austrian police are. If they see you arrive like this at a gallop along the embankment by the Po, they will arrest you, no doubt about it." Fabrizio looked out of the window. "Trot," he said to the driver. "What passport have you?" he asked the old woman. 3 instead of 1, she replied, "and they cost us 4 francs apiece. A dreadful thing, isn't it, for poor dramatic artists who are kept travelling all the year round? Here is the passport of Signor Giletti, dramatic artist. That will be you. Here are our 2 passports, Marietta's and mine. But Giletti had all our money in his pocket. What is to become of us?" "What had he?" Fabrizio asked. 40 good scudi of 5 francs, said the old woman. "You mean 6 and some small change," said Marietta with a smile. "I won't have my little Abate cheated." "Isn't it only natural, sir," replied the old woman with great coolness, "that I should try to tap you for 34 scudi? What are 34 scudi to you? And we've lost our protector. Who is there now to find us lodgings, to beat down prices with the Vetturini when we are on the road, and to put the fear of God into everyone? Giletti was not beautiful, but he was most useful, and if the little girl there hadn't been a fool and fallen in love with you from the first, Giletti would never have noticed anything, and you would have given us good money. I can assure you that we are very poor." Fabrizio was touched. He took out his purse and gave several Napoleons to the old woman. "You see," he said to her, "I have only 15 left, so it is no use your trying to pull my leg any more." Little Marietta flung her arms round his neck, and the old woman kissed his hands. The carriage was moving all this time at a slow trot. When they saw in the distance the yellow barriers striped with black which indicated the beginning of Austrian territory, the old woman said to Fabrizio, "You would do best to cross the frontier on foot with Giletti's passport in your pocket. As for us, we shall stop for a minute on the excuse of making ourselves tidy. And besides, the Dogana will want to look at our things. If you will take my advice, you will go through Castel Maggiore at a careless stroll, even go into the cafe and drink a glass of brandy. Once you are past the village, put your best foot foremost. The police are as sharp as the devil in an Austrian country. They will pretty soon know that there has been a man killed. You are travelling with a passport which is not yours. That is more than enough to get you 2 years in prison. Make for the Po on your right after you leave the town. Hire a boat and get away to Ravenna or Ferrara. Get clear of the Austrian states as quickly as ever you can. With a couple of louis you should be able to buy another passport from some doganier. It would be fatal to use this one. Don't forget that you have killed the man." Fear. As he approached on foot the bridge of boats at Casal Maggiore, Fabrizio carefully reread Giletti's passport. Our hero was in great fear. He recalled vividly all that Count Mosca had said to him about the danger involved in his entering Austrian territory. Well, 200 yards ahead of him he saw the terrible bridge which was about to give him access to that country, the capital of which, in his eyes, was the Spielberg. But what else was he to do? The Duchy of Modena, which marches with the state of Parma on the south, returned its fugitives in compliance with a special convention. The frontier of the state which extends over the mountains in the direction of Genoa was too far off. His misadventure would be known at Parma long before he could reach those mountains. There remained, therefore, nothing but the Austrian states on the left bank of the Po. Before there was time to write to the Austrian authorities asking them to arrest him, 36 hours or even 2 days must elapse. All these considerations duly weighed, Fabrizio set a light with his cigar to his own passport. It was better for him on Austrian soil to be a vagabond than to be Fabrizio del Dongo, and it was possible that they might search him. Quite apart from the very natural repugnance he felt towards entrusting his life to the passport of the unfortunate Giletti, this document presented material difficulties. Fabrizio's height was at the most 5 feet 5 inches, and not 5 feet 10 inches, as was stated on the passport. He was not quite 24 and looked younger. Giletti had been 39. We must confess that our hero paced for a good half-hour along the flood barrier of the Po near the bridge of boats before making up his mind to go down onto it. What should I advise anyone else to do in my place, he asked himself finally. Obviously, to cross. There is danger of remaining in the state of Parma. A constable may be sent in pursuit of the man who has killed another man, even in self-defence. Fabrizio went through his pocket, tore up all his papers, and kept literally nothing but his handkerchief and his cigar case. It was important for him to curtail the examinations which he would have to undergo. He thought of a terrible objection which might be raised, and to which he could find no satisfactory answer. He was going to say that his name was Giletti, and all his linen was marked F.D. As we have seen, Fabrizio is one of those unfortunates who are tormented by their imagination. It is a characteristic fault of men of intelligence in Italy. A French soldier of equal or even inferior courage would have gone straight to the bridge and have crossed it without more ado, without thinking beforehand of any possible difficulties. But also he would have carried with him all his coolness. And Fabrizio was far from feeling cool when, at the end of the bridge, a little man dressed in grey said to him, "Go into the police office and show your passport." This office had dirty walls, studded with nails from which hung the pipes and the soiled hats of the officials. The big deal table behind which they were installed was spotted all over with the stains of ink and wine. 2 or 3 fat registers bound in raw hide bore stains of all colours, and the margins of the pages were black with finger marks. On top of the registers, which were piled one on another, lay 3 magnificent wreaths of laurel which had done duty a couple of days before for one of the Emperor's festivals. The passport. Fabrizio was impressed by all these details. They gave him a tightening of the heart. This was the price he must pay for the magnificent luxury, so cool and clean, that caught the eye in his charming rooms in the Palazzo Sanseverina. He was obliged to enter this dirty office and to appear there as an inferior. He was about to undergo an examination. The official who stretched out a yellow hand to take his passport was small and dark. He wore a brass pin in his necktie. "This is an ill-tempered fellow," thought Fabrizio. The gentleman seemed excessively surprised as he read the passport, and his perusal of it lasted fully 5 minutes. "You have met with an accident," he said to the stranger, looking at his cheek. "The vetturino flung us out over the embankment." Then the silence was resumed, and the official cast sour glances at the traveller. "I see it now," Fabrizio said to himself. "He is going to inform me that he is sorry to have bad news to give me, and that I am under arrest." All sorts of wild ideas surged simultaneously into our hero's brain, which at this moment was not very logical. For instance, he thought of escaping by a door in the office, which stood open. "I get rid of my coat, I jump into the Po, and no doubt I should be able to swim across it. Anything is better than the Spielberg." The police official was staring fixedly at him, while he calculated the chances of success of this dash for safety. They furnished 2 interesting types of the human countenance. The presence of danger gives a touch of genius to the reasoning man, places him, so to speak, above his own level. In the imaginative man it inspires romances, bold, it is true, but frequently absurd. You ought to have seen the indignant air of our hero under the searching eye of this police official, adorned with his brass jewellery. "If I were to kill him," thought Fabrizio, "I should be convicted of murder and sentenced to 20 years in the galleys, or to death, which is a great deal less terrible than the Spielberg, with a chain weighing 120 pounds on each foot, and nothing but 8 ounces of bread to live on, and that lasts for 20 years, so that I should not get out until I was 44. Fabrizio's logic overlooked the fact that, as he had burned his own passport, there was nothing to indicate to the police official that he was the rebel Fabrizio del Dongo. Our hero was sufficiently alarmed, as we have seen. He would have been a great deal more so could he have read the thoughts that were disturbing the official's mind. This man was a friend of Giletti. One may judge of his surprise when he saw his friend's passport in the hands of a stranger. His first impulse was to have that stranger arrested. Then he reflected that Giletti might easily have sold his passport to this fine young man, who apparently had just been doing something disgraceful at Parma. If I arrest him, he said to himself, Giletti will get into trouble. They will at once discover that he has sold his passport. On the other hand, what will my chief say if it is proved that I, a friend of Giletti, put a visa on his passport when it was carried by someone else? The official got up with a yawn and said to Fabrizio, "Wait a minute, sir." Then, adopting a professional formula, added, "A difficulty has arisen." On which Fabrizio murmured, "What is going to arise is my escape." As a matter of fact, the official went out of the office, leaving the door open, and the passport was left lying on the deal table. The danger is obvious, thought Fabrizio. I shall take my passport and walk slowly back across the bridge. I shall tell the constable, if he questions me, that I forgot to have my passport examined by the commissary of police in the last village in the state of Parma. Fabrizio had already taken the passport in his hand when, to his unspeakable astonishment, he heard the clerk with the brass jewellery say, "Upon my soul, I can't do any more work. The heat is stifling. I'm going to the café to have half a glass. Go into the office when you have finished your pipe. There's a passport to be stamped. The party is in there." Fabrizio, who was stealing out on tiptoe, found himself face to face with a handsome young man who was saying to himself, or rather humming, "Well, let us see this passport. I'll put my scrawl on it. Where does the gentleman wish to go?" "To Mantua, Venice, and Ferrara." "Ferrara it is," said the official, whistling. He took up a die, stamped the visa in blue ink on the passport, rapidly wrote in the words Mantua, Venice, and Ferrara in the space left blank by the stamp, then waved his hand several times in the air, signed, and dipped his pen in the ink to make his flourish, which he executed slowly and with infinite pains. Fabrizio followed every movement of his pen. The clerk studied his flourish with satisfaction, adding 5 or 6 finishing touches, then handed the passport back to Fabrizio, saying in a careless tone, "A good journey, sir." Fabrizio made off at a pace the alacrity of which he was endeavouring to conceal, when he felt himself caught by the left arm. Instinctively his hand went to the hilt of his dagger, and if he had not observed that he was surrounded by houses, he might perhaps have done something rash. The man who was touching his left arm, seeing that he appeared quite startled, said by way of apology, "But I called the gentleman 3 times and got no answer. Has the gentleman anything to declare before the customs?" "I have nothing on me but my handkerchief. I'm going to a place quite near here, to shoot with one of my family." He would have been greatly embarrassed had he been asked to name this relative. What with the great heat and his various emotions, Fabrizio was as wet as if he had fallen into the Po. "I'm not lacking in courage to face actors, but clerks with brass jewellery send me out of my mind. I shall make a humorous sonnet out of that to amuse the Duchessa." Entering Castel Maggiore, Fabrizio at once turned to the right along a mean street which leads down to the Po. "I am in great need," he said to himself, "of the succour of Bacchus and Ceres," and he entered a shop outside which there hung a great clout fastened to a stick. On the clout was inscribed the word Trattoria. A meagre piece of bed linen, supported on 2 slender wooden hoops and hanging down to within 3 feet of the ground, sheltered the doorway of the trattoria from the vertical rays of the sun. There a half-undressed and extremely pretty woman received our hero with respect, which gave him the keenest pleasure. He hastened to inform her that he was dying of hunger. While the woman was preparing his breakfast, there entered a man of about 30. He had given no greeting on coming in. Suddenly he rose from the bench on which he had flung himself down with a familiar air, and said to Fabrizio, "Eccellenza, la riverisco." "Excellency, your servant." Fabrizio was in the highest spirits at the moment, and instead of forming sinister plans, replied with a laugh, "And how the devil do you know, my Excellency?" The Trattoria. "What? Doesn't your Excellency remember Lodovico, one of the Signora Duchessa Sanseverina's coachmen? At Sacca, the place in the country where we used to go every year, I always took fever. I asked the Signora for a pension and retired from service. Now I am rich. Instead of the pension of 12 scudi a year, which was the most I was entitled to expect, the Signora told me that, to give me the leisure to compose sonnets, for I am a poet in the lingua volgare, she would allow me 24 scudi, and the Signor Conte told me that if I ever was in difficulties, I had only to come and tell him. I have had the honour to drive Monsignore for a stage when he went to make his retreat, like a good Christian, in the Certosa of Valleia." Fabrizio studied the man's face and began to recognize him. He had been one of the smartest coachmen in the Sanseverina establishment. Now that he was what he called rich, his entire clothing consisted of a coarse shirt in holes and a pair of cloth breeches, dyed black at some time in the past, which barely came down to his knees. A pair of shoes and a villainous hat completed his equipment. In addition to this, he had not shaved for a fortnight. As he ate his omelette, Fabrizio engaged in conversation with him, absolutely as between equals. He thought he detected that Lodovico was in love with their hostess. He finished his meal rapidly, then said in a low voice to Lodovico, "I want a word with you." "Your Excellency can speak openly before her. She is a really good woman," said Lodovico with a tender air. "Very well, my friend," said Fabrizio without hesitation. "I am in trouble and have need of your help. First of all, there is nothing political about my case. I have simply and solely killed a man who wanted to murder me because I spoke to his mistress." "Poor young man," said the landlady. "Your Excellency can count on me," cried the coachman, his eyes ablaze with the most passionate devotion. "Where does His Excellency wish to go?" "To Ferrara. I have a passport, but I should prefer not to speak to the police, who may have received information of what has happened." "When did you dispatch this fellow?" "This morning, at 6 o'clock. "Your Excellency has no blood on his clothes, has he?" asked the landlady. "I was thinking of that," put in the coachman. "And besides, the cloth of that coat is too fine. You don't see many like that in the country round here. It would make people stare at us. I shall go and buy some clothes from the Jew. Your Excellency is about my figure, only thinner." "For pity's sake, don't go on calling me Excellency. It may attract attention." "Very good, Excellency," replied the coachman as he left the tavern. "Here, here!" Fabrizio called after him. "And what about the money? Come back." "What do you mean, money?" said the landlady. "He has 67 scudi, which are entirely at your service." "I myself," she went on, lowering her voice, "have 40 scudi, which I offer you with the best will in the world. One doesn't always have money on one when these accidents happen." On account of the heat, Fabrizio had taken off his coat on entering the trattoria. "You have a waistcoat on you which might land us in trouble if anyone came in. That fine English cloth would attract attention." She gave our fugitive a stuff waistcoat, dyed black, which belonged to her husband. A tall young man came into the tavern by an inner door. He was dressed in a certain style. The landlady. "This is my husband," said the landlady. "Pietro Antonio," she said to her husband. "This gentleman is a friend of Lodovico. He met with an accident this morning across the river, and he wants to get away to Ferrara." "Oh, we'll get him there," said the husband with an air of great gentility. "We have Carlo Giuseppe's boat." Owing to another weakness in our hero, which we shall confess as naturally as we have related his fear in the police office at the end of the bridge, there were tears in his eyes. He was profoundly moved by the perfect devotion which he found among these contadini. He thought also of this characteristic generosity of his aunt. He would have liked to be able to make these people's fortune. Lodovico returned, carrying a packet. "So, that's finished," the husband said to him in a friendly tone. "It's not that," replied Lodovico in evident alarm. "People are beginning to talk about you. They noticed that you hesitated before turning down our vicolo and leaving the big street, like a man who was trying to hide." "Go up quick to the bedroom," said the husband. This room, which was very large and fine, had grey cloth instead of glass in its 2 windows. It contained 4 beds, each 6 feet wide and 5 feet high. Be quick," said Lodovico. "There is a swaggering fool of a constable who has just been posted here and began trying to make love to the pretty lady downstairs. And I've told him that when he goes travelling about the country he may find himself stopping a bullet. If the dog hears any mention of your Excellency, he'll want to do us a bad turn. He will try to arrest you here, so as to get Teodolinda's trattoria a bad name." "What's this?" Lodovico went on, seeing Fabrizio's shirt all stained with blood and his wounds bandaged with handkerchiefs. "So the porco showed fight, did he? That's 100 times more than you need to get yourself arrested, and I haven't bought you any shirt." Without ceremony he opened the husband's wardrobe and gave one of his shirts to Fabrizio, who was soon attired like a prosperous countryman. Lodovico took down a net that was hanging on the wall, placed Fabrizio's clothes in the basket in which the fish are put, went downstairs at a run, and hastened out of the house by the back door. Fabrizio followed him. "Teodolinda," he called out as he passed by the bar. Hide what I've left upstairs. We are going to wait among the willows, and you, Pietro Antonio, send us a boat quickly. We'll pay well for it." Lodovico led Fabrizio across more than a score of ditches. There were planks, very long and very elastic, which served as bridges across the wider of these ditches. Lodovico took up these planks after crossing by them. On coming to the last canal, he took up the plank with haste. "Now we can stop and breathe," he said. "That dog of a constable will have to go 2 leagues and more to reach your Excellency." "Why, you're quite pale," he said to Fabrizio. "I haven't forgotten the little bottle of brandy." "It comes in most useful. The wound in my thigh is beginning to hurt me, and besides, I was in a fine fright in the police office by the bridge." "I can well believe it," said Lodovico. "With a shirt covered in blood as yours was, I can't conceive how you even dared to set foot in such a place. As for your wounds, I know what to do. I'm going to put you in a cool place where you can sleep for an hour. The boat will come for us there, if there is any way of getting a boat. If not, when you have rested a little, we shall go on 2 short leagues, and I shall take you to a mill where I shall take a boat myself. Your Excellency knows far more than I do. The Signora will be in despair when she hears of the accident. They will tell her that you are mortally wounded, perhaps even that you killed the other man by foul play. The Marchese Raversi will not fail to circulate all the evil reports that can hurt the Signora. Your Excellency might write." The poem. "And how should I get the letter delivered?" "The boys at the mill where we are going earn 12 soldi a day. In a day and a half they can be at Parma. Say 4 francs for the journey, 2 francs for the wear and tear of their shoe leather. If the errand was being done for a poor man like me, that would be 6 francs. As it is in the service of a seigneur, I shall give them 12. When they had reached the resting place in a clump of alders and willows, very leafy and very cool, Lodovico went to a house more than an hour's journey away in search of ink and paper. "Great heavens, how comfortable I am here!" cried Fabrizio. "Fortune, farewell! I shall never be an archbishop." On his return, Lodovico found him fast asleep, and did not like to arouse him. The boat did not arrive until the sun had almost set. As soon as Lodovico saw it appear in the distance, he called Fabrizio, who wrote a couple of letters. "Your Excellency knows far more than I do," said Lodovico, with a troubled air, "and I am very much afraid of displeasing him seriously, whatever he may say, if I add a certain remark." "I am not such a fool as you think me," replied Fabrizio, "and whatever you may say, you will always be in my eyes a faithful servant of my aunt, and a man who has done everything in the world to get me out of a very awkward scrape." Many more protestations still were required before Lodovico could be prevailed upon to speak, and when at last he had made up his mind, he began with a preamble which lasted for quite 5 minutes. Fabrizio grew impatient, then said to himself, "After all, whose fault is it? It is due to our vanity, which this man has very well observed from his seat on the box." Lodovico's devotion at last impelled him to run the risk of speaking plainly. "What would not the Marchese Raversi give to the messenger you are going to send to Parma to have these 2 letters? They are in your handwriting, and consequently furnish legal evidence against you. Your Excellency will take me for an inquisitive and indiscreet fellow. In the second place, he will perhaps feel ashamed of setting before the eyes of the Signora Duchessa the wretched handwriting of a coachman like myself. But after all, the thought of your safety opens my mouth, although you may think me impertinent. Could not your Excellency dictate those 2 letters to me? Then I am the only person compromised, and that very little. I can say at a pinch that you appeared to me in the middle of a field with an inkhorn in one hand and a pistol in the other, and that you ordered me to write." "Give me your hand, my dear Lodovico," cried Fabrizio, "and to prove to you that I wish to have no secret from a friend like yourself, copy these 2 letters just as they are." Lodovico fully appreciated this mark of confidence, and was extremely grateful for it, but after writing a few lines, as he saw the boat coming rapidly downstream, "The letters will be finished sooner," he said to Fabrizio, "if your Excellency will take the trouble to dictate them to me." The letters written, Fabrizio wrote an A and a B on the closing lines, and on a little scrap of paper which he afterwards crumpled up, put in French, "Croyez A et B." The messenger would be told to hide this scrap of paper in his clothing. The boat having come within hailing distance, Lodovico called to the boatmen by names which were not theirs. They made no reply, and put into the bank 1,000 yards lower down, looking all round them to make sure that they had not been seen by some doganier. "I am at your orders," said Lodovico to Fabrizio. Would you like me to take these letters myself to Parma, or would you prefer me to accompany you to Ferrara? To accompany me to Ferrara is a service which I was hardly daring to ask of you. I shall have to land and try to enter the town without showing my passport. I may tell you that I feel the greatest repugnance towards travelling under the name of Giletti, and I can think of no one but yourself who would be able to buy me another passport. Why didn't you speak at Casalmaggiore? I know a spy there who would have sold me an excellent passport, and not dear, for 40 or 50 francs. One of the two boatmen, whose home was on the right bank of the Po, and who consequently had no need of a foreign passport to go to Parma, undertook to deliver the letters. Lodovico, who knew how to handle the oars, set to work to propel the boat with the other man. "We shall find on the lower reaches of the Po," he said, "several armed vessels belonging to the police, and I shall manage to avoid them." 10 times at least they were obliged to hide among little islets flush with the water, covered with willows. 3 times they set foot on shore in order to let the boat drift past the police vessels empty. Lodovico took advantage of these long intervals of leisure to recite to Fabrizio several of his sonnets. The sentiments were true enough, but were, so to speak, blunted by his expression of them, and were not worth the trouble of putting them on paper. The curious thing was that this ex-coachman had passions and points of view that were vivid and picturesque. He became cold and commonplace as soon as he began to write. It is the opposite of what we see in society, thought Fabrizio. People know nowadays how to express everything gracefully, but their hearts have nothing to say. He realized that the greatest pleasure he could give to this faithful servant would be to correct the mistakes in spelling in his sonnets. "They laugh at me when I lend them my copybook," said Lodovico, "but if your Excellency would deign to dictate to me the spellings of the words, letter by letter, the envious fellows wouldn't have anything left to say. Spelling doesn't make genius." It was not until the 3rd night of his journey that Fabrizio was able to land in complete safety in a thicket of alders, a league above Ponte Lagoscuro. Or the next day he remained hidden in a hemp field, while Lodovico went ahead to Ferrara. He there took some humble lodgings in the house of a poor Jew, who at once realized that there was money to be earned if one knew how to keep one's mouth shut. That evening, as the light began to fail, Fabrizio entered Ferrara riding upon a pony. He had every need of this support, for he had been touched by the sun on the river. The knife wound that he had in his thigh, and the sword thrust that Giletti had given him in the shoulder at the beginning of their duel, were inflamed, and had brought on a fever. End of section 17. Section 18 of the Charterhouse of Parma by Stendhal, translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Chapter 12. The Jew, the owner of the house, had procured a discreet surgeon, who, realizing in his turn that there was money in the case, informed Lodovico that his conscience obliged him to make his report to the police on the injuries of the young man whom he, Lodovico, called his brother. "The law is clear on the subject," he added. "It is evident that your brother cannot possibly have injured himself, as he says, by falling from a ladder while he was holding an open knife in his hand." Lodovico replied coldly to this honest surgeon that if he should decide to yield to the inspirations of his conscience, he, Lodovico, would have the honour, before leaving Ferrara, of falling upon him in precisely the same way, with an open knife in his hand. When he reported this incident to Fabrizio, the latter blamed him strongly, but there was not a moment to be lost. They must fly. Lodovico told the Jew that he wished to try the effect of a little fresh air on his brother. He went to fetch a carriage, and our friend left the house, never to return. The reader is no doubt finding these accounts of all the manoeuvres that the absence of a passport renders necessary extremely wearisome. This sort of anxiety does not exist in France. But in Italy, and especially in the neighbourhood of the Po, people talk about passports all day long. Once they had left Ferrara without hindrance, as though they were taking a drive, Lodovico sent the carriage back, then re-entered the town by another gate, and returned to pick up Fabrizio with a sediola which he had hired to take them a dozen leagues. Coming near Bologna, our friends had themselves taken through the fields to the road which leads from Florence to Bologna. They spent the night in the most wretched inn they could find, and on the following day Fabrizio, feeling strong enough to walk a little, they entered Bologna like ordinary pedestrians. They had burned Giletti's passport. The comedian's death must by now be common knowledge, and there was less danger in being arrested as people without passports than as bearing the passport of a man who had been killed. Lodovico knew at Bologna 2 or 3 servants in great houses. It was decided that he should go to them and find out how the land lay. He explained to them that while he was on his way from Florence, travelling with his younger brother, the latter, wanting to sleep, had let him come on by himself an hour before sunrise. He was to have joined him in the village, where he, Lodovico, would stop to escape the midday heat. But Lodovico, seeing no sign of his brother, had decided to retrace his steps. He had found his brother injured by a blow from a stone and with several knife wounds, and in addition robbed by some men who had picked a quarrel with him. This brother was a good-looking boy, knew how to groom and drive horses, read and write, and was anxious to find a place with some good family. Lodovico reserved for use on a future occasion the detail that, when Fabrizio was on the ground, the robbers had fled, taking with them the little bag in which the brothers had put their linen and their passports. On arriving in Bologna, Fabrizio, feeling extremely tired and not venturing without a passport to show his face at an inn, had gone into the huge church of San Petronio. He found there a delicious coolness. Presently he felt quite revived. "Ungrateful wretch that I am," he said to himself suddenly. "I go into a church simply to sit down, as it might be in a cafe." He threw himself on his knees and thanked God effusively for the evident protection with which he had been surrounded ever since he had had the misfortune to kill Giletti. The danger which still made him shudder had been that of being recognized in the police office at Casalmaggiore. How, he asked himself, did that clerk, whose eyes were so full of suspicion, who read my passport through at least 3 times, fail to notice that I am not 5 feet 10 inches tall, that I am not 38 years old, and that I am not strongly pitted by smallpox? What thanks I owe to thee, O my God! And I have actually refrained until this moment from casting the nonentity that I am at thy feet. My pride has chosen to believe that it was to a vain human prudence that I owed the good fortune of escaping the Spielberg, which was already opening to engulf me. San Petronio. Fabrizio spent more than an hour in this state of extreme emotion, in the presence of the immense bounty of God. Lodovico approached without his hearing him, and took his stand opposite him. Fabrizio, who had buried his face in his hands, raised his head, and his faithful servant could see the tears streaming down his cheeks. "Come back in an hour," Fabrizio ordered him, somewhat harshly. Lodovico forgave this tone in view of the speaker's piety. Fabrizio repeated several times the 7 penitential psalms, which he knew by heart. He stopped for a long time at the verses which had a bearing on his situation at the moment. Fabrizio asked pardon of God for many things, but what is really remarkable is that it never entered his head to number, among his faults, the plan of becoming archbishop, simply because Count Mosca was prime minister, and felt that office and the importance it implied to be suitable for the Duchess's nephew. He had desired it without passion, it is true, but still he had thought of it exactly as one might think of being made a minister or a general. It had never entered his thoughts that his conscience might be concerned in this project of the Duchessa. This is a remarkable characteristic of the religion which he owed to the instruction given him by the Jesuits of Milan. That religion deprives one of the courage to think of unfamiliar things, and especially forbids personal examination as the most enormous of sins. It is a step towards Protestantism. To find out of what sins one is guilty, one must question one's priest, or read the list of sins, as it is to be found printed in the books entitled Preparation for the Sacrament of Penance. Fabrizio knew by heart the list of sins, rendered into the Latin tongue, which he had learned at the Ecclesiastical Academy of Naples. So, when going through that list, on coming to the article murder, he had most forcibly accused himself before God of having killed a man, but in defence of his own life. He had passed rapidly, and without paying them the slightest attention, over the various articles relating to the sin of simony, the procuring of ecclesiastical dignities with money. If anyone had suggested to him that he should pay 100 louis to become first Grand Vicar of the Archbishop of Parma, he would have rejected such an idea with horror. But, albeit he was not wanting in intelligence, nor above all in logic, it never once occurred to his mind that the employment on his behalf of Count Mosca's influence was a form of simony. This is where the Jesuitical education triumphs. It forms the habit of not paying attention to things that are clearer than daylight. A Frenchman, brought up among conflicting personal interests and in the prevailing irony of Paris, might, without being deliberately unfair, have accused Fabrizio of hypocrisy at the very moment when our hero was opening his soul to God with the utmost sincerity and the most profound emotion. Fabrizio did not leave the church until he had prepared the confession which he proposed to make next day. He found Lodovico sitting on the steps of the vast stone peristyle which rises above the great piazza opposite the front of San Petronio. As after a storm the air becomes more pure, so now Fabrizio's soul was tranquil and happy and, so to speak, refreshed. "I feel quite well now. I hardly notice my wounds," he said to Lodovico as he approached him. "But first of all I have to apologize to you. I answered you crossly when you came and spoke to me in the church. I was examining my conscience. Well, how are things going?" "Excellently. I have taken lodgings, to tell the truth, not at all worthy of your excellency, with the wife of one of my friends, who is a very pretty woman, and, better still, on the best of terms with one of the heads of the police. Tomorrow I shall go to declare how our passports came to be stolen. My declaration will be taken in good part, but I shall pay the carriage of the letter which the police will write to Casalmaggiore to find out whether there exists in that commune a certain San Michele Lodovico, who has a brother named Fabrizio, in service with the Signora Duchessa Sanseverina at Parma. All is settled, siamo a cavallo, an Italian proverb meaning we are saved." Fabrizio had suddenly assumed a most serious air. He begged Lodovico to wait a moment, almost ran back into the church, and when barely past the door, flung himself down on his knees. He humbly kissed the stone slabs of the floor. "It is a miracle, Lord," he cried with tears in his eyes. "When thou sawest my soul disposed to return to the path of duty, thou hast saved me. Great God, it is possible that one day I may be killed in some quarrel. In the hour of my death, remember the state in which my soul is now." It was with transports of the keenest joy that Fabrizio recited afresh the 7 penitential psalms. Before leaving the building he went up to an old woman who was seated before a great Madonna, and by the side of an iron triangle rising vertically from a stand of the same metal. The sides of this triangle bristled with a large number of spikes intended to support the little candles, which the piety of the faithful keeps burning before the famous Madonna of Cimabue. 7 candles only were lighted when Fabrizio approached the stand. He registered this fact in his memory, with the intention of meditating upon it later on when he had more leisure. "What do the candles cost?" he asked the woman. "2 bagiocchi each." As a matter of fact, they were scarcely thicker than quills, and were not a foot in length. "How many candles can still go on your triangle?" 63, since there are 7 alight." "Ah," thought Fabrizio, 63 and 7 make 70. That also is to be borne in mind. He paid for the candles, placed the first 7 in position himself, and lighted them, then fell on his knees to make his oblation, and said to the old woman as he rose, "It is for grace received." "I am dying of hunger," he said to Lodovico as he joined him outside. "Don't let us go to an osteria. Let us go to our lodgings. The woman of the house will go out and buy you everything you want for your meal. She will rob you of a score of soldi, and will be all the more attached to the newcomer in consequence." "All this simply means that I shall have to go on dying of hunger for a good hour longer," said Fabrizio, laughing with the serenity of a child, and he entered an osteria close to San Petronio. To his extreme surprise, he saw at a table near the one at which he had taken his seat, Pepe, his aunt's first footman, the same who, on a former occasion, had come to meet him at Geneva. Fabrizio made a sign to him to say nothing. Then, having made a hasty meal, a smile of happiness hovering over his lips, he rose. Pepe followed him, and for the 3rd time our hero entered the church of San Petronio. Out of discretion, Lodovico remained outside, strolling in the piazza. "Oh, Lord, Monsignore, how are your wounds? The Signora Duchessa is terribly upset. For a whole day she thought you were dead and had been left lying on some island in the Po. I must go and send off a messenger to her this very instant. I have been looking for you for the last 6 days. I spent 3 at Ferrara searching all the inns." "Have you a passport for me?" "I have 3 different ones, one with your Excellency's names and titles, a second with your name only, and the other in a false name, Giuseppe Bossi. Each passport is made out in duplicate, according to whether your Excellency prefers to have come from Florence or from Modena. You have only to go for a turn outside the town. The Signor Conte would be glad if you would lodge at the Albergo del Pellegrino. The landlord is a friend of his." Fabrizio, with an air of a casual visitor, advanced along the right aisle of the church to the place where his candles were burning. He fastened his eyes on Cimabue's Madonna, and said to Pepe as he fell on his knees, "I must just give thanks for a moment." Pepe followed his example. When they left the church, Pepe noticed that Fabrizio gave a 20-franc piece to the first pauper who asked him for alms. This mendicant offered cries of gratitude, which drew into the wake of the charitable stranger the swarms of paupers of every kind who generally adorn the Piazza San Petronio. All of them were anxious to have a share in the Napoleon. The women, despairing of making their way through the crowd that surrounded him, flung themselves on Fabrizio, shouting to him to know whether it was not the fact that he had intended to give his Napoleon to be divided among all the poveri del buon Dio. Pepe, brandishing his gold-headed cane, ordered them to leave His Excellency alone. "Oh, Excellency!" all the women proceeded to cry in still more piercing accents. "Give another gold Napoleon for the poor women." Fabrizio increased his pace. The women followed him, screaming, and a number of male paupers, running in from every street, created a sort of tumult. All this crowd, horribly dirty and energetic, cried out, "Excellenza!" Fabrizio had great difficulty in escaping from the rabble. The scene brought his imagination back to earth. "I have got only what I deserve," he said to himself. "I have rubbed shoulders with the mob." 2 women followed him as far as the Porta Saragozza, by which he left the town. Pepe stopped them by threatening them seriously with his cane and flinging them some small change. Fabrizio climbed the charming hill of San Michele in Bosco, made a partial circuit of the town outside the walls, took a path which brought him in 500 yards to the Florence road, then re-entered Bologna, and gravely handed to the police official a passport in which his description was given in the fullest detail. This passport gave him the name of Giuseppe Bossi, student of theology. Fabrizio noticed a little spot of red ink dropped, as though by accident, at the foot of the sheet, near the right-hand corner. A couple of hours later he had a spy on his heels, on account of the title of Eccellenza, which his companion had given him in front of the beggars of San Petronio, although his passport bore none of the titles which give a man the right to make his servants address him as Excellency. The Inquiry. Fabrizio saw the spy and made light of him. He gave no more thought either to passports or to police, and amused himself with everything like a boy. Pepe, who had orders to stay beside him, seeing that he was more than satisfied with Lodovico, preferred to go back in person to convey these good tidings to the Duchessa. Fabrizio wrote 2 very long letters to his dear friends. Then it occurred to him to write a third to the venerable Archbishop Landriani. This letter produced a marvellous effect. It contained a very exact account of the affair with Giletti. The good Archbishop, deeply moved, did not fail to go and read this letter to the Prince, who was quite ready to listen to it, being somewhat curious to know what line this young Monsignore took to excuse so shocking a murder. Thanks to the many friends of the Marchese Raversi, the Prince, as well as the whole city of Parma, believed that Fabrizio had procured the assistance of 20 or 30 peasants to overcome a bad actor who had had the insolence to challenge him for the favours of little Marietta. In despotic courts, the first skilful intriguer controls the truth, as the fashion controls it in Paris. "But what in the devil's name?" exclaimed the Prince to the Archbishop. "One gets things of that sort done for one by somebody else, but to do them oneself is not the custom. Besides, one doesn't kill a comedian like Giletti, one buys him." Fabrizio had not the slightest suspicion of what was going on at Parma. As a matter of fact, the question there was whether the death of this comedian, who in his lifetime had earned a monthly salary of 32 francs, was not going to bring about the fall of the ultra-ministry and of its leader, Count Mosca. On learning of the death of Giletti, the prince, stung by the independent airs which the Duchessa was giving herself, had ordered the fiscal general Rassi to treat the whole case as though the person charged were a liberal. Fabrizio, for his part, thought that a man of his rank was superior to the laws. He did not take into account that in countries where bearers of great names are never punished, intrigue can do anything, even against them. He often spoke to Lodovico of his perfect innocence, which would very soon be proclaimed, his great argument being that he was not guilty. Whereupon Lodovico said to him, "I cannot conceive how your Excellency, who has so much intelligence and education, can take the trouble to say all that before me, who am his devoted servant. Your Excellency adopts too many precautions. That sort of thing is all right to say in public or before a court." "This man believes me to be a murderer, and loves me none the less for it," thought Fabrizio, falling from the clouds. 3 days after Pepe's departure, he was greatly astonished to receive an enormous letter, sealed with a plait of silk, as in the days of Louis XIV, and addressed a Sua Eccellenza Reverendissima Monsignor Fabrizio del Dongo, Primo Gran Vicario della Diocesa di Parma, Canonica, etc. "Why, am I still all that?" he asked himself with a laugh. Archbishop Andriani's letter was a masterpiece of logic and lucidity. It filled, nevertheless, 19 large pages, and gave an extremely good account of all that had occurred in Parma on the occasion of the death of Giletti. A French army, commanded by Marshal Ney, and marching upon the town, would not have had a greater effect, the good Archbishop informed him. With the exception of the Duchessa and myself, my dearly beloved son, everyone believes that you gave yourself the pleasure of killing the histrion Giletti. Had this misfortune befallen you, it is one of those things which one hushes up with 200 louis and 6 months' absence abroad. But the Marchesa Raversi is seeking to overthrow Count Mosca with the help of this incident. It is not at all with the dreadful sin of murder that the public blames you. It is solely with the clumsiness, or rather the insolence, of not having condescended to have a recourse to a bullo, a sort of hired assassin. I give you a summary here, in clear terms, of the things that I hear said all around me, for since this ever-deplorable misfortune, I go every day to 3 of the principal houses in the town to have an opportunity of justifying you, and never have I felt that I was making a more blessed use of the scanty eloquence with which heaven has deigned to endow me." The Archbishop. The scales fell from Fabrizio's eyes. The Duchessa's many letters, filled with transports of affection, never condescended to tell him anything. The Duchessa swore to him that she would leave Parma forever, unless presently he returned there in triumph. "The Count will do for you," she wrote to him in the letter that accompanied the Archbishop's, "everything that is humanly possible. As for myself, you have changed my character with this fine escapade of yours. I am now as great a miser as the banker Tombone. I have dismissed all my workmen. I have done more. I have dictated to the Count the inventory of my fortune, which turns out to be far less considerable than I supposed. After the death of the excellent Count Pietranera, whom, by the way, you would have done far better to avenge instead of exposing your life to a creature of Giletti's sort, I was left with an income of 1,200 francs and 5,000 francs of debts. I remember, among other things, that I had 2½ dozen white satin slippers coming from Paris, and not a single pair of shoes to wear in the street. I have almost made up my mind to take the 300,000 francs which the Duca has left me, the whole of which I intended to use in erecting a magnificent tomb to him. Besides, it is the Marchesa Raversi who is your principal enemy, that is to say, mine. If you find life dull by yourself at Bologna, you have only to say the word. I shall come and join you. Here are 4 more bills of exchange," and so on. The Duchessa said not a word to Fabrizio of the opinion that was held in Parma of his affair. She wished above all things to comfort him, and in any event the death of a ridiculous creature like Giletti did not seem to her the sort of thing that could be seriously charged against a Del Dongo. "How many Gilettis have not our ancestors sent into the other world," she said to the Count, "without anyone's ever taking it into his head to reproach them with it?" Fabrizio, taken completely by surprise, and getting for the first time a glimpse of the true state of things, set himself down to study the Archbishop's letter. Unfortunately, the Archbishop himself believed him to be better informed than he actually was. Fabrizio gathered that the principal cause of the Marchese Raversi's triumph lay in the fact that it was impossible to find any eyewitnesses of the fatal combat. The footman, who had been the first to bring the news to Parma, had been at the village inn at Sanguigno when the fight occurred. Little Marietta and the old woman who acted as her mother had vanished, and the Marchese had bought the vetturino who drove the carriage, and who had now made an abominable deposition. "Although the proceedings are enveloped in the most profound mystery," wrote the Archbishop in his Ciceronian style, "and directed by the Fiscal General, Rassi, of whom Christian charity alone can restrain me from speaking evil, but who has made his fortune by harrying his wretched prisoners as the greyhound harries the hare, although this Rassi, I say, whose turpitude and venality your imagination would be powerless to exaggerate, has been appointed to take charge of the case by an angry prince, I have been able to read the 3 depositions of the vetturino. By a signal piece of good fortune, the wretch contradicts himself. And I shall add, since I am addressing my grand vicar, him who, after myself, is to have the charge of the diocese, that I have sent for the curate of the parish in which this straying sinner resides. I shall tell you, my dearly beloved son, but under the seal of the confessional, that this curate already knows, through the wife of the vetturino, the number of scudi that he has received from the Marchese Raversi. I shall not venture to say that the Marchese insisted upon his slandering you, but that is probable. The scudi were transmitted to him through a wretched priest who performs functions of a base order in the Marchese's household, and whom I have been obliged to banish from the altar for the 2nd time. I shall not weary you with an account of various other actions which you might expect from me, and which, moreover, enter into my duty. A canon, your colleague at the cathedral, who is a little too prone at times to remember the influence conferred upon him by the wealth of his family, to which, by divine providence, he is now the sole heir, having allowed himself to say, in the house of Count Zurla, the Minister of the Interior, that he regarded this bagatella, he referred to the killing of the unfortunate Giletti, as proved against you. I summoned him to appear before me, and there, in the presence of my 3 other vicars general, of my chaplain, and of 2 curates who happened to be in the waiting-room, I requested him to communicate to us, his brethren, the elements of the complete conviction which he professed to have acquired against one of his colleagues at the cathedral. The unhappy man was able to articulate only the most inconclusive arguments. Every voice was raised against him, and although I did not think it my duty to add more than a very few words, he burst into tears, and made us the witness of his full confession of his complete error, upon which I promised him secrecy in my name and in the names of the persons who had been present at the discussion, always on the condition that he would devote all his zeal to correcting the false impressions that might have been created by the language employed by him during the previous fortnight. I shall not repeat to you, my dear son, what you must long have known, namely, that of the 34 contadini employed on the excavations undertaken by Count Mosca, whom the Raversi pretends to have been paid by you to assist in a crime, 32 were at the bottom of their trench, wholly taken up with their work, when you armed yourself with the hunting knife and employed it to defend your life against the man who had attacked you thus unawares. 2 of their number, who were outside the trench, shouted to the others, "They are murdering Monsignore!" This cry alone reveals your innocence in all its whiteness. Very well. The Fiscal General Rassi maintains that these 2 men have disappeared. Furthermore, they have found 8 of the men who are at the bottom of the trench. At their first examination, 6 declared that they heard the cry, "They are murdering Monsignore!" I know, through indirect channels, that at their 5th examination, which was held yesterday evening, 5 declared that they could not remember distinctly whether they had heard the cry themselves or whether it had been reported to them by their comrades. Orders have been given that I am to be informed of the place of residence of these excavators, and their parish priest will make them understand that they are damning themselves, if, in order to gain a few soldi, they allow themselves to alter the truth. The good Archbishop went into endless details, as may be judged by those we have extracted from his letter. Then he added, using the Latin tongue, "This affair is nothing less than an attempt to bring about a change of government. If you are sentenced, it can be only to the galleys or to death, in which case I should intervene by declaring from my archiepiscopal throne that I know you to be innocent, that you simply and solely defended your life against a brigand, and that finally I have forbidden you to return to Parma for so long as your enemy shall be triumphant there. I propose even to stigmatize, as he deserves, the fiscal general. The hatred felt for that man is as common as esteem for his character is rare. But finally, on the eve of the day on which this fiscal is to pronounce so unjust a sentence, the Duchess of Sanseverina will leave the town, and perhaps even the States of Parma. In that event, no doubt is felt that the Comte will hand in his resignation. Then, very probably, General Fabio Conti will come into office, and the Marchesa Ravesi will be triumphant. The great mistake in your case is that no skilled person has been appointed to take charge of the procedure necessary to bring your innocence into the light of day, and to foil the attempts that have been made to suborn witnesses. The Comte believes that he is playing this part, but he is too great a gentleman to stoop to certain details. Besides, in his capacity as Minister of Police, he was obliged to issue at the first moment the most severe orders against you. Lastly, dare I say it, our sovereign lord believes you to be guilty, or at least feigns that belief, and has introduced a certain bitterness into the affair. The words corresponding to our sovereign lord and feigns that belief were in Greek, and Fabrizio felt infinitely obliged to the Archbishop for having had the courage to write them. With a penknife he cut this line out of the letter and destroyed it on the spot. Fabrizio broke off a score of times while reading this letter. He was carried away by transports of the liveliest gratitude. He replied at once in a letter of 8 pages. Often he was obliged to raise his head so that his tears should not fall on the paper. Next day, as he was sealing this letter, he felt that it was too worldly in tone. "I shall write it in Latin," he said to himself. "That will make it appear more seemly to the worthy Archbishop." But while he was seeking to construct fine Latin phrases of great length in the true Ciceronian style, he remembered that one day the Archbishop, in speaking to him of Napoleon, had made a point of calling him Bonaparte. At that instant there vanished all the emotion that on the previous day had moved him to tears. "O King of Italy," he exclaimed, "that loyalty which so many others swore to thee in thy lifetime, I shall preserve for thee after thy death. He is fond of me, no doubt, but because I am a del Dongo and he a son of the people." So that his fine letter in Italian might not be wasted, Fabrizio made a few necessary alterations in it and addressed it to Count Mosca. That same day Fabrizio met in the street little Marietta. She flushed with joy and made a sign to him to follow her without speaking. She made swiftly for a deserted archway. There she pulled forward the black lace shawl which, following the local custom, covered her head, so that she could not be recognized. Then, turning round quickly, "How is it," she said to Fabrizio, "that you are walking freely in the street like this?" Fabrizio told her his story. Marietta: "Good God, you were at Ferrara, and there was I, looking for everywhere in the place. You must know that I quarrelled with the old woman because she wanted to take me to Venice, where I knew quite well that you would never go, because you are on the Austrian blacklist. I sold my gold necklace to come to Bologna. I had a presentiment that I should have the happiness of meeting you here. The old woman arrived 2 days after me. And so I shan't ask you to come and see us. She would go on making those dreadful demands for money, which make me so ashamed. We have lived very comfortably since the fatal day, you remember, and haven't spent a quarter of what you gave us. I would rather not come and see you at the Albergo del Pellegrino. It would be a publicità. Try to find a little room in a quiet street, and at the Ave Maria, nightfall, I shall be here under this same archway." So saying, she took to her heels. End of section 18. Section 19 of the Charterhouse of Parma by Stendhal, translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Peter Dann. Chapter 13. All serious thoughts were forgotten on the unexpected appearance of this charming person. Fabrizio settled himself to live at Bologna in a joy and security that were profound. This artless tendency to take delight in everything that entered into his life showed through in the letters which he wrote to the Duchessa, to such an extent that she began to take offence. Fabrizio paid little attention. He wrote, however, in abridged symbols on the face of his watch, "When I write to the D, must never say, 'When I was prelate, when I was in the church.' That annoys her." He had bought a pair of ponies with which he was greatly pleased. He used to harness them to a hired carriage whenever little Marietta wished to pay a visit to any of the enchanting spots in the neighbourhood of Bologna. Almost every evening he drove her to the Cascata del Reno. On their way back he would call on the friendly Crescentini, who regarded himself as to some extent Marietta's father. "Upon my soul, if this is the cafe life which seemed to me so ridiculous for a man of any worth, I did wrong to reject it," Fabrizio said to himself. He forgot that he never went near a cafe except to read the Constitutionale, and that, since he was a complete stranger to everyone in Bologna, the gratification of vanity did not enter at all into his present happiness. When he was not with little Marietta, he was to be seen at the observatory, where he was taking a course in astronomy. The professor had formed a great affection for him, and Fabrizio used to lend him his ponies on Sundays to cut a figure with his wife on the Corso della Montagnola. The Mammacia. He loathed the idea of harming any living creature, however undeserving that creature might be. Marietta was resolutely opposed to his seeing the old woman, but one day, when she was at church, he went up to visit the Mammacia, who flushed with anger when she saw him enter the room. "This is a case where one plays the Del Dongo," he said to himself. "How much does Marietta earn in a month when she is working?" he cried, with the air with which a self-respecting young man in Paris enters the balcony at the Pouf. 50 scudi. "You are lying as usual. Tell the truth, or by God you shall not have a centissimo." "Very well. She was getting 22 scudi in our company at Parma when we had the bad luck to meet you. I was getting 12 scudi, and we used to give Giletti, our protector, a third of what each of us earned. Out of which, every month almost, Giletti would make Marietta a present. The present might be worth a couple of scudi." "You're lying still. You never had more than 4 scudi. But if you are good to Marietta, I will engage you as though I were an impresario. Every month you shall have 12 scudi for yourself and 22 for her. But if I see you with red eyes, I make you bankrupt." "You're very stiff and proud. Very well. Your fine generosity will be the ruin of us," replied the old woman in a furious tone. "We lose our avviamento, our connection. When we have the enormous misfortune to be deprived of your Excellency's protection, we shall no longer be known in any of the companies. They will all be filled up. We shall not find any engagement, and all through you we shall starve to death." "Go to the devil," said Fabrizio as he left the room. "I shall not go to the devil, you impious wretch, but I will go straight away to the police office, where they shall learn from me that you are a Monsignore who has flung his cassock to the winds, and that you are no more Giuseppe Bossi than I am." Fabrizio had already gone some way down the stairs. He returned. "In the first place, the police know better than you what my real name may be. But if you take it into your head to denounce me, if you do anything so infamous," he said to her with great seriousness, "Lodovico shall talk to you, and it is not 6 slashes with a knife that your old carcass shall get, but 2 dozen, and you will be 6 months in hospital, and no tobacco." The old woman turned pale, and dashed at Fabrizio's hand, which she tried to kiss. "I accept with gratitude the provision that you are making for Marietta and me. You look so good that I took you for a fool, and you bear in mind others beside myself may make the same error. I advise you always to adopt a more noblemanly air." Then she added, with an admirable impudence, "You will reflect upon this good advice, and as the winter is not far off, you will make Marietta and me a present of 2 good jackets of that fine English stuff which they sell at the big shop in the Piazza San Petronio." The love of the pretty Marietta offered Fabrizio all the charms of the most delightful friendship, which set him dreaming of the happiness of the same order which he might have been finding in the Duchessa's company. "But is it not a very pleasant thing," he asked himself at times, "that I am not susceptible to that exclusive and passionate preoccupation which they call love? Among the intimacies into which chance has brought me at Novara or at Naples, have I ever met a woman whose company, even in the first few days, was to my mind preferable to riding a good horse that I did not know? What they call love," he went on, "can that be just another lie? I feel myself in love, no doubt, as I feel a good appetite at 6 o'clock. Can it be out of this slightly vulgar propensity that those liars have fashioned the love of Othello, the love of Tancred? Or am I indeed to suppose that I am constructed differently from other men, that my soul should be lacking in one passion? Why should that be? It would be a singular destiny." The Duchessa. At Naples, especially in the latter part of his time there, Fabrizio had met women who, proud of their rank, their beauty, and the position held in society by the adorers whom they had sacrificed to him, had attempted to lead him. On discovering their intention, Fabrizio had broken with them in the most summary and open fashion. "Well," he said to himself, "if I ever allow myself to be carried away by the pleasure, which no doubt is extremely keen, of being on friendly forms with that charming woman who is known as the Duchess of Sanseverina, I shall be exactly like that stupid Frenchman who killed the goose that was laying the golden eggs. It is to the Duchessa that I owe the sole happiness which has ever come to me from sentiments of affection. My friendship for her is my life, and besides, without her, what am I? A poor exile, reduced to living from hand to mouth in a tumble-down country house outside Novara. I remember how, during the heavy autumn rains, I used to be obliged at night, for fear of accidents, to fix up an umbrella over the tester of my bed. I rode the agent's horses, which he was good enough to allow out of respect for my blue blood, for my influence, that is. But he was beginning to find my stay there a trifle long. My father had made me an allowance of 1,200 francs, and thought himself damned for having given bread to a Jacobin. My poor mother and sisters let themselves go without new clothes to keep me in a position to make a few little presents to my mistresses. This way of being generous pierced me to the heart, and besides, people were beginning to suspect my poverty, and the young nobleman of the district would have been feeling sorry for me next. Sooner or later some prig would have let me see his contempt for a poor Jacobin whose plans had come to grief, for in those people's eyes I was nothing more than that. I should have given or received some doughty thrust with a sword which would have carried me off to the fortress of Fenestrelle, or else I should have been obliged to take refuge again in Switzerland, still on my allowance of 1,200 francs. I have the good fortune to be indebted to the Duchessa for the absence of all these evils. Besides, it is she who feels for me the transports of affection which I ought to be feeling for her. Instead of that ridiculous, pettifogging existence which would have made me a sad dog, a fool, for the last 4 years, I have been living in a big town, and have an excellent carriage, which things have preserved me from feelings of envy and all the base sentiments of a provincial life. This too indulgent aunt is always scolding me because I do not draw enough money from the banker. Do I wish to ruin for all time so admirable a position? Do I wish to lose the one friend that I have in the world? All I need do is to utter a falsehood. All I need do is to say to a charming woman, a woman who is perhaps without a counterpart in the world, and for whom I feel the most passionate friendship, "I love you," I who do not know what it is to love amorously. She would spend the day finding fault with me for the absence of these transports which are unknown to me. Marietta, on the other hand, who does not see into my heart, and takes a caress for a transport of the soul, thinks me madly in love, and looks upon herself as the most fortunate of women. As a matter of fact, the only slight acquaintance I have ever had with that tender obsession which is called, I believe, love, was with that young Anakin in the inn at Zonders, near the Belgian frontier. Fausta. It is with regret that we have to record here one of Fabrizio's worst actions. In the midst of this tranquil life, a wretched pique of vanity took possession of this heart, rebellious to love, and led it far astray. Simultaneously with himself, there happened to be at Bologna the famous Fausta F., unquestionably one of the finest singers of the day, and perhaps the most capricious woman that was ever seen. The excellent poet Buratti, of Venice, had composed the famous satirical sonnet about her, which at that time was to be heard on the lips alike of princes and of the meanest street Arabs. To wish and not to wish, to adore and on the same day to detest, to find contentment only in inconstancy, to scorn what the world worships while the world worships it. Fausta had these defects and many more. Look not therefore upon that serpent. If thou seest her, imprudent man, thou forgettest her caprices. Hast thou the happiness to hear her voice, thou dost forget thyself, and love makes of thee in a moment what Circe in days of yore made of the companions of Ulysses. For the moment this miracle of beauty had come under the spell of the enormous whiskers and haughty insolence of the young Comte M. to such an extent as not to be revolted by his abominable jealousy. Fabrizio saw this Comte in the streets of Bologna, and was shocked by the air of superiority with which he took up the pavement and deigned to display his graces to the public. This young man was extremely rich, imagined that everything was permitted him, and, as his prepotenze had brought him threats of punishment, never appeared in public save with the escort of 9 or 10 bulli, a sort of cutthroat, clad in his livery, whom he had brought from his estates in the environs of Brescia. Fabrizio's eye had met once or twice that of this terrible Comte, when chance led him to hear Fausta sing. He was astonished by the angelic sweetness of her voice. He had never imagined anything like it. He was indebted to it for sensations of supreme happiness, which made a pleasing contrast to the placidity of his life at the time. Could this, at last, be love? He asked himself. Thoroughly curious to taste that sentiment, and amused moreover by the thoughts of braving Comte M., whose expression was more terrifying than that of any drum-major, our hero let himself fall into the childish habit of passing a great deal too often in front of the Palazzo Tanari, which Comte M. had taken for Fausta. One day, as night was beginning to fall, Fabrizio, seeking to catch Fausta's eye, was greeted by peals of laughter of the most pointed kind proceeding from the Comte's bulli, who were assembled by the door of the Palazzo Tanari. He hastened home, armed himself well, and again passed before the palazzo. Fausta, concealed behind her shutters, was awaiting his return, and gave him due credit for it. M., jealous of the whole world, became specially jealous of Signor Giuseppe Bossi, and indulged in ridiculous utterances, whereupon, every morning, our hero had delivered at his door a letter which contained only these words: "Signor Giuseppe Bossi destroys troublesome insects, and is staying at the Pellegrino, Via Laga, No. 79. Comte M., accustomed to the respect which was everywhere assured him by his enormous fortune, his blue blood, and the physical courage of his 30 servants, declined altogether to understand the language of this little missive. Fabrizio wrote others of the sort to Fausta. M. posted spies round this rival, who perhaps was not unattractive. First of all he learned his true name, and later that for the present he could not show his face at Parma. A few days after this, Comte M., his bulli, his magnificent horses, and Fausta set off together for Parma. Fabrizio, becoming excited, followed them next day. In vain did the good Lodovico utter pathetic remonstrances. Fabrizio turned a deaf ear, and Lodovico, who was himself extremely brave, admired him for it. Besides, this removal brought him nearer to the pretty mistress he had left at Castelmaggiore. Through Lodovico's efforts, 9 or 10 old soldiers of Napoleon's regiments re-enlisted under Signor Giuseppe Bossi in the capacity of servants. Provided, Fabrizio told himself when committing the folly of going after Fausta, that I have no communication either with the Minister of Police, Count Mosca, or with the Duchessa, I expose only myself to risk. I shall explain later on to my aunt that I was going in search of love, that beautiful thing which I have never encountered. The fact is that I think of Fausta even when I am not looking at her. But is it the memory of her voice that I love, or her person? Having ceased to think of an ecclesiastical career, Fabrizio had grown a pair of moustaches and whiskers almost as terrible as those of Comte M., and these disguised him to some extent. He set up his headquarters not at Parma, that would have been too imprudent, but in a neighbouring village, in the woods, on the road to Sacca, where his aunt had her country house. Following Lodovico's advice, he gave himself out in this village as the valet of a great English nobleman of original tastes, who spent 100,000 francs a year on providing himself with the pleasures of the chase, and would arrive shortly from the Lake of Como, where he was detained by the trout fishing. Fortunately for him, the charming little palazzo which Comte M. had taken for the fair Fausta was situated at the southern extremity of the city of Parma, precisely on the road to Sacca, and Fausta's windows looked out over the fine avenues of tall trees which extend beneath the high tower of the citadel. Fabrizio was completely unknown in this little frequented quarter. He did not fail to have Comte M. followed, and one day, when that gentleman had just emerged from the admirable singer's door, he had the audacity to appear in the street in broad daylight. It must be admitted that he was mounted upon an excellent horse and well armed. A party of musicians, of the sort that frequent the streets in Italy and are sometimes excellent, came and planted their viols under Fausta's window. After playing a prelude, they sang, and quite well too, a cantata composed in her honour. Fausta came to the window and had no difficulty in distinguishing a young man of extremely polite manners, who, stopping his horse in the middle of the street, bowed to her first of all, then began to direct at her a gaze that could have but one meaning. In spite of the exaggeratedly English costume adopted by Fabrizio, she soon recognized the author of the passionate letters that had brought about her departure from Bologna. "That is a curious creature," she said to herself. "It seems to me that I am going to fall in love with him. I have 100 louis in hand. I can quite well give that terrible Comte M. the slip. If it comes to that, he has no spirit. He never does anything unexpected, and is only slightly amusing because of the bloodthirsty appearance of his escort." On the following day, Fabrizio, having learned that every morning at 11 o'clock Fausta went to hear Mass in the centre of the town, in that same church of San Giovanni which contained the tomb of his great-uncle, Archbishop Ascanio del Dongo, made bold to follow her there. To tell the truth, Lodovico had procured him a fine English wig with hair of the most becoming red. Inspired by the colour of this wig, which was that of the flames that were devouring his heart, he composed a sonnet which Fausta thought charming. An unseen hand had taken care to place it upon her piano. This little war lasted for quite a week, but Fabrizio found that, in spite of the steps he was taking in every direction, he was making no real progress. Fausta refused to see him. He strained the effect of singularity. She admitted afterwards that she was afraid of him. Fabrizio was kept going now only by a faint hope of coming to feel what is known as love, but frequently he felt bored. "Let us leave this place, signore," Lodovico used to urge him. "You are not in the least in love. I can see that you have the most desperate coolness and common sense. Besides, you are making no headway. If only for shame, let us clear out." Fabrizio was ready to go at the first moment of ill humour when he heard that Fausta was to sing at the Duchess of Sanseverina's. "Perhaps that sublime voice will succeed in softening my heart," he said to himself, and he actually ventured to penetrate in disguise into that palazzo where he was known to every eye. We may imagine the Duchess's emotion when, right at the end of the concert, she noticed a man in the full livery of a chasseur standing by the door of the big drawing-room. That pose reminded her of someone. She went to look for Comte Mosca, who only then informed her of the signal and truly incredible folly of Fabrizio. He took it extremely well. This love for another than the Duchessa pleased him greatly. The Comte, a perfect galantuomo, apart from politics, acted upon the maxim that he could himself find happiness only so long as the Duchessa was happy. "I shall save him from himself," he said to his mistress. "Judge of our enemy's joy if he were arrested in this palazzo. Also, I have more than 100 men with me here, and that is why I made them ask you for the keys of the great reservoir. He gives out that he is madly in love with Fausta, and up to the present has failed to get her away from Comte M., who lets the foolish woman live the life of a queen." The Duchess's features betrayed the keenest grief. So Fabrizio was nothing more than a libertine, utterly incapable of any tender and serious feeling. "And not to come and see us. That is what I shall never be able to forgive him," she said at length, "and I writing to him every day to Bologna." "I greatly admire his restraint," replied the Comte. "He does not wish to compromise us by his escapade, and it will be amusing to hear him tell us about it." Fausta was too great a fool to be able to keep quiet about what was on her mind. The day after the concert, every melody in which her eyes had addressed to that tall young man dressed as a chasseur, she spoke to Comte M. of an unknown admirer. "Where do you see him?" asked the Comte in a fury. "In the streets, in church," replied Fausta, at a loss for words. At once she sought to atone for her imprudence, or at least to eliminate from it anything that could suggest Fabrizio. She dashed into an endless description of a tall young man with red hair. He had blue eyes. No doubt he was some Englishman, very rich and very awkward, or some prince. At this word, Comte M., who did not shine in the accuracy of his perceptions, conceived the idea, deliciously flattering to his vanity, that this rival was none other than the Crown Prince of Parma. This poor melancholy young man, guarded by 5 or 6 governors, under-governors, preceptors, etc., etc., who never allowed him out of doors until they had first held council together, used to cast strange glances at all the passable women whom he was permitted to approach. At the Duchess's concert, his rank had placed him in the front of all the rest of the audience, in an isolated armchair within 3 yards of the fair Fausta, and his stare had been supremely shocking to Comte M. This hallucination of an exquisite vanity, that he had a prince for a rival, greatly amused Fausta, who took delight in confirming it with 100 details artlessly supplied. "Your race," she asked the Comte, "is surely as old as that of the Farnese, to which this young man belongs?" "What do you mean? As old? I have no bastardy in my family, thank you." As luck would have it, Comte M. never had an opportunity of studying this pretended rival at his leisure, which confirmed him in the flattering idea of his having a prince for antagonist. The fact was that whenever the interests of his enterprise did not summon Fabrizio to Parma, he remained in the woods round Sacca and on the bank of the Po. Comte M. was indeed more proud, but was also more prudent, since he had imagined himself to be on the way to disputing the heart of Fausta with a prince. He begged her very seriously to observe the greatest restraint in all her doings. After flinging himself on his knees like a jealous and impassioned lover, he declared to her in so many words that his honour was involved in her not being made the dupe of the young prince. "Excuse me, I should not be his dupe if I cared for him. I must say I have never yet seen a prince at my feet." "If you yield," he went on with a haughty stare, "I may not perhaps be able to avenge myself on the prince, but I will most assuredly be avenged." And he went out, slamming the doors behind him. Had Fabrizio presented himself at that moment, he would have won his cause. "If you value your life," her lover said to her that evening as he bade her good night after the performance, "see that it never comes to my ears that the young prince has been inside your house. I can do nothing to him, curse him, but do not make me remember that I can do everything to you." "Ah, my little Fabrizio," cried Fausta, "if I only knew where to find you." Wounded vanity may carry a young man far who is rich and from his cradle has always been surrounded by flatterers. The very genuine passion that Comte M. felt for Fausta revived with furious intensity. It was in no way checked by the dangerous prospect of his coming into conflict with the only son of the sovereign in whose dominion he happened to be staying. At the same time, he had not the courage to try to see this prince, or at least to have him followed. Not being able to attack him in any other way, M. dared to consider making him ridiculous. "I shall be banished forever from the state of Parma," he said to himself. Pshaw, what does that matter? Had he sought to reconnoitre the enemy's position, he would have learned that the poor young prince never went out of doors without being followed by 3 or 4 old men, tiresome guardians of etiquette, and that the one pleasure of his choice that was permitted him in the world was mineralogy. By day, as by night, the little palazzo occupied by Fausta, to which the best society of Parma went in crowds, was surrounded by watchers. M. knew, hour by hour, what she was doing, and, more important still, what others were doing round about her. There is this to be said in praise of the precautions taken by her jealous lover. This eminently capricious woman had at first no idea of the multiplication of his vigilance. The reports of all his agents informed Comte M. that a very young man, wearing a wig of red hair, appeared very often beneath Fausta's windows, but always in a different disguise. Evidently it is the young prince, thought M., otherwise why the disguise? And by gad, a man like me is not made to give way to him. But for the usurpations of the Venetian Republic, I should be a sovereign prince myself. On the feast of St. Stefano, the reports of the spies took on a more sombre hue. They seemed to indicate that Fausta was beginning to respond to the stranger's advances. I can go away this instant and take the woman with me, M. said to himself. But no, at Bologna I fled from Del Dongo. Here I should be fleeing before a prince. But what could the young man say? He might think that he had succeeded in making me afraid, and by God, I come of as good a family as he. M. was furious. but to crown his misery he made a particular point of not letting himself appear in the eyes of Fausta, whom he knew to be of a mocking spirit, in the ridiculous character of a jealous lover. On Santo Stefano's day, then, after having spent an hour with her and been welcomed by her with an ardour which seemed to him the height of insincerity, he left her shortly before 11 o'clock, getting ready to go and hear Mass in the church of San Giovanni. Comte M. returned home, put on the shabby black coat of a young student of theology, and hastened to San Giovanni. He chose a place behind one of the tombs that adorn the third chapel on the right. He could see everything that went on in the church beneath the arm of the cardinal, who was represented as kneeling upon his tomb. This statue kept the light from the back of the chapel, and gave him sufficient concealment. Presently he saw Fausta arrive, more beautiful than ever. She was in full array, and a score of admirers, drawn from the highest ranks of society, furnished her with an escort. Joyous smiles broke from her eyes and lips. It is evident, thought the jealous wretch, that she counts upon meeting here the man she loves, whom for a long time, perhaps, thanks to me, she has been prevented from seeing. Suddenly the keen look of happiness in her eyes seemed to double in intensity. "My rival is here," muttered M., and the fury of his outraged vanity knew no bounds. "What sort of figure do I cut here, serving as pendant to a young prince in disguise?" But despite every effort on his part, he could never succeed in identifying this rival for whom his famished gaze kept seeking in every direction. All through the service, Fausta, after letting her eyes wander over the whole church, would end by bringing her gaze to rest, charged with love and happiness, on the dim corner in which M. was concealed. In an impassioned heart, love is liable to exaggerate the slightest shades of meaning. It draws from them the most ridiculous conclusions. Did not poor M. end by persuading himself that Fausta had seen him, that having, in spite of his efforts, perceived his deadly jealousy, she wished to reproach him with it, and at the same time to console him for it with these tender glances? The tomb of the cardinal, behind which M. had taken his post of observation, was raised 4 or 5 feet above the marble floor of San Giovanni. The fashionable Mass ending about 1 o'clock, the majority of the faithful left the church, and Fausta dismissed the beau of the town on a pretext of devotion. As she remained kneeling on her chair, her eyes, which had grown more tender and more brilliant, were fixed on M. Since there were now only a few people left in the building, she no longer put her eyes to the trouble of ranging over the whole of it before coming joyfully to rest on the cardinal's statue. What delicacy, thought Comte M., imagining that he was the object of her gaze. At length Fausta rose and quickly left the church, after first making some odd movements with her hands. M., blind with love, and almost entirely relieved of his mad jealousy, had left his post to fly to his mistress's palazzo and thank her 1,000,000 times, when, as he passed in front of the cardinal's tomb, he noticed a young man all in black. This funereal being had remained until then on his knees, close against the epitaph on the tomb, in such a position that the eyes of the jealous lover, in their search for him, must pass over his head and miss him altogether. This young man rose, moved briskly away, and was immediately surrounded by 7 or 8 persons, somewhat clumsy in their gait, of a singular appearance, who seemed to belong to him. M. hurried after him, but without any marked sign of obstruction, was stopped in the narrow passage formed by the wooden drum of the door by these clumsy men who were protecting his rival. And when, finally, at the tail of their procession, he reached the street, he was in time only to see someone shut the door of a carriage of humble aspect, which, by an odd contrast, was drawn by a pair of excellent horses, and in a moment had passed out of sight. He returned home, panting with fury. Presently there arrived his watchers, who reported impassively that that morning the mysterious lover, disguised as a priest, had been kneeling in an attitude of great devotion against a tomb which stood in the entrance of a dark chapel in the church of San Giovanni. Fausta had remained in the church until it was almost empty, and had then rapidly exchanged certain signs with the stranger. With her hand she had seemed to be making a series of crosses. M. hastened to the faithless one's house. For the first time she could not conceal her uneasiness. She told him, with the artless mendacity of a passionate woman, that, as usual, she had gone to San Giovanni, but that she had seen no sign there of that man who was persecuting her. On hearing these words, M, beside himself with rage, railed at her as at the vilest of creatures, told her everything that he had seen himself, and, the boldness of her lies increasing with the force of his accusations, took his dagger and flung himself upon her. With great coolness, Fausta said to him, "Very well, everything you complain of is the absolute truth, but I have tried to keep it from you so that you should not go rushing desperately into mad plans of vengeance which may ruin us both. For let me tell you once for all, as far as I can make out, the man who is persecuting me with his attentions is one who is accustomed not to meet with any opposition to his wishes, in this country at any rate." Having very skilfully reminded M that, after all, he had no legal authority over her, Fausta ended by saying that probably she would not go again to the church of San Giovanni. M was desperately in love. A trace of coquetry had perhaps combined itself with prudence in the young woman's heart. He felt himself disarmed. He thought of leaving Parma. The young prince, however powerful he might be, could not follow him, or if he did follow him, would cease to be anything more than his equal. But pride represented to him afresh that this departure must inevitably have the appearance of a flight, and Comte M forbade himself to think of it. "He has no suspicion that my little Fabrizio is here," the singer said to herself, delighted, "and now we can make a fool of him in the most priceless fashion." Fabrizio had no inkling of his good fortune. Finding next day that the singer's windows were carefully shuttered, and not seeing her anywhere, he began to feel that the joke was lasting rather too long. He felt some remorse. "In what sort of position am I putting that poor Comte Mosca, and he the Minister of Police? They will think he is my accomplice. I shall have come to this place to ruin his career. But if I abandon a project I have been following for so long, what will the Duchessa say when I tell her of my essays in love?" One evening, when on the point of giving up everything, he was moralizing thus to himself, as he strolled under the tall trees which divided Fausta's palazzo from the citadel, he observed that he was being followed by a spy of diminutive stature. In vain did he attempt to shake him off by turning down various streets. This microscopic being always seemed to cling to his heels. Growing impatient, he dashed into a lonely street running along the bank of the Parma, where his men were ambushed. On a signal from him, they leapt out upon the poor little spy, who flung himself at their feet. It was Bettina, Fausta's maid. After 3 days of boredom and seclusion, disguised as a man to escape the dagger of Comte M, of whom her mistress and she were in great dread, she had undertaken to come out and tell Fabrizio to see someone loved him passionately and was burning to see him, but that the said person could not appear any more in the church of San Giovanni. "The time has come," Fabrizio said to himself. "Hurrah for persistence!" The little maid was exceedingly pretty, a fact which took Fabrizio's mind from his moralizings. She told him that the avenue and all the streets through which he had passed that evening were being jealously watched, though quite unobtrusively, by M's spies. They had taken rooms on the ground floors or on the first stories of the houses. Hidden behind the shutters and keeping absolutely silent, they observed everything that went on in the apparently quite deserted street, and heard all that was said. "If those spies had recognized my voice," said little Bettina, "I should have been stabbed without mercy as soon as I got back to the house, and my poor mistress with me, perhaps." This terror rendered her charming in Fabrizio's eyes. "Comte M," she went on, "is furious, and the signora knows that he will stick at nothing. She told me to say to you that she would like to be 100 leagues away from here, with you." Then she gave an account of the scene on St. Stephen's Day, and of the fury of M, who had missed none of the glances and signs of affection which Fausta, madly in love that day with Fabrizio, had directed towards him. The Comte had drawn his dagger, had seized Fausta by the hair, and but for her presence of mind she must have perished. Fabrizio made the pretty Bettina come up to a little apartment which he had near there. He told her that he came from Turin, and was the son of an important personage who happened at that moment to be in Parma, which meant that he had to be most careful in his movements. Bettina replied with a smile that he was a far grander gentleman than he chose to appear. It took our hero some little time to realize that the charming girl took him for no less a personage than the Crown Prince himself. Fausta was beginning to be frightened, and to love Fabrizio. She had taken the precaution of not mentioning his name to her maid, but of speaking to her always of the prince. Finally, Fabrizio admitted to the pretty girl that she had guessed aright. "But if my name gets out," he added, "in spite of the great passion of which I have furnished your mistress with so many proofs, I should be obliged to cease to see her, and at once my father's ministers, those rascally jokers whom I shall bring down from their high places some day, will not fail to send her an order to quit the country, which up to now she has been adorning with her presence." Towards morning, Fabrizio arranged with the little lady's maid a number of plans by which he might gain admission to Fausta's house. He summoned Lodovico and another of his retainers, a man of great cunning, who came to an understanding with Bettina while he himself wrote the most extravagant letter to Fausta. The situation allowed all the exaggerations of tragedy, and Fabrizio did not miss the opportunity. It was not until day was breaking that he parted from the little lady's maid, whom he left highly satisfied with the ways of the young prince. It had been repeated 100 times over that Fausta, having now come to an understanding with her lover, the latter was no longer to pass to and fro beneath the windows of the little palazzo, except when he could be admitted there, and that then a signal would be given. But Fabrizio, in love with Bettina, and believing himself to have come almost to the point with Fausta, could not confine himself to his village 2 leagues outside Parma. The following evening, about midnight, he came on horseback, and with a good escort, to sing under Fausta's windows an air then in fashion, the words of which he altered. "Is not this the way in which our friends and lovers behave?" he asked himself. Now that Fausta had shown a desire to meet him, all this pursuit seemed to Fabrizio very tedious. "No, I am not really in love in the least," he assured himself as he sang, none too well, beneath the windows of the little palazzo. "Bettina seems to me 100 times preferable to Fausta, and it is by her that I should like to be received at this moment." Fabrizio, distinctly bored, was returning to his village when, 500 yards from Fausta's palazzo, 15 or 20 men flung themselves upon him. 4 of them seized his horse by the bridle, 2 others took hold of his arms. Lodovico and Fabrizio's bravi were attacked, but managed to escape. They fired several shots with their pistols. All this was the affair of an instant. 50 lighted torches appeared in the street in the twinkling of an eye, as though by magic. All these men were well armed. Fabrizio had jumped down from his horse in spite of the men who were holding him. He tried to clear a space round him. He even wounded one of the men who was gripping his arm in hands like a pair of vices, but he was greatly surprised to hear this man say to him, in the most respectful tone, "Your Highness will give me a good pension for this wound, which will be better for me than falling into the crime of high treason by drawing my sword against my prince." "So this is the punishment I get for my folly," thought Fabrizio. "I should be damned myself for a sin which did not seem to me in the least attractive." Scarcely had this little attempt at a battle finished when a number of lackeys in full livery appeared with a sedan chair gilded and painted in an odd fashion. It was one of those grotesque chairs used by masked revellers at carnival time. 6 men with daggers in their hands requested his Highness to get into it, telling him that the cold night air might be injurious to his voice. They affected the most reverential forms, the title Prince being every moment repeated and almost shouted. The procession began to move on. Fabrizio counted in the street more than 50 men carrying lighted torches. It might be about 1 o'clock in the morning. All the populace was gazing out of the windows. The whole thing went off with a certain gravity. "I was afraid of dagger thrusts on Comte M's part," Fabrizio said to himself. "He contents himself with making a fool of me. I had not suspected him of such good taste. But does he really think that he has the prince to deal with? If he knows that I am only Fabrizio, where the dirk?" These 50 men carrying torches and the 20 armed men, after stopping for a long interval under Fausta's windows, proceeded to parade before the finest palazzi in the town. A pair of maggiordomi, posted one on either side of the sedan chair, asked his Highness from time to time whether he had any order to give them. Fabrizio took care not to lose his head. By the light which the torches cast, he saw that Lodovico and his men were following the procession as closely as possible. Fabrizio said to himself, "Lodovico has only 9 or 10 men, and dares not attack." From the interior of his sedan chair he could see quite plainly that the men responsible for carrying out this practical joke were armed to the teeth. He made a show of talking and laughing with the maggiordomi who were looking after him. After more than 2 hours of this triumphal march, he saw that they were about to pass the end of the street in which the Palazzo Sanseverina stood. As they turned the corner, he quickly opened the door in the front of the chair, jumped out over one of the carrying poles, and felled with a blow from his dagger one of the flunkies who thrust a torch into his face. He received a stab in the shoulder from a dirk. A second flunky singed his beard with his lighted torch, and finally Fabrizio reached Lodovico, to whom he shouted, "Kill! Kill everyone carrying a torch!" Lodovico used his sword and delivered Fabrizio from 2 men who had started in pursuit of him. He arrived running at the door of the Palazzo Sanseverina. Out of curiosity, the porter had opened the little door, 3 feet high, that was cut in the big door, and was gazing in bewilderment at this great mass of torches. Fabrizio sprang inside and shut this miniature door behind him. He ran to the garden and escaped by a gate which opened onto an unfrequented street. An hour later he was out of the town. At daybreak he crossed the frontier of the states of Modena and was safe. That evening he entered Bologna. "Here is a fine expedition," he said to himself. "I never even managed to speak to my charmer." He made haste to write letters of apology to the Comte and the Duchessa, prudent letters, which, while describing all that was going on in his heart, could not give away any information to an enemy. "I was in love with love," he said to the Duchessa. "I have done everything in the world to acquire knowledge of it, but it appears that nature has refused me a heart to love and to be melancholy. I cannot raise myself above the level of vulgar pleasure," and so forth. It would be impossible to give any idea of the stir that this escapade caused in Parma. The mystery of it excited curiosity. Innumerable people had seen the torches and the sedan chair. But who was the man they were carrying away, to whom every mark of respect was paid? No one of note was missing from the town next day. The humble folk who lived in the street from which the prisoner had made his escape did indeed say that they had seen a corpse, but in daylight, when they ventured out of their houses, they found no other traces of the fray than quantities of blood spilled on the pavement. More than 20,000 sightseers came to visit the street that day. Italian towns are accustomed to singular spectacles, but the why and the wherefore of these are always known. What shocked Parma about this occurrence was that even a month afterwards, when people had ceased to speak of nothing but the torchlight procession, nobody, thanks to the prudence of Count Mosca, had been able to guess the name of the rival who had sought to carry off Fausta from Count M. This jealous and vindictive lover had taken flight at the beginning of the parade, by the Comte's order. Fausta was sent to the citadel. The Duchessa laughed heartily over a little act of injustice which the Comte was obliged to commit to put a stop to the curiosity of the prince, who otherwise might have succeeded in hitting upon the name of Fabrizio. There was to be seen at Parma a scholar, arrived there from the north to write a history of the Middle Ages. He was in search of manuscripts in the libraries, and the Comte had given him every possible facility. But this scholar, who was still quite young, showed a violent temper. He believed, for one thing, that everybody in Parma was trying to make a fool of him. It was true that the boys in the street sometimes followed him on account of an immense shock of bright red hair which he displayed with pride. This scholar imagined that at his inn they were asking exaggerated prices for everything, and he never paid for the smallest trifle without first looking up its price in the Travels of a certain Mrs. Stark, a book which has gone into its 20th edition because it indicates to the prudent Englishman the price of a turkey, an apple, a glass of milk, and so forth. The scholar with the fiery crest, on the evening of the very day on which Fabrizio made this forced excursion, flew into a rage at his inn, and drew from his pocket a brace of small pistols to avenge himself on the camariere who demanded 2 soldi for an indifferent peach. He was arrested, for to carry pocket pistols is a serious crime. As this irascible scholar was long and lean, the Comte conceived the idea next morning of making him pass in the prince's eyes as the rash fellow who, having tried to steal away Fausta from Count M, had afterwards been hoaxed. The carrying of pocket pistols was punishable at Parma with 3 years in the galleys, but this punishment is never enforced. After a fortnight in prison, during which time the scholar had seen no one but a lawyer who had put him in a terrible fright by his account of the atrocious laws aimed by the pusillanimity of those in power against the bearers of hidden arms, another lawyer visited the prison and told him of the expedition inflicted by Comte M on a rival who had not yet been identified. The police do not wish to admit to the prince that they have not been able to find out who this rival is. Confess that you were seeking to find favour with Fausta, that 50 brigands carried you off while you were singing beneath her window, that for an hour they took you about the town in a sedan chair without saying anything to you that was not perfectly proper. There is nothing humiliating about this confession. You are asked to say only one word. As soon as, by saying it, you have relieved the police from their difficulty, you will be put into a post-chaise and driven to the frontier, where they will bid you good-bye. The scholar held out for a month. 2 or 3 times the prince was on the point of having him brought to the Ministry of the Interior and of being present in person at his examination. But at last he gave no more thought to the matter when the scholar, losing patience, decided to confess everything, and was conveyed to the frontier. The prince remained convinced that Comte M's rival had a forest of red hair. 3 days after the escapade, while Fabrizio, who was hiding at Bologna, was planning with the faithful Lodovico the best way to catch Comte M, he learned that he too was hiding in a village in the mountains on the road to Florence. The Comte had only 2 or 3 of his bulli with him. Next day, just as he was coming home from his ride, he was seized by 8 men in masks who gave him to understand that they were sbirri from Parma. They conducted him, after bandaging his eyes, to an inn 2 leagues farther up the mountains, where he found himself treated with the utmost possible respect and an abundant supper awaiting him. He was served with the best wines of Italy and Spain. "Am I a state prisoner, then?" asked the Comte. "Nothing of the sort," the Master Lodovico answered him most politely. "You have given offence to a private citizen by taking upon yourself to have him carried about in a sedan chair. Tomorrow morning he wishes to fight a duel with you. If you kill him, you will find a pair of good horses, money, and relays prepared for you along the road to Genoa." "What is the name of this fire-eater?" asked the Comte with irritation. "He is called Bombace. You will have the choice of weapons and good seconds, thoroughly loyal, but it is essential that one of you die." "Why, is it murder, then?" asked the Comte, growing frightened. "Please God, no, it is simply a duel to the death with the young man whom you have carried about the streets of Parma in the middle of the night, and whose honour would be tarnished if you remained alive. One or other of you is superfluous on this earth, therefore try to kill him. You shall have swords, pistols, sabres, all the weapons that can be procured at a few hours' notice, for we have to make haste. The police at Bologna are most diligent, as you perhaps know, and they must on no account interfere with this duel, which is necessary for the honour of the young man whom you have made to look foolish." "But if this young man is a prince—" "He is a private citizen like yourself, and indeed a great deal less wealthy than you. But he wishes to fight for the death, and he will force you to fight, I warn you." "Nothing in the world frightens me," cried M. "That is just what your adversary most passionately desires," replied Lodovico. "Tomorrow at dawn, prepare to defend your life. It will be attacked by a man who has good reason to be extremely angry, and will not let you off lightly. I repeat that you will have the choice of weapons, and remember to make your will." Next morning, about 6 o'clock, breakfast was brought to Comte M. A door was then opened in the room in which he was confined, and he was made to step into the courtyard of a country inn. This courtyard was surrounded by hedges and walls of a certain height, and its doors had been carefully closed. In a corner, upon a table which the Comte was requested to approach, he found several bottles of wine and brandy, 2 pistols, 2 swords, 2 sabres, paper and ink. A score of contadini stood in the windows of the inn which overlooked the courtyard. The Comte implored their pity. "They want to murder me," he cried. "Save my life." "You deceive yourself, or you wish to deceive others," called out Fabrizio, who was at the opposite corner of the courtyard, beside a table strewn with weapons. He was in his shirt-sleeves, and his face was concealed by one of those wire masks which one finds in fencing-rooms. "I require you," Fabrizio went on, "to put on the wire mask which is lying beside you, then to advance towards me with a sword or with pistols. As you were told yesterday evening, you have the choice of weapons." Count M raised endless difficulties and seemed most reluctant to fight. Fabrizio, for his part, was afraid of the arrival of the police, although they were in the mountains quite 5 leagues from Bologna. He ended by hurling at his rival the most atrocious insults. At last he had the good fortune to enrage Count M, who seized a sword and advanced upon him. The fight began quietly enough. After a few minutes it was interrupted by a great tumult. Our hero had been quite aware that he was involving himself in an action which, for the rest of his life, might be a subject of reproach or at least of slanderous imputations. He had sent Lodovico into the country to procure witnesses. Lodovico gave money to some strangers who were working in a neighbouring wood. They ran to the inn, shouting, thinking that the game was to kill an enemy of the man who had paid them. When they reached the inn, Lodovico asked them to keep their eyes open and to notice whether either of the 2 young men who were fighting acted treacherously and took an unfair advantage over the other. The fight, which had been interrupted for the time being by the cries of murder uttered by the contadini, was slow in beginning again. Fabrizio offered fresh insults to the fatuity of the Count. "Signor Count," he shouted to him, "when one is insolent, one ought to be brave also. I feel that the conditions are hard on you. You prefer to pay people who are brave." The Count, once more stung to action, began to shout to him that he had for years frequented the fencing school of the famous Battistini at Naples, and that he was going to punish his insolence. Count M's anger having at length reappeared, he fought with a certain determination, which did not, however, prevent Fabrizio from giving him a very pretty thrust in the chest with his sword, which kept him in bed for several months. Lodovico, while giving first aid to the wounded man, whispered in his ear, "If you report this duel to the police, I will have you stabbed in your bed." Fabrizio withdrew to Florence. As he had remained in hiding at Bologna, it was only at Florence that he received all the Duchess's letters of reproach. She could not forgive his having come to her concert and made no attempt to speak to her. Fabrizio was delighted by Count Mosca's letters. They breathed a sincere friendship and the most noble sentiments. He gathered that the Count had written to Bologna in such a way as to clear him of any suspicion which might attach to him as a result of the duel. The police behaved with perfect justice. They reported that 2 strangers, of whom only one, the wounded man, was known to them, namely Count M, had fought with swords in front of more than 30 contadini, among whom there had arrived towards the end of the fight the curate of the village, who had made vain attempts to separate the combatants. As the name of Giuseppe Bossi had never been mentioned, less than 2 months afterwards Fabrizio returned to Bologna, more convinced than ever that his destiny condemned him never to know the noble and intellectual side of love. So much he gave himself the pleasure of explaining at great length to the Duchessa. He was thoroughly tired of his solitary life, and now felt a passionate desire to return to those charming evenings which he used to pass with the Count and his aunt. Since then he had never tasted the delights of good society. "I am so bored with the thought of the love which I sought to give myself, and of Fausta," he wrote to the Duchessa, "that now, even if her fancy were still to favour me, I would not go 20 leagues to hold her to a promise. So have no fear, as you tell me you have, of my going to Paris, where I see that she has now made her appearance and has created a furore. I would travel all the leagues in the world to spend an evening with you and with that Count who is so good to his friends." End of section 19. Section 20 of The Charterhouse of Parma by Stendhal, translated by C.K. Scott Moncrieff. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Chapter 14. While Fabrizio was in pursuit of love in a village near Parma, the fiscal general Rassi, who did not know that he was so near, continued to treat his case as though he had been a liberal. He pretended to be unable to find, or rather he intimated, the witnesses for the defence, and finally, after the most ingenious operations carried on for nearly a year, and about 2 months after Fabrizio's final return to Bologna, on a certain Friday, the Marchesa Raversi, mad with joy, announced publicly in her drawing-room that next day the sentence which had just been pronounced in the last hour on young Del Dongo would be presented to the prince for his signature, and approved by him. A few minutes later, the Duchessa was informed of this utterance by her enemy. The Comte must be extremely ill-served by his agent, she said to herself. Only this morning he thought that the sentence could not be passed for another week. Perhaps he would not be sorry to see my young Grand Vicar kept out of Parma, but, she added, breaking into song, we shall see him come again, and one day he will be our Archbishop. The Duchessa rang. Collect all the servants in the waiting-room, she told her footman, including the kitchen staff. Go to the town commandant and get the necessary permit to procure 4 post-horses, and have those horses harnessed to my landau within half an hour. All the women in the household were set to work, packing trunks. The Duchessa hastily chose a travelling dress, all without sending any word to the Comte. The idea of playing a little joke on him sent her into a transport of joy. "My friends," she said to the assembled servants, "I learn that my poor nephew is to be condemned in his absence for having had the audacity to defend his life against a raging madman, Giletti, who was trying to kill him. You have, all of you, had opportunities of seeing how mild and inoffensive Fabrizio's nature is. Rightly indignant at this atrocious outrage, I am going to Florence. I leave for each of you 10 years' wages. If you are in distress, write to me, and so long as I have a sequin there will be something for you." The Duchessa meant exactly what she said, and at her closing words the servants dissolved in tears. Her eyes, too, were moist. She added, in a voice faint with emotion, "Pray to God for me, and for Monsignor Fabrizio del Dongo, first Grand Vicar of the diocese, who tomorrow morning is going to be condemned to the galleys, or, which would be less stupid, to the penalty of death." The tears of the servants flowed in double volume, and gradually changed into cries that were almost seditious. The Duchessa stepped into her carriage and drove to the prince's palace. Despite the unusual hour, she sent in a request for an audience by General Fontana, the aide-de-camp, in waiting. She was by no means in court dress, a fact which threw this aide-de-camp into a profound stupor. As for the prince, he was not at all surprised, still less annoyed by this request for an audience. "We shall see tears flowing from fine eyes," he said to himself, rubbing his hands. "She comes to sue for pardon. At last that proud beauty is going to humble herself." She was, really, too insupportable with her little airs of independence. Those speaking eyes seemed always to be saying to me, when the slightest thing offended her, "Naples or Milan would have very different attractions as a residence from your little town of Parma." In truth, I do not reign over Naples nor over Milan, but now at last this great lady is coming to ask for something which depends upon me alone, and which she is burning to obtain. I always thought that nephew's coming here would bring me some advantage. The farewell audience. While the prince was smiling at these thoughts, and giving himself up to all these agreeable anticipations, he walked up and down his cabinet, at the door of which General Fontana remained standing, stiff and erect, like a soldier presenting arms. Seeing the sparkling eyes of the prince, and remembering the Duchess's travelling dress, he imagined a dissolution of the monarchy. His bewilderment knew no bounds when he heard the prince say, "Ask the Signora Duchessa to wait for a quarter of an hour." The general aide-de-camp made his half-turn, like a soldier on parade. The prince was still smiling. "Fontana is not accustomed," he said to himself, "to see that proud Duchessa kept waiting. The face of astonishment with which he is going to tell her about the quarter of an hour to wait will pave the way for the touching tears which this cabinet is going to see her shed." This quarter of an hour was exquisite for the prince. He walked up and down with a firm and steady pace. He reigned. It will not do at this point to say anything that is not perfectly correct. Whatever my feelings for the Duchessa may be, I must never forget that she is one of the greatest ladies of my court. How used Louis XIV to speak to the princesses his daughters when he had occasion to be displeased with them? And his eyes came to rest on the portrait of the great king. The amusing thing was that the prince never thought of asking himself whether he should show clemency to Fabrizio, or what form that clemency should take. Finally, at the end of 20 minutes, the faithful Fontana presented himself again at the door, but without saying a word. "The Duchessa Sanseverina may enter," cried the prince with a theatrical air. "Now for the tears," he added inwardly, and as though to prepare himself for such a spectacle, took out his handkerchief. Never had the Duchessa been so gay or so pretty. She did not seem 25. Seeing her light and rapid little steps scarcely brush the carpet, the poor aide-de-camp was on the point of losing his reason altogether. "I have 1,000 pardons to ask of your Serene Highness," said the Duchessa in her light and gay little voice. "I have taken the liberty of presenting myself before him in a costume which is not exactly conventional, but your Highness has so accustomed me to his kindnesses that I have ventured to hope that he will be pleased to accord me this pardon also." The Duchessa spoke quite slowly, so as to give herself time to enjoy the spectacle of the prince's face. It was delicious, by reason of the profound astonishment and of the traces of the general manner which the position of his head and arms still betrayed. The prince sat as though struck by a thunderbolt. In a shrill and troubled little voice he exclaimed from time to time, barely articulating the words, "What's that? What's that?" The Duchessa, as though out of respect, having ended her compliment, left him ample time to reply, then went on, "I venture to hope that your Serene Highness deigns to pardon me the incongruity of my costume." But as she said the words, her mocking eyes shone with so bright a sparkle that the prince could not endure it. He studied the ceiling, an act which, with him, was the final sign of the most extreme embarrassment. "What's that? What's that?" he said again. Then he had the good fortune to hit upon a phrase. "Signora Duchessa, pray be seated." He himself drew forward a chair for her, not ungraciously. The Duchessa was by no means insensible to this courtesy. She moderated the petulance of her gaze. "What's that? What's that?" the prince once more repeated, moving uneasily in his chair, in which one would have said that he could find no solid support. "I am going to take advantage of the cool night air to travel by post," went on the Duchessa, "and as my absence may be of some duration, I have not wished to leave the state of his Serene Highness without thanking him for all the kindnesses which, in the last 5 years, he has deigned to show me." At these words the prince at last understood. He grew pale. He was the one man in the world who really suffered when he saw himself proved wrong in his calculations. Then he assumed an air of grandeur, quite worthy of the portrait of Louis XIV which hung before his eyes. "Very good," thought the Duchessa. "There is a man." "And what is the reason for this sudden departure?" said the prince in a fairly firm tone. "I have long had a plan in my mind," replied the Duchessa, "and a little insult which has been offered to Monsignor del Dongo, whom tomorrow they are going to sentence to death or to the galleys, makes me hasten my departure." "And to what town are you going?" "To Naples, I think." She added, as she rose to her feet, "It only remains for me to take leave of your Serene Highness, and to thank him most humbly for his former kindnesses." She in turn spoke with so firm an air that the prince saw that in 2 minutes all would be over. Once the sensation of her departure had occurred, he knew that no further arrangement was possible. She was not a woman to retrace her steps. He ran after her. "But you know well, Signora Duchessa," he said, taking her hand, "that I have always felt a regard for you, a regard to which it rested only with you to give another name. A murder has been committed. That is a fact which no one can deny. I have entrusted the sifting of the evidence to my best judges." At these words the Duchessa rose to her full height. Every sign of respect and even of urbanity disappeared in the twinkling of an eye. The outraged woman became clearly apparent, and the outraged woman addressing a creature whom she knew to have broken faith with her. It was with an expression of the most violent anger, and indeed of contempt, that she said to the prince, dwelling on every word, "I am leaving the states of your Serene Highness for ever, so as never to hear the names of the fiscal Rassi and of the other infamous assassins who have condemned my nephew and so many others to death. If your Serene Highness does not wish to introduce a feeling of bitterness into the last moments that I shall pass in the presence of a prince who is courteous and intelligent when he is not led astray, I beg him most humbly not to recall to me the thought of those infamous judges who sell themselves for 1,000 scudi or a cross." The admirable, and above all genuine, accent in which these words were uttered made the prince shudder. He feared for a moment to see his dignity compromised by an accusation even more direct, but on the whole this sensation soon became one of pleasure. He admired the Duchessa. Her face and figure attained at that moment to a sublime beauty. Great God, how beautiful she is, the prince said to himself. One ought to make some concession to a woman who is so unique, when there probably is not another like her in the whole of Italy. Oh, well, with a little polity it might not be impossible one day to make her my mistress. There is a wide gulf between a creature like this and that doll of a Marchese Balbi, who moreover robs my poor subjects of at least 300,000 francs every year. But did I hear aright? He thought suddenly. She said, condemned my nephew and so many others. Then his anger boiled over, and it was with a stiffness worthy of his supreme rank that the prince said, after an interval of silence, "And what would one have to do to make the signora not leave us?" "Something of which you are not capable," replied the Duchessa, in an accent of the most bitter irony and the most unconcealed contempt. The prince was beside himself, but his professional training as an absolute sovereign gave him the strength to overcome his first impulse. "I must have this woman," he said to himself. "So much I owe to myself that she must be made to die of shame. If she leaves this cabinet I shall never see her again." But, mad with rage and hatred as he was at this moment, where was he to find an answer that would at once satisfy the requirements of what he owed to himself, and induce the Duchessa not to abandon his court immediately? "She cannot," he said to himself, "repeat or turn to ridicule a gesture," and he placed himself between the Duchessa and the door of his cabinet. Presently he heard a tap at this door. "Who is this creature?" he cried, shouting with the full force of his lungs. "Who is this creature who comes here to thrust his fatuous presence upon me?" Poor General Fortuna showed a pallid face of complete discomfiture, and it was with the air of a man in his last agony that he stammered these inarticulate words. "His Excellency the Count Mosca solicits the honour of being introduced." "Let him come in," said, or rather shouted, the prince, and, as Mosca bowed, "Well," he said to him, "here is the Signora Duchessa Sanseverina, who informs me that she is leaving Parma immediately to go and settle at Naples, and who, incidentally, is being most impertinent to me." "What?" said Mosca, turning pale. "Oh, so you did not know of this plan of departure?" "Not a word. I left the Signora at 6 o'clock, happy and content." This statement had an incredible effect on the prince. First of all he looked at Mosca. His increasing pallor showed the prince that he was telling the truth, and was in no way an accomplice of the Duchessa's desperate action. "In that case," he said to himself, "I lose her for ever. Pleasure and vengeance, all goes in a flash. At Naples she will make epigrams with her nephew Fabrizio about the great fury of the little Prince of Parma." He looked at the Duchessa. The most violent scorn and anger were disputing the possession of her heart. Her eyes were fixed at that moment on Count Mosca, and the exquisite curves of that lovely mouth expressed the bitterest disdain. The whole face seemed to be saying, "Vile courtier." "So," thought the prince after he had examined her, "I lose this means of bringing her back to my country. At this moment, again, if she leaves this cabinet, she is lost to me. God knows the things she will say about my judges at Naples, and with that spirit and that divine power of persuasion which heaven has bestowed on her, she will make every one believe her. I shall be obliged to her for the reputation of a ridiculous tyrant who gets up in the middle of the night to look under his bed." Then, by an adroit move, and as though he were intending to walk up and down the room to reduce his agitation, the prince took his stand once again in front of the door of the cabinet. The Count was on his right, at a distance of 3 paces, pale, shattered, and trembling, so that he was obliged to seek support from the back of the armchair in which the Duchessa had been sitting during the earlier part of the audience, and which the prince, in a moment of anger, had pushed across the floor. The Count was in love. "If the Duchessa goes, I follow her," he said to himself. "But will she want me in her train? That is the question." On the prince's left, the Duchessa, erect, her arms folded and pressed to her bosom, was looking at him with an admirable impatience. A complete and intense pallor had taken the place of the vivid colours which a moment earlier animated that sublime face. The prince, in contrast to the other 2 occupants of the room, had a red face and a troubled air. His left hand played convulsively with the cross attached to the grand cordon of his order, which he wore under his coat. With his right hand he caressed his chin. "What is to be done?" he asked the Comte, without knowing quite what he himself was doing, and carried away by the habit of consulting this other in everything. "I can think of nothing, truly, Serene Highness," replied the Comte, with the air of a man yielding up his last breath. It was all he could do to pronounce the words of his answer. The tone of his voice gave the prince the first consolation that his wounded pride had received during this audience, and this grain of happiness furnished him with a speech that gratified his vanity. "Very well," he said. "I am the most reasonable of the three. I choose to make a complete elimination of my position in the world. I am going to speak as a friend." And he added, with a fine smile of condescension, beautifully copied from the brave days of Louis XIV, "like a friend speaking to friends. Signora Duchessa," he went on, "what is to be done to make you forget an untimely resolution?" "Truly, I can think of nothing," replied the Duchessa with a deep sigh. "Truly, I can think of nothing. I have such a horror of Parma." There was no epigrammatic intention in this speech. One could see that sincerity itself spoke through her lips. The Comte turned sharply towards her. His courtier's soul was scandalized. Then he addressed a suppliant gaze to the prince. With great dignity and coolness the prince allowed a moment to pass. Then, addressing the Comte, "I see," he said, "that your charming friend is altogether beside herself. It is quite simple. She adores her nephew." And turning towards the Duchessa, he went on with a glance of the utmost gallantry, and at the same time with an air which one adopts when quoting a line from a play, "What must one do to please those lovely eyes?" The Duchessa had had time for reflection. In a firm and measured tone, and as though she were dictating her ultimatum, she replied, "His Highness might write me a gracious letter, as he knows so well how to do. He might say to me that, not being at all convinced of the guilt of Fabrizio del Dongo, first Grand Vicar of the Archbishop, he will not sign the sentence when it is laid before him, and that these unjust proceedings shall have no consequences in the future." "What? Unjust?" cried the prince, colouring to the whites of his eyes, and recovering his anger. "That is not all," replied the Duchessa with a Roman pride. "This very evening," and she added, looking at the clock, "it is already 11:15, this very evening His Serene Highness will send word to the Marchesa Raversi that he advises her to retire to the country to recover from the fatigue which must have been caused her by a certain prosecution of which she was speaking in her drawing-room in the early hours of the evening." The prince was pacing the floor of his cabinet like a madman. "Did anyone ever see such a woman?" he cried. "She is wanting in respect for me." The Duchessa replied with inimitable grace, "Never in my life have I had a thought of showing want of respect for His Serene Highness. His Highness has had the extreme condescension to say that he was speaking as a friend to friends. I have, moreover, no desire to remain at Parma," she added, looking at the Comte with the utmost contempt. This look decided the prince, hitherto highly uncertain, though his words had seemed to promise a pledge. He paid little attention to words. There was still some further discussion, but at length Count Mosca received the order to write the gracious note solicited by the Duchessa. He omitted the phrase, "These unjust proceedings shall have no consequences in the future." "It is enough," the Comte said to himself, "that the prince shall promise not to sign the sentence which will be laid before him." The prince thanked him with a quick glance as he signed. The Comte was greatly mistaken. The prince was tired and would have signed anything. He thought that he was getting well out of the difficulty, and the whole affair was coloured in his eyes by the thought, "If the Duchessa goes, I shall find my court become boring within a week." The Comte noticed that his master altered the date to that of the following day. He looked at the clock. It pointed almost to midnight. The minister saw nothing more in this correction of the date than a pedantic desire to show a proof of exactitude and good government. As for the banishment of the Marchesa Raversi, he made no objection. The prince took a particular delight in banishing people. "General Fontana!" he cried, opening the door a little way. The general appeared with a face showing so much astonishment and curiosity that a merry glance was exchanged by the Duchessa and Comte, and this glance made peace between them. "General Fontana," said the prince, "you will get into my carriage, which is waiting under the colonnade. You will go to the Marchesa Raversi's. You will send in your name. If she is in bed, you will add that you come from me, and on entering her room you will say these precise words and no others. Signora Marchesa Raversi, His Serene Highness requests you to leave tomorrow morning before 8 o'clock for your castello at Valleia. His Highness will let you know when you may return to Parma." The prince's eyes sought those of the Duchessa, who, without giving him the thanks he expected, made him an extremely respectful curtsy, and swiftly left the room. "What a woman!" said the prince, turning to Count Mosca. The latter, delighted at the banishment of the Marchesa Raversi, which simplified all his ministerial activities, talked for a full half-hour like a consummate courtier. He sought to console his sovereign's injured vanity, and did not take his leave until he saw him fully convinced that the historical anecdotes of Louis XIV included no fairer page than that with which he had just provided his own future historians. On reaching home, the Duchessa shut her doors, and gave orders that no one was to be admitted, not even the Comte. She wished to be left alone with herself, and to consider for a little what idea she ought to form of the scene that had just occurred. She had acted at random and for her own immediate pleasure, but to whatever course she might have let herself be induced to take, she would have clung with tenacity. She had not blamed herself in the least on recovering her coolness, still less had she repented. Such was the character to which she owed the position of being still, in her 37th year, the best-looking woman at court. The servants. She was thinking at this moment of what Parma might have to offer in the way of attractions, as she might have done on returning after a long journey, so fully, between 9 o'clock and 11, had she believed that she was leaving the place forever. That poor Comte did cut a ridiculous figure when he learned of my departure in the prince's presence. After all, he is a pleasant man, and has a very rare warmth of heart. He would have given up his ministries to follow me. But on the other hand, during 5 whole years he has not had to find fault with me for a single aberration. How many women married before the altar could say as much to their lords and masters? It must be admitted that he is not self-important. He is no pedant. He gives one no desire to be unfaithful to him. When he is with me, he seems always to be ashamed of his power. He cut a funny figure in the presence of his lord and master. If he was in the room now, I should kiss him. But not for anything in the world would I undertake to amuse a minister who had lost his portfolio. That is a malady which only death can cure, and one which kills. What a misfortune it would be to become minister when one was young. I must write to him. It is one of the things that he ought to know officially before he quarrels with his prince. But I am forgetting my good servants. The Duchessa rang. Her women were still at work, packing trunks. The carriage had drawn up under the portico and was being loaded. All the servants who had nothing else to do were gathered round this carriage, with tears in their eyes. Cecchina, who on great occasions had the sole right to enter the Duchessa's room, told her all these details. "Call them upstairs," said the Duchessa. A moment later she passed into the waiting-room. "I have been promised," she told them, "that the sentence passed on my nephew will not be signed by the sovereign," such is the term used in Italy, "and I am postponing my departure. We shall see whether my enemies have enough influence to alter this decision." After a brief silence the servants began to shout, "Evviva la signora Duchessa!" and to applaud furiously. The Duchessa, who had gone into the next room, reappeared like an actress taking a call, made a little curtsy full of grace to her people, and said to them, "My friends, I thank you." Had she said the word, all of them at that moment would have marched on the palace to attack it. She beckoned to a postilion, an old smuggler and a devoted servant, who followed her. "You will disguise yourself as a contadino in easy circumstances. You will get out of Parma as best you can, hire a seggiola, and proceed as quickly as possible to Bologna. You will enter Bologna as a casual visitor and by the Florence gate, and you will deliver to Fabrizio, who is at the Pellegrino, a packet which Cecchina will give you. Fabrizio is in hiding, and is known there as Signor Giuseppe Bossi. Do not give him away by any stupid action. Do not appear to know him. My enemies will perhaps set spies on your track. Fabrizio will send you back here after a few hours or a few days, and it is on your return journey especially that you must use every precaution not to give him away." "Ah, Marchesa Raversi's people," cried the postilion. We are on the lookout for them, and if the Signora wished, they would soon be exterminated. The Archbishop. Some other day, perhaps, but don't, as you value your life, do anything without orders from me. It was a copy of the Prince's note which the Duchessa wished to send to Fabrizio. She could not resist the pleasure of making him amused, and added a word about the scene which led up to the note. This word became a letter of 10 pages. She had the postilion called back. "You cannot start," she told him, "before 4 o'clock, when the gates are opened." "I was thinking of going out by the big conduit. I should be up to my neck in water, but I should get through." "No," said the Duchessa, "I do not wish to expose one of my most faithful servants to the risk of fever. Do you know anyone in the Archbishop's household?" "The second coachman is a friend of mine." "Here is a letter for that saintly prelate. Make your way quietly into his palace. Get them to take you to his valet. I do not wish Monsignore to be awakened. If he has retired to his room, spend the night in the palace, and, as he is in the habit of rising at dawn tomorrow morning at 4 o'clock, have yourself announced as coming from me. Ask the Holy Archbishop for his blessing. Hand him the packet you see here, and take the letters that he will perhaps give you for Bologna." The Duchessa addressed to the Archbishop the actual original of the Prince's note. As this note concerned his first Grand Vicar, she begged him to deposit it among the archives of the palace, where she hoped that their reverences, the Grand Vicars and Canons, her nephew's colleagues, would be so good as to acquaint themselves with its contents, the whole transaction to be kept in the most profound secrecy. The Duchessa wrote to Monsignor Landriani with a familiarity which could not fail to charm that honest plebeian. The signature alone filled 3 lines. The letter, couched in the most friendly tone, was followed by the words "Angelina Cornelia Isotta, Valsero del Dongo, Duchessa Sanseverina." "I don't believe I have signed all that," the Duchessa said to herself, "since my marriage contract with the poor Duca. But one only gets hold of those people with that sort of thing, and in the eyes of the middle classes the caricature looks like beauty." She could not bring the evening to an end without yielding to the temptation to write to the poor Comte. She announced to him officially, for his guidance, she said, in his relations with crowned heads, that she did not feel herself to be capable of amusing a minister in disgrace. "The Prince frightens you. When you are no longer in a position to see him, will it be my business to frighten you?" She had this letter taken to him at once. For his part, that morning at 7 o'clock, the Prince sent for Count Zurla, the Minister of the Interior. "Repeat," he told him, "the strictest orders to every podesta to have Signor Fabrizio del Dongo arrested. We are informed that possibly he may dare to reappear in our states. This fugitive being now at Bologna, where he seems to defy the judgment of our tribunals, post the sbirri who know him by sight. 1. In the villages on the road from Bologna to Parma. 2. In the neighbourhood of Duchessa Sanseverina's castello at Sacca and at her house at Castelnuovo. 3. Round Count Mosca's castello. I venture to hope from your great sagacity, Signor Count, that you will manage to keep all knowledge of these, your sovereign's orders, from the curiosity of Count Mosca. Understand that I wish Signor Fabrizio del Dongo to be arrested." Rassi. As soon as the minister had left him, a secret door introduced into the prince's presence the fiscal general Rassi, who came towards him bent double and bowing at every step. The face of this rascal was a picture. It did full justice to the infamy of the part he had to play, and while the rapid and extravagant movements of his eyes betrayed his consciousness of his own merits, the arrogant and grimacing assurances of his mouth showed that he knew how to fight against contempt. As this personage is going to acquire a considerable influence over Fabrizio's destiny, we may say a word here about him. He was tall. He had fine eyes that showed great intelligence, but a face ruined by smallpox. As for brains, he had them in plenty, and of the finest quality. It was admitted that he had an exhaustive knowledge of the law, but it was in the quality of resource that he specially shone. Whatever the aspect in which a case might be laid before him, he easily, and in a few moments, discovered the way, thoroughly well-founded in law, to arrive at a conviction or an acquittal. He was, above all, a past master of the hair-splittings of a prosecutor. In this man, whom great monarchs might have envied the Prince of Parma, one passion only was known to exist. He loved to converse with eminent personages, and to please them by buffooneries. It mattered little to him whether the powerful personage laughed at what he said, or at his person, or uttered revolting pleasantries at the expense of Signora Rassi. Provided that he saw the great man laugh, and was himself treated as a familiar, he was content. Sometimes the prince, at a loss how further to insult the dignity of this Chief Justice, would actually kick him. If the kicks hurt him, he would begin to cry, but the instinct of buffoonery was so strong in him that he might be seen every day frequenting the drawing-room of a minister who scoffed at him, in preference to his own drawing-room, where he exercised a despotic rule over all the stuff gowns of the place. This Rassi had above all created for himself a place apart, in that it was impossible for the most insolent noble to humiliate him. His method of avenging himself for the insults which he had to endure all day long was to relate them to the prince, in whose presence he had acquired the privilege of saying anything. It is true that the reply often took the form of a well-directed cuff, which hurt him, but he stood on no ceremony about that. The presence of this Chief Justice used to distract the prince in his moments of ill humour. Then he amused himself by outraging him. It can be seen that Rassi was almost the perfect courtier, a man without honour and without humour. "Secrecy is essential above all things," the prince shouted at him without greeting him, treating him, in fact, exactly as he would have treated a scullion, he who was so polite to everybody. "From when is your sentence dated?" "Serene Highness, from yesterday morning." "By how many judges is it signed?" "By all 5. "And the penalty?" 20 years in a fortress, as your Serene Highness told me." "The death penalty would have given offence," said the prince, as though speaking to himself. "It is a pity. What an effect on that woman! But he is a Del Dongo, and that name is revered in Parma, on account of the 3 archbishops, almost in direct sequence. You say 20 years in a fortress?" "Yes, Serene Highness," replied the fiscal, still on his feet and bent double, "with, as a preliminary, a public apology before his Serene Highness's portrait. And, in addition, a diet of bread and water every Friday and on the vigils of the principal feasts, the accused being notorious for his impiety. This is with the eye to the future, and to put a stop to his career." The Marchesa Raversi. "Right," said the prince. "His Serene Highness, having deigned to turn a considerate ear to the most humble supplications of the Marchesa del Dongo, the culprit's mother, and of the Duchess of Sanseverina, his aunt, which ladies have represented to him that, at the date of the crime, their son and nephew was extremely young, and in addition led astray by an insensate passion conceived for the wife of the unfortunate Giletti, has been graciously pleased, notwithstanding the horror inspired by such a murder, to commute the penalty to which Fabrizio del Dongo has been sentenced, to that of 12 years in a fortress." "Give it to me to sign." The prince signed and dated the sentence from the previous day. Then, handing it back to Rassi, said to him, "Write immediately beneath my signature, 'The Duchess Sanseverina having once again thrown herself before the knees of His Highness, the Prince has given permission that every Thursday the prisoner may take exercise for 1 hour on the platform of the square tower, commonly called Torre Farnese.'" "Sign that," said the prince, "and don't forget, keep your mouth shut, whatever you may hear said in the town. You will tell Councillor de Capitani, who voted for 2 years in a fortress, and even made a speech upholding so ridiculous a sentence, that I expect him to refresh his memory of the laws and regulations. Once again, silence, and good night." Fiscal Rassi performed with great deliberation 3 profound reverences, to which the prince paid no attention. This happened at 7 o'clock in the morning. A few hours later, the news of the Marchesa Raversi's banishment spread through the town and among the café. Everyone was talking at once of this great event. The Marchesa's banishment drove away for some time from Parma that implacable enemy of small towns and small courts, boredom. General Fabio Conti, who had regarded himself as a minister already, feigned an attack of gout, and for several days did not emerge from his fortress. The middle classes, and consequently the populace, concluded from what was happening that it was clear that the prince had decided to confer the Archbishopric of Parma on Monsignor del Dongo. The shrewd politicians of the café went so far as to assert that Father Landriani, the reigning archbishop, had been ordered to plead ill health and to send in his resignation. He was to be awarded a fat pension from the tobacco duty. They were positive about it. This report reached the archbishop himself, who was greatly alarmed, and for several days his zeal for our hero was considerably paralysed. 2 months later, this fine piece of news found its way into the Paris newspapers, with the slight alteration that it was Count Mosca, nephew of the Duchess of Sanseverina, who was to be made archbishop. The Marchesa Raversi, meanwhile, was raging in her Castello di Velleia. She was by no means one of those little feather-pated women who think that they are avenging themselves when they say damaging things about their enemies. On the day following her disgrace, Cavaliere Riscara and 3 more of her friends presented themselves before the prince by her order, and asked him for permission to go to visit her at her castello. His Highness received these gentlemen with perfect grace, and their arrival at Velleia was a great consolation to the Marchesa. Before the end of the 2nd week, she had 30 people in her castello, all those whom the liberal ministry was going to bring into power. Every evening the Marchesa held a regular council with the better informed of her friends. One day, on which she had received a number of letters from Parma and Bologna, she retired to bed early. Her maid let into the room, first of all, the reigning lover, Count Baldi, a young man of admirable appearance and complete insignificance, and later on Cavaliere Riscara, his predecessor. This was a small man, dark in complexion and in character, who, having begun by being instructor in geometry at the College of Nobles at Parma, now found himself a councillor of state and a knight of several orders. Cavaliere Riscara. "I have a good habit," the Marchesa said to these 2 men, "of never destroying any paper, and well it has served me. Here are 9 letters which the Sanseverina has written me on different occasions. You will, both of you, proceed to Genoa. You will look among the jailbirds there for an ex-lawyer named Buratti, like the great Venetian poet, or else Durati. You, Count Baldi, sit down at my desk and write what I am going to dictate to you. An idea has occurred to me, and I write you a line. I am going to my cottage by Castelnuovo. If you care to come over and spend a day with me, I shall be most delighted. There is, it seems to me, no great danger after what has just happened. The clouds are lifting. However, stop before you come to Castelnuovo. You will find one of my people on the road. They are all madly devoted to you. You will, of course, keep the name Bossi for this little expedition. They tell me that you have grown a beard like the most perfect Capuchin, and nobody has seen you at Parma except with the decent countenance of a grand vicar. Do you follow me, Riscara? Perfectly. But the journey to Genoa is an unnecessary extravagance. I know a man in Parma who, to be accurate, is not yet in the galleys, but cannot fail to get there in the end. He will counterfeit the Sanseverina's hand to perfection." At these words, Count Baldi opened those fine eyes of his to their full extent. He had only just understood. "If you know this worthy personage of Parma, who you hope will obtain advancement," said the Marchesa to Riscara, "presumably he knows you also. His mistress, his confessor, his bosom friend may have been bought by the Sanseverina. I should prefer to postpone this little joke for a few days, and not to expose myself to any risk. Start in a couple of hours like good little lambs, don't see a living soul at Genoa, and return quickly." Cavaliere Riscara fled from the room laughing and squeaking through his nose like Punchinello. "We must pack up our traps," he said as he ran in a burlesque fashion. He wished to leave Baldi alone with the lady. 5 days later, Riscara brought the Marchesa back her Count Baldi, flayed alive. To cut off 6 leagues they had made him cross a mountain on muleback. He vowed that nothing would ever induce him again to take long journeys. Baldi handed the Marchesa 3 copies of the letter which he had dictated to him, and 5 or 6 other letters in the same hand, composed by Riscara, which might perhaps be put to some use later on. One of these letters contained some very pretty witticisms with regard to the fears from which the prince suffered at night, and to the deplorable thinness of the Marchesa Balbi, his mistress, who left a dint in the sofa cushions, it was said, like the mark made by a pair of tongs after she had sat on them for a moment. Anyone would have sworn that all these letters came from the hand of Signora Sanseverina. "Now I know beyond any doubt," said the Marchesa, "that the favoured lover Fabrizio is at Bologna or in the immediate neighbourhood." "I am too unwell," cried Count Boldi, interrupting her. "I ask as a favour to be excused this second journey, or at least I should like to have a few days' rest to recover my health." "I shall go and plead your cause," said Riscara. He rose and spoke in an undertone to the Marchesa. "Oh, very well then, I consent," she replied with a smile. "Reassure yourself, you shall not go at all," she told Boldi, with a certain air of contempt. "Thank you," he cried in heartfelt accents. In the end, Riscara got into a post-chaise by himself. He had scarcely been a couple of days in Bologna when he saw, in an open carriage, Fabrizio and little Marietta. "The devil," he said to himself, "it seems our future archbishop doesn't let the time hang on his hands. We must let the Duchessa know about this. She will be charmed." Riscara had only to follow Fabrizio to discover his address. Next morning our hero received from a courier the letter forged at Genoa. He thought it a trifle short, but apart from that suspected nothing. The thought of seeing the Duchessa and Comte again made him wild with joy, and in spite of anything Lodovico might say, he took a post-horse and went off at a gallop. Without knowing it, he was followed at a short distance by Cavaliere Riscara, who, on coming to a point 6 leagues from Parma, at the stage before Castelnuovo, had the satisfaction of seeing a crowd on the piazza outside the local prison. They had just led in our hero, recognised at the post-house as he was changing horses by two sbirri who had been selected and sent there by Count Zurla. Cavaliere Riscara's little eyes sparkled with joy. He informed himself with exemplary patience of everything that had occurred in this little village, then sent a courier to the Marchese Raversi. After which, roaming the streets as though to visit the church, which was of great interest, and then to look for a picture by the Parmigianino, which he had been told was to be found in the place, he finally ran into the Podesta, who was obsequious in paying his respects to a councillor of state. Riscara appeared surprised that he had not immediately dispatched to the citadel of Parma the conspirator whose arrest he had had the good fortune to secure. "There is reason to fear," Riscara added in an indifferent tone, "that his many friends who were endeavouring the day before yesterday to facilitate his passage through the state of His Highness may come into conflict with the police. There are at least 12 or 15 of these rebels mounted." "Intelligenti pauca," cried the Podesta with a cunning air. End of section 20. Section 21 of the Charterhouse of Parma by Stendhal, translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Chapter 15. A couple of hours later, the unfortunate Fabrizio, fitted with handcuffs and actually attached by a long chain to the sediola into which he had been made to climb, started for the citadel of Parma, escorted by 8 constables. These had orders to take with them all the constables stationed in the villages through which the procession had to pass. The Podesta in person followed this important prisoner. About 7 o'clock in the evening, the sediola, escorted by all the little boys in Parma and by 30 constables, came down the fine avenue of trees, passed in front of the little palazzo in which Fausta had been living a few months earlier, and finally presented itself at the outer gate of the citadel just as General Fabio Conti and his daughter were coming out. The governor's carriage stopped before reaching the drawbridge to make way for the sediola to which Fabrizio was attached. The general instantly shouted for the gates to be shut, and hastened down to the turnkey's office to see what was the matter. He was not a little surprised when he recognized the prisoner, who had grown quite stiff after being fastened to his sediola throughout such a long journey. 4 constables had lifted him down and were carrying him into the turnkey's office. "So I have in my power," thought the feather-pated governor, "that famous Fabrizio del Dongo, with whom anyone would say that for the last year the high society of Parma had taken a vow to occupy themselves exclusively." The general had met him a score of times, at court, at the Duchess's, and elsewhere, but he took good care not to show any sign that he knew him. He was afraid of compromising himself. "Have a report made out," he called to the prison clerk, "in full detail of the surrender made to me of the prisoner by his worship the Podesta of Castelnuovo." Barbone, the clerk, a terrifying personage owing to the volume of his beard and his martial bearing, assumed an air of even greater importance than usual. One would have called him a German jailer. Thinking he knew that it was chiefly the Duchessa Sanseverina who had prevented his master from becoming Minister of War, he was behaving with more than his ordinary insolence towards the prisoner. In speaking to him, he used the pronoun voi, which in Italy is the formula used in addressing servants. "I am a prelate of the Holy Roman Church," Fabrizio said to him firmly, "and Grand Vicar of this diocese. My birth alone entitles me to respect." "I know nothing about that," replied the clerk pertly. "Prove your assertions by showing the brevets which give you a right to those highly respectable titles." Fabrizio had no such documents, and did not answer. General Fabio Conti, standing by the side of his clerk, watched him write without raising his eyes to the prisoner, so as not to be obliged to admit that he was really Fabrizio del Dongo. Suddenly Slelia Conti, who was waiting in the carriage, heard a tremendous racket in the guard-room. The clerk Barbone, in making an insolent and extremely long description of the prisoner's person, ordered him to undo his clothing in order to verify and put on record the number and condition of the scars received by him in his fight with Giletti. "I cannot," said Fabrizio, smiling bitterly. "I am not in a position to obey the gentleman's orders. These handcuffs make it impossible." Prison. "What?" cried the general with an innocent air. "The prisoner is handcuffed? Inside the fortress? That is against the rules. It requires an order ad hoc. Take the handcuffs off him." Fabrizio looked at him. "There's a nice Jesuit," he thought. "For the last hour he has seen me with these handcuffs, which have been hurting me horribly, and he pretends to be surprised." The handcuffs were taken off by the constables. They had just learned that Fabrizio was the nephew of the Duchessa Sanseverina, and made haste to show him a honeyed politeness, which formed a sharp contrast to the rudeness of the clerk. The latter seemed annoyed by this, and said to Fabrizio, who stood there without moving, "Come along there, hurry up, show us those scratches you got from poor Giletti the time he was murdered." With a bound, Fabrizio sprang upon the clerk, and dealt him such a blow that Barbone fell from his chair against the general's legs. The constables seized hold of the arms of Fabrizio, who made no attempt to resist them. The general himself and two constables who were standing by him hastened to pick up the clerk, whose face was bleeding copiously. Two subordinates who stood farther off ran to shut the door of the office, in the idea that the prisoner was trying to escape. The brigadier, who was in command of them, thought that the young Del Dongo could not make a serious attempt at flight, since, after all, he was in the interior of the citadel. At the same time he went to the window to put a stop to any disorder, and by a professional instinct. Opposite this open window, and within a few feet of it, the general's carriage was drawn up. Slelia had shrunk back inside it, so as not to be a witness of the painful scene that was being enacted in the office. When she heard all this noise, she looked out. "What is happening?" she asked the brigadier. "Signora, it is young Fabrizio del Dongo, who has just given that insolent Barbone a proper smack." "What? Is it Signor del Dongo that they are taking to prison?" "Ah, no doubt about that," said the brigadier. "It is because of the poor young man's high birth that they are making all the fuss. I thought the signora knew all about it." Slelia remained at the window. When the constables who were standing round the table moved away a little, she caught a glimpse of the prisoner. "Who would ever have said," she thought, "that I should see him again for the first time in this sad plight when I met him on the road from the Lake of Como? He gave me his hand to help me into his mother's carriage. He had the Duchessa with him even then. Had they begun to love each other as long ago as that?" It should be explained to the reader that the members of the Liberal party, swayed by the Marchesa Raversi and General Conti, affected to entertain no doubt as to the tender intimacy that must exist between Fabrizio and the Duchessa. Count Mosca, whom they abhorred, was the object of endless pleasantries for the way in which he was being deceived. So, thought Slelia, there he is a prisoner, and a prisoner in the hands of his enemies. For, after all, Count Mosca, angel as one would like to think him, will be delighted when he hears of this capture. A loud burst of laughter sounded from the guard-room. "Jacopo," she said to the brigadier, in a voice that quivered with emotion, "what in the world is happening?" The general asked the prisoner sharply why he had struck Barbone. Monsignor Fabrizio answered calmly, "He called me assassino. Let him produce the titles and brevets which authorize him to give me that title." And they all laughed. A jailer who could write took Barboni's place. Clelia saw the latter emerge, mopping with his handkerchief the blood that streamed in abundance from his hideous face. He was swearing like a heathen. "That Fabrizio," he shouted at the top of his voice. "I'll have his life, I will, if I have to steal the hangman's rope." He had stopped between the office window and the general's carriage, and his oaths redoubled. "Move along there," the brigadier told him. "You mustn't swear in front of the signorina." Barboni raised his head to look at the carriage. His eyes met those of Clelia, who could not repress a cry of horror. Never had she seen at such close range so atrocious an expression upon any human face. "He will kill Fabrizio," she said to herself. "I shall have to warn Don Cesare." This was her uncle, one of the most respected priests in the town. General Conti, his brother, had procured for him the post of economo and principal chaplain in the prison. The general got into the carriage. "Would you rather stay at home," he said to his daughter, "or wait for me, perhaps for some time, in the courtyard of the palace? I must go and report all this to the sovereign." Fabrizio came out of the office escorted by 3 constables. They were taking him to the room which had been allotted to him. Clelia looked out of the window. The prisoner was quite close to her. At that moment she answered her father's question in the words, "I will go with you." Fabrizio, hearing these words uttered close to his ear, raised his eyes and met the girl's gaze. He was struck especially by the expression of melancholy on her face. "How she has improved," he thought, "since our meeting near Como. What an air of profound thought! They are quite right to compare her with the Duchessa. What angelic features!" Barbone, the blood-stained clerk, who had not taken his stand beside the carriage without a purpose, held up his hand to stop the 3 constables who were leading Fabrizio away, and, moving round behind the carriage until he reached the window next which the general was sitting, "As the prisoner has committed an act of violence in the interior of the citadel," he said to him, "in consideration of Article 157 of the regulations, would it not be as well to put the handcuffs on him for 3 days?" "Go to the devil," cried the general, still considerably embarrassed by this arrest. It was important for him that he should not drive either the Duchessa or Comte Mosca to extremes, and besides, what attitude was the Comte going to adopt towards this affair? After all, the murder of Ageletti was a mere trifle, and only intrigue had succeeded in magnifying it into anything of importance. During this brief dialogue, Fabrizio stood superb among the group of constables. His expression was certainly the proudest and most noble that one could imagine. His fine and delicate features, and the contemptuous smile that strayed over his lips, made a charming contrast with the coarse appearance of the constables who stood round him. But all this formed, so to speak, only the external part of his physiognomy. He was enraptured by the heavenly beauty of Clelia, and his eyes betrayed his surprise to the full. She, profoundly pensive, had never thought of drawing back her head from the window. He bowed to her with a half-smile of the utmost respect. Then, after a moment's silence, "It seems to me, Signora," he said to her, "that once before, near a lake, I had the honour of meeting you, in the company of the police." Clelia blushed, and was so taken aback that she could find no words in which to reply. What a noble air among all these coarse creatures, she had been saying to herself at the moment when Fabrizio spoke to her. The profound pity, we might almost say the tender emotion in which she was plunged, deprived her of the presence of mind necessary to find words, no matter what. She became conscious of her silence, and blushed all the deeper. At this moment the bolts of the great gate of the citadel were drawn back with a clang. Had not His Excellency's carriage been waiting for at least a minute? The echo was so loud in this vaulted passage that even if Clelia had found something to say in reply, Fabrizio could not have caught her words. Borne away by the horses, which had broken into a gallop immediately after crossing the drawbridge, Clelia said to herself, "He must have thought me very silly." Then suddenly she added, "Not only silly, he must have felt that I had a base nature. He must have thought that I did not respond to his greeting because he is a prisoner and I am the governor's daughter." The thought of such a thing was terrible to this girl of naturally lofty soul. "What makes my behaviour absolutely degrading," she went on, "is that before, when we met for the first time, also in the company of the police, as he said just now, it was I who was the prisoner, and he did me a service and helped me out of a very awkward position. Yes, I am bound to admit my behaviour was quite complete. It combined rudeness and ingratitude. Alas, poor young man. Now that he is in trouble, everybody is going to behave disgracefully to him. Even if he did say to me then, "You will remember my name, I hope, at Parma," how he must be despising me at this moment. It would have been so easy to say a civil word. Yes, I must admit my conduct towards him has been atrocious. The other time, but for the generous offer of his mother's carriage, I should have had to follow the constables on foot through the dust, or, what would have been far worse, ride a pillion behind one of them. It was my father then who was under arrest, and I defenceless. Yes, my behaviour is complete, and how keenly a nature like his must have felt it. What a contrast between his noble features and my behaviour! What nobility! What serenity! How like a hero he looked, surrounded by his vile enemies. Now I understand the Duchess's passion. If he looks like that in distressing circumstances, which may end in frightful disaster, what must he be like when his heart is happy? The governor's carriage waited for more than an hour and a half in the courtyard of the palace, and yet when the general returned from his interview with the prince, Clelia by no means felt that he had stayed there too long. "What is his highness's will?" asked Clelia. His tongue said prison, his eyes death. "Death! Great God!" exclaimed Clelia. "There now, be quiet," said the general crossly. "What a fool I am to answer a child's questions." Meanwhile, Fabrizio was climbing the 380 steps which led to the Torre Farnese, a new prison built on the platform of the great tower, at a prodigious height from the ground. He never once thought, distinctly that is to say, of the great change that had just occurred in his fortunes. "What eyes," he said to himself, "what a wealth of expression in them, what profound pity!" She looked as though she were saying, "Life is such a tangled skein of misfortunes. Do not distress yourself too much about what is happening to you. Are we not sent here below to be unhappy?" How those fine eyes of hers remained fastened on me, even when the horses were moving forward with such a clatter under the arch. Clelia Conti. Fabrizio completely forgot to feel wretched. Clelia accompanied her father to various houses. In the early part of the evening no one had yet heard the news of the arrest of the great culprit, for such was the name which the courtiers bestowed a couple of hours later on this poor, rash young man. It was noticed that evening that there was far more animation than usual in Clelia's face, whereas animation, the air of taking part in what was going on round her, was just what was chiefly lacking in that charming young person. When you compared her beauty with that of the Duchessa, it was precisely that air of not being moved by anything, that manner as though of a person superior to everything, which weighed down the balance in her rival's favour. In England, in France, lands of vanity, the general opinion would probably have been just the opposite. Clelia Conti was a young girl, still a trifle too slim, who might be compared to the beautiful models of Guido Reni. We make no attempt to conceal the fact that, according to the Greek ideas of beauty, the objection might have been made that her head had certain features a trifle too strongly marked. The lips, for instance, though full of the most touching charm, were a little too substantial. The admirable peculiarity of this face, in which shone the artless graces and the heavenly imprint of the most noble soul, was that, albeit of the rarest and most singular beauty, it did not in any way resemble the heads of Greek sculpture. The Duchessa had, on the other hand, a little too much of the recognized beauty of the ideal type, and her truly Lombard head recalled the voluptuous smile and tender melancholy of Leonardo's lovely paintings of Herodias. Just as the Duchessa shone, sparkled with wit and irony, attaching herself passionately, if one may use the expression, to all the subjects which the course of the conversation brought before her mind's eye, so Clelia showed herself calm and slow to move, whether from contempt for her natural surroundings or from regret for some unfulfilled dream. It had long been thought that she would end by embracing the religious life. At 20 she was observed to show a repugnance towards going to balls, and if she accompanied her father to these entertainments it was only out of obedience to him, and in order not to jeopardize the interests of his career. "It is apparently going to be impossible for me," the general, in his vulgarity of spirit, was too prone to repeat. Heaven having given me, as a daughter, the most beautiful person in the states of our sovereign, and the most virtuous, to derive any benefit from her for the advancement of my fortune. I live in too great isolation. I have only her in the world, and what I must absolutely have is a family that will support me socially, and will procure for me a certain number of houses where my merit, and especially my aptitude for ministerial office, shall be laid down as unchallengeable postulates in any political discussion. And there is my daughter, so beautiful, so sensible, so religious, taking offence whenever a young man well established at court attempts to find favour in her sight. If the suitor is dismissed, her character becomes less sombre, and I see her appear almost gay until another champion enters the lists. The handsomest man at court, Count Boldi, presented himself and failed to please. The richest man in his Highness's estates, the Marchesa Crescenzi, has now followed him. She insists that he would make her miserable. Decidedly, the general would say at other times, my daughter's eyes are finer than the Duchess's, particularly as, on rare occasions, they are capable of assuming a more profound expression. But that magnificent expression, when does anyone ever see it? Never in a drawing-room where she might do justice to it, but simply out driving alone with me, when she lets herself be moved, for instance, by the miserable state of some hideous rustic. Keep some reflection of that sublime gaze, I tell her at times, for the drawing-rooms in which we shall be appearing this evening. Not a bit of it. Should she condescend to accompany me into society, her pure and noble features present the somewhat haughty and scarcely encouraging expression of passive obedience. The general spared himself no trouble, as we can see, in his search for a suitable son-in-law, but what he said was true. Courtiers, who have nothing to contemplate in their own hearts, notice every little thing that goes on round about them. They had observed that it was particularly on those days when Clelia could not succeed in making herself emerge from her precious musings and feign an interest in anything, that the Duchessa chose to stop beside her and tried to make her talk. Clelia had hair of an ashen fairness, which stood out with a charming effect against cheeks that were delicately tinted, but, as a rule, rather too pale. The mere shape of her brow might have told an attentive observer that air, so instinct with nobility, that manner, so far superior to vulgar charms, sprang from a profound indifference to everything that was vulgar. It was the absence, and not the impossibility, of interest in anything. Since her father had become governor of the citadel, Clelia had found happiness, or at least freedom from vexations, in her lofty abode. The appalling number of steps that had to be climbed in order to reach this official residence of the governor, situated on the platform of the main tower, kept away tedious visitors, and Clelia, for this material reason, enjoyed the liberty of the convent. She found there almost all the ideal of happiness which at one time she had thought of seeking from the religious life. She was seized by a sort of horror at the mere thought of putting her beloved solitude and her secret thoughts at the disposal of a young man whom the title of husband would authorize to disturb all this inner life. If by her solitude she did not attain to happiness, at least she had succeeded in avoiding sensations that were too painful. On the evening after Fabrizio had taken to the fortress, the Duchessa met Clelia at the party given by the Minister of the Interior, Count Zurla. Everyone gathered round them. That evening Clelia's beauty outshone the Duchess's. The beautiful eyes of the girl wore an expression so singular and so profound as to be almost indiscreet. There was pity, there were indignation also, and anger in her gaze. The gaiety and brilliant ideas of the Duchessa seemed to plunge Clelia into spells of grief that bordered on horror. What will be the cries and groans of this poor woman, she said to herself, when she learns that her lover, that young man with so great a heart and so noble a countenance, has just been flung into prison, and that look in the sovereign's eyes which condemns him to death. O absolute power, when wilt thou cease to crush down Italy? O base and venal souls! And I am the daughter of a jailor, and I have done nothing to deny that noble station, for I did not deign to answer Fabrizio, and once before he was my benefactor. What can he be thinking of me at this moment, alone in his room with his little lamp for sole companion? Revolted by this idea, Clelia cast a look of horror at the magnificent illumination of the drawing-rooms of the Minister of the Interior. The court. Never, the word went round the circle of courtiers who had gathered round the two reigning beauties and were seeking to join in their conversation. Never have they talked to one another with so animated and at the same time so intimate an air. Can the Duchessa, who is always so careful to smooth away the animosities aroused by the Prime Minister, can she have thought of some great marriage for Clelia? This conjecture was founded upon a circumstance which until then had never presented itself to the observation of the court. The girl's eyes showed more fire, and indeed, if one may use the term, more passion than those of the beautiful Duchessa. The latter, for her part, was astonished, and one may say it to her credit, delighted by the discovery of charms so novel in the young recluse. For an hour she had been gazing at her with a pleasure by no means commonly felt in the sight of a rival. "Why, what can have happened?" the Duchessa asked herself. "Never has Clelia looked so beautiful, or one might say so touching. Can her heart have spoken? But in that case, certainly, it is an unhappy love. There is a dark grief at the root of this strange animation. But unhappy love keeps silent. Can it be a question of recalling a faithless lover by shining in society?" And the Duchessa gazed with attention at all the young men who stood round them. Nowhere could she see any unusual expression. Every face shone with a more or less pleased fatuity. But a miracle must have happened, the Duchessa told herself, vexed by her inability to solve the mystery. Where is Count Mosca, that man of discernment? No, I am not mistaken. Clelia is looking at me attentively, and as if I was for her the object of a quite novel interest. Is it the effect of some order received from her father, that vile courtier? I suppose that young and noble mind to be incapable of lowering itself to any pecuniary consideration. Can General Fabio Conti have some decisive request to make of the Comte? About 10 o'clock, a friend of the Duchessa came up to her and murmured a few words. She turned extremely pale. Clelia took her hand and ventured to press it. "I thank you, and I understand you now. You have a noble heart," said the Duchessa, making an effort to control herself. She had barely the strength to utter these few words. She smiled profusely at the lady of the house, who rose to escort her to the door of the outermost drawing-room. Such honours were due only to princesses of the blood, and were for the Duchessa an ironical comment on her position at the moment. And so she continued to smile at Contessa Zurla, but in spite of untold efforts did not succeed in uttering a single word. Clelia's eyes filled with tears as she watched the Duchessa pass through these rooms, thronged at the moment with all the most brilliant figures in society. What is going to happen to that poor woman, she wondered, when she finds herself alone in her carriage? It would be an indiscretion on my part to offer to accompany her. I dare not. And yet what a consolation it would be to the poor prisoner, sitting in some wretched cell, if he knew that he was loved to such a point. What a frightful solitude that must be in which they have plunged him. And we are here in these brilliant rooms. How horrible! Can there be any way of conveying a message to him? Great God, that would be treachery to my father. His position is so delicate between the two parties. What will become of him if he exposes himself to the passionate hatred of the Duchessa, who controls the will of the Prime Minister, who in 3 out of every 4 things here is the master? On the other hand, the prince takes an unceasing interest in everything that goes on at the fortress, and will not listen to any jest on that subject. Fear makes him cruel. In any case, Fabrizio, Clelia no longer thought of him as Signor del Dongo, is greatly to be pitied. It is a very different thing for him from the risk of losing a lucrative post. And the Duchessa, what a terrible passion love is! And yet all those liars in society speak of it as a source of happiness. One is sorry for elderly women because they can no longer feel or inspire love. Never shall I forget what I have just seen. What a sudden change! How those beautiful, radiant eyes of the Duchessa turned dull and dead after the fatal word which Marchese N. came up and said to her. Fabrizio must indeed be worthy of love. Remorse. Breaking in upon these highly serious reflections, which were absorbing the whole of Clelia's mind, the complimentary speeches which always surrounded her seemed to her even more distasteful than usual. To escape from them, she went across to an open window, half screened by a taffeta curtain. She hoped that no one would be so bold as to follow her into this sort of sanctuary. This window opened upon a little grove of orange trees planted in the ground. As a matter of fact, every winter they had to be protected by a covering. Clelia inhaled with rapture the scent of their blossom, and this pleasure seemed to restore a little calm to her spirit. I felt that he had a very noble air, she thought, but to inspire such passion in so distinguished a woman! She has had the glory of refusing the princess homage, and if she had deigned to consent, she would have reigned as queen over his states. My father says that the sovereign's passion went so far as to promise to marry her if ever he became free to do so. And this love for Fabrizio has lasted so long, it is quite 5 years since we met them by the Lake of Como. Yes, it is quite 5 years, she said to herself after a moment's reflection. I was struck by it even then, when so many things passed unnoticed before my childish eyes, how those two ladies seemed to admire Fabrizio. Clelia remarked with joy that none of the young men who had been speaking to her with such earnestness had ventured to approach her balcony. One of them, the Marchese Crescenzi, had taken a few steps in that direction, but had then stopped by a card-table. If only, she said to herself, under my windows in our palazzo in the fortress, the only one that has any shade, I had some pretty orange trees like these to look at, my thoughts would be less sad. But to have as one's sole outlook the huge blocks of stone of the Torre Farnese. Ah, she cried with a convulsive movement, perhaps that is where they have put him. I must speak about it at once to Don Cesare. He will be less severe than the general. My father is certain to tell me nothing on our way back to the fortress, but I shall find out everything from Don Cesare. I have money. I could buy a few orange trees, which, placed under the window of my aviary, would prevent me from seeing that great wall of the Torre Farnese. How infinitely more hateful still it will be for me now that I know one of the people whom it hides from the light of day. Yes, it is just the 3rd time I have seen him. Once at court, at the ball on the princess's birthday. Today, hemmed in by 3 constables, while that horrible Barbone was begging for handcuffs to be put on him, and the other time by the Lake of Como. That is quite 5 years ago. What a hangdog air he had then! How he stared at the constables, and what curious looks his mother and his aunt kept giving him. Certainly there must have been some secret that day, some special knowledge which they were keeping to themselves. At the time I had an idea that he too was afraid of the police. Clelia shuddered. But how ignorant I was! No doubt at that time the Duchessa had already begun to take an interest in him. How he made us laugh after the first few minutes, when the ladies, in spite of their obvious anxiety, had begun to grow more accustomed to the presence of a stranger. And this evening I had not a word to say in reply when he spoke to me. Oh, ignorance and timidity! How often you have the appearance of the blackest cowardice! And I am like this at 20, yes, and past 20. I was well advised to think of the cloister. Really, I am good for nothing but retirement. Worthy daughter of a jailer, he will have been saying to himself. He despises me, and as soon as he is able to write to the Duchessa, he will tell her of my want of consideration, and the Duchessa will think me a very deceitful little girl, for after all, this evening she must have thought me full of sympathy with her in her trouble. Clelia noticed that someone was approaching, apparently with the intention of taking his place by her side on the iron balcony of this window. She could not help feeling annoyed, although she blamed herself for being so. The meditations in which she was disturbed were by no means without their pleasant side. Here comes some troublesome fellow to whom I shall give a warm welcome, she thought. She was turning her head with a haughty stare when she caught sight of the timid face of the Archbishop, who was approaching the balcony by a series of almost imperceptible little movements. This saintly man has no manners, thought Clelia. Why come and disturb a poor girl like me? My tranquillity is the only thing I possess. She was greeting him with respect, but at the same time with a haughty air, when the prelate said to her, "Signora, have you heard the terrible news?" The girl's eyes had at once assumed a totally different expression, but following the instructions repeated to her 100 times over by her father, she replied with an air of ignorance which the language of her eyes loudly contradicted. "I have heard nothing, Monsignore. My first Grand Vicar, poor Fabrizio del Dongo, who is no more guilty than I am of the death of that brigand Giletti, has been arrested at Bologna, where he was living under the assumed name of Giuseppe Bossi. They have shut him up in your citadel. He arrived there actually chained to the carriage that brought him. A sort of jailer named Barboni, who was pardoned some time ago after murdering one of his own brothers, chose to attempt an act of personal violence against Fabrizio, but my young friend is not the man to take an insult quietly. He flung his infamous adversary to the ground, whereupon they cast him into a dungeon 20 feet underground, after first putting handcuffs on his wrists." "Not handcuffs, no." "Ah, then you do know something," cried the Archbishop, and the old man's features lost their intense expression of discouragement. "But before we go any further, someone may come on to this balcony and interrupt us. Would you be so charitable as to convey personally to Don Cesare my personal ring here?" The girl took the ring, but did not know where to put it, for fear of losing it. "Put it on your thumb," said the Archbishop, and he himself slipped the ring into position. "Can I count upon you to deliver this ring?" "Yes, Monsignore." "Will you promise me to keep secret what I am going to say, even if circumstances should arise in which you may find it inconvenient to agree to my request?" "Why, yes, Monsignore," replied the girl, trembling all over as she observed the sombre and serious air which the old man had suddenly assumed. "Our estimable Archbishop," she went on, "can give me no orders that are not worthy of himself and me." Distress. "Say to Don Cesare that I commend to him my adopted son. I know that the sbirri who carried him off did not give him time to take his breviary with him. I therefore request Don Cesare to let him have his own, and if your uncle will send tomorrow to my palace, I promise to replace the book given by him to Fabrizio. I request Don Cesare also to convey the ring which this pretty hand is now wearing to Signor del Dongo." The Archbishop was interrupted by General Fabio Conti, who came in search of his daughter to take her to the carriage. There was a brief interval of conversation in which the prelate showed a certain adroitness. Without making any reference to the latest prisoner, he so arranged matters that the course of the conversation led naturally to the utterance of certain moral and political maxims by himself. For instance, "There are moments of crisis in the life of a court which decides for long periods the existence of the most exalted personages. It would be distinctly imprudent to change into personal hatred the state of political aloofness which is often the quite simple result of diametrically opposite positions." The Archbishop, letting himself be carried away to some extent by the profound grief which he felt at so unexpected an arrest, went so far as to say that one must undoubtedly strive to retain the position one holds, but that it would be quite a gratuitous imprudence to attract to oneself furious hatreds in consequence of lending oneself to certain actions which are never forgotten. When the General was in the carriage with his daughter, "Those might be described as threats," he said to her. "Threats to a man of my sort." No other words passed between father and daughter for the next 20 minutes. On receiving the Archbishop's pastoral ring, Clelia had indeed promised herself that she would inform her father, as soon as she was in the carriage, of the little service which the prelate had asked of her. But after the word "threats," uttered with anger, she took it for granted that her father would intercept the token. She covered the ring with her left hand and pressed it passionately. During the whole of the time that it took them to drive from the Ministry of the Interior to the citadel, she was asking herself whether it would be criminal on her part not to speak of the matter to her father. She was extremely pious, extremely timorous, and her heart, usually so tranquil, beat with an unaccustomed violence. But in the end the chivalar of the sentry posted on the rampart above the gate rang out on the approach of the carriage before Clelia had found a form of words calculated to incline her father not to refuse, so much afraid was she of his refusing. As they climbed the 360 steps which led to the governor's residence, Clelia could think of nothing. She hastened to speak to her uncle, who rebuked her and refused to lend himself to anything. End of section 21. Section 22 of the Charterhouse of Parma by Stendhal, translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Chapter 16. "Well," cried the general when he caught sight of his brother Don Cesare, "here is the Duchessa going to spend 100,000 scudi to make a fool of me and help the prisoner to escape. But for the moment we are obliged to leave Fabrizio in his prison at the very summit of the citadel of Parma. He is well guarded, and we shall perhaps find him a little altered when we return to him. We must now concern ourselves first of all with the court, where certain highly complicated intrigues, and particularly the passion of an unhappy woman, are going to decide his fate." As he climbed the 390 steps to his prison in the Torre Fanasa, beneath the eyes of the governor, Fabrizio, who had so greatly dreaded this moment, found that he had no time to think of his misfortunes. On returning home after the party at Count Zurla's, the Duchessa dismissed her women with a wave of her hand. Then, letting herself fall, fully dressed, onto her bed, "Fabrizio," she cried aloud, "is in the power of his enemies, and perhaps to spite me they will give him poison." How is one to depict the moment of despair that followed the statement of the situation in a woman so far from reasonable, so much the slave of every passing sensation, and, without admitting it to herself, desperately in love with the young prisoner? There were inarticulate cries, paroxysms of rage, convulsive movements, but never a tear. She had sent her women away to conceal her tears. She thought that she was going to break into sobs as soon as she found herself alone. But tears, those first comforters in hours of great sorrow, completely failed her. Anger, indignation, the sense of her own inferiority when matched with the prince, had too firm a mastery of this proud soul. "Am I not humiliated enough?" she kept on exclaiming. "I am outraged, and worse still, Fabrizio's life is in danger, and I have no means of vengeance. Wait a moment, my prince. You kill me, well and good. You have the power to do so, but afterwards I shall have your life. Alas, poor Fabrizio, how will that help you? What a difference from the day when I was proposing to leave Parma, and yet even then I thought I was unhappy. What blindness! I was going to break with all the habits and customs of a pleasant life. Alas, without knowing it, I was on the edge of an event which was to decide my fate forever. Had not the Comte, with the miserable fawning instinct of a courtier, omitted the words "unjust proceedings" from that fatal note which the prince's vanity allowed me to secure, we should have been saved. I had had the good fortune, rather than the skill, I must admit, to bring into play his personal vanity on the subject of his beloved town of Parma. Then I threatened to leave. Then I was free. Great God, what sort of slave am I now? Here I am now, nailed down in this foul sewer, and Fabrizio in chains in the citadel, in that citadel which for so many eminent men has been the ante-room of death, and I can no longer keep that tiger cowed by the fear of seeing me leave his den. Despondency. He has too much sense not to realize that I will never move from the infamous tower in which my heart is enchained. Now the injured vanity of the man may put the oddest ideas into his head. Their fantastic cruelty would but whet the appetite of his astounding vanity. If he returns to his former programme of insipid love-making, if he says to me, "Accept the devotion of your slave or Fabrizio dies," well, there is the old story of Judith. Yes, but if it is only suicide for me, it will be murder for Fabrizio. His fool of a successor, our crown prince, and the infamous headsman Rassi will have Fabrizio hanged as my accomplice. The Duchessa wailed aloud. This dilemma, from which she could see no way of escape, was torturing her unhappy heart. Her distracted head could see no other probability in the future. For 10 minutes she writhed like a madwoman. Then a sleep of utter exhaustion took the place for a few moments of this horrible state. Life was crushed out. A few minutes later she awoke with a start and found herself sitting on her bed. She had dreamed that, in her presence, the prince was going to cut off Fabrizio's head. With what haggard eyes the Duchessa stared round her. When at length she was convinced that neither Fabrizio nor the prince was in the room with her, she fell back on her bed and was on the point of fainting. Her physical exhaustion was such that she could not summon up enough strength to change her position. Great God, if I could die, she said to herself. But what cowardice for me to abandon Fabrizio in his trouble. My wits are straying. Come, let us get back to the facts. Let us consider calmly the execrable position in which I have plunged myself, as though of my own free will. What a lamentable piece of stupidity to come and live at the court of an absolute prince, a tyrant who knows all his victims. Every look they give him he interprets as a defiance of his power. Alas, that is what neither the Comte nor I took into account when we left Milan. I thought of the attractions of an amusing court, something inferior, it is true, but something in the same style as the happy days of Prince Eugene. Looking from without, we can form no idea of what is meant by the authority of a despot who knows all his subjects by sight. The outward form of despotism is the same as that of the other kinds of government. There are judges, for instance, but they are rassis, the monster. He would see nothing extraordinary in hanging his own father if the prince ordered him to do so. He would call it his duty. Seduce Rassi? Unhappy wretch that I am! I possess no means of doing so. What can I offer him? 100,000 francs, possibly? And they say that after the last dagger-blow which the wrath of heaven against this unhappy country allowed him to escape, the prince sent him 10,000 golden sequins in a casket. Besides, what sum of money would seduce him? That soul of mud, which has never read anything but contempt in the eyes of men, enjoys here the pleasure of seeing now fear, and even respect there. He may become minister of police, and why not? Then 3/4 of the inhabitants of the place will be his base courtiers, and will tremble before him in as servile a fashion as he himself trembles before his sovereign. Since I cannot fly this detested spot, I must be of use here to Fabrizio. Live alone, in solitude, in despair. What can I do then for Fabrizio? Come, forward, unhappy woman. Do your duty. Go into society. Pretend to think no more of Fabrizio. Pretend to forget him, the dear angel. So speaking, the Duchess had burst into tears. At last she could weep. After an hour set apart for human frailty, she saw with some slight consolation that her mind was beginning to grow clearer. To have the magic carpet, she said to herself, to snatch Fabrizio from the citadel and fly with him to some happy place where we could not be pursued, Paris, for instance. We should live there at first on the 1,200 francs which his father's agent transmits to me with so pleasing a regularity. I could easily gather together 100,000 francs from the remains of my fortune. The Duchess's imagination passed in review, with moments of unspeakable delight, all the details of the life which she would lead 300 leagues from Parma. There, she said to herself, he could enter the service under an assumed name. Placed in a regiment of those gallant Frenchmen, the young Valserra would speedily win a reputation. At last he would be happy. These blissful pictures brought on a second flood of tears, but they were tears of joy. So happiness did exist then somewhere in the world. This state lasted for a long time. The poor woman had a horror of coming back to the contemplation of the grim reality. At length, as the light of dawn began to mark with a white line the tops of the trees in her garden, she forced herself into a state of composure. In a few hours from now, she told herself, I shall be on the field of battle. It will be a case for action, and if anything should occur to irritate me, if the prince should take it into his head to say anything to me about Fabrizio, I am by no means certain that I can keep myself properly in control. I must, therefore, here and now, make plans. If I am declared a state criminal, Rassi will seize everything there is in this palazzo. On the 1st of this month, the Comte and I burned, as usual, all papers of which the police might make any improper use, and he is Minister of Police. That is the amusing part of it. I have 3 diamonds of some value. Tomorrow, Fulgenzio, my old boatman from Grianta, will set off for Geneva, where he will deposit them in a safe place. Should Fabrizio ever escape, great God, be thou propitious to me. She crossed herself. The unutterable meanness of the Marchese del Dongo will decide that it is a sin to supply food to a man pursued by a lawful sovereign. Then he will at least find my diamonds. He will have bread. Dismiss the Comte. Being left alone with him after what has happened is the one thing I cannot face. The poor man. He is not bad, really. Far from it. He is only weak. That commonplace soul does not rise to the level of ours. Poor Fabrizio, why cannot you be here for a moment with me to discuss our perils? The Count's meticulous prudence would spoil all my plans, and besides, I must on no account involve him in my downfall. For why should not the vanity of that tyrant cast me into prison? I shall have conspired. What could be easier to prove? If it should be to his citadel that he sent me, and I could manage by bribery to speak to Fabrizio, were it only for an instant, with what courage would we step out together to death? But enough of such follies. His Rassi would advise him to make an end of me with poison. My appearance in the streets, riding upon a cart, might touch the hearts of his dear Parmesans. But what is this? Still romancing? Alas, these follies must be forgiven a poor woman whose actual lot is so piteous. The truth of all this is that the prince will not send me to my death, but nothing could be more easy than to cast me into prison and keep me there. He will make his people hide all sorts of suspicious papers in some corner of my palazzo, as they did with that poor L. Then 3 judges, not 2 big rascals, for they will have what is called documentary evidence, and a dozen false witnesses will be all he needs. So I may be sentenced to death as having conspired, and the prince, in his boundless clemency, taking into consideration the fact that I have had the honour of being admitted to his court, will commute my punishment to 10 years in a fortress. But I, so as not to fall short in any way of that violent character which has led the Marchesa Raversi and my other enemies to say so many stupid things about me, will poison myself bravely. So at least the public will be kind enough to believe. But I wager that Rassi will appear in my cell to bring me gallantly, in the prince's name, a little bottle of strychnine or Perugia opium. Yes, I must quarrel in the most open manner with the Count, for I do not wish to involve him in my downfall. That would be a scandalous thing. The poor man has loved me with such candour. My mistake lay in thinking that a true courtier would have sufficient heart left to be capable of love. Very probably the prince will find some excuse for casting me into prison. He will be afraid of my perverting public opinion with regard to Fabrizio. The Count is a man of perfect honour. At once he will do what the sycophants of this court, in their profound astonishment, will call madness. He will leave the court. I braved the prince's authority on the evening of the note. I may expect anything from his wounded vanity. Does a man who is born a prince ever forget the sensation I gave him that evening? Besides, the Count, once he has quarrelled with me, is in a stronger position for being of use to Fabrizio. But if the Count, whom this decision of mine must plunge into despair, should avenge himself— There now is an idea that would never occur to him. His is not a fundamentally base nature like the prince's. The Count may, with a sigh of protest, countersign a wicked decree, but he is a man of honour. And besides, avenge himself for what? Simply because, after loving him for 5 years without giving the slightest offence of his love, I say to him, "Dear Count, I had the good fortune to be in love with you. Very well, that flame is burning low. I no longer love you, but I know your heart through and through. I retain a profound regard for you, and you will always be my best friend." What answer can a gallant uomo make to so sincere a declaration? I shall take a new lover, or so at least people will suppose. I shall say to this lover, "After all, the prince does right to punish Fabrizio's folly, but on the day of his festa, no doubt our gracious sovereign will set him at liberty." Thus I gain 6 months. The new lover, whom prudence suggests to me would be that venal judge, that foul hangman of a Rassi, he would find himself ennobled, and as far as that goes, I shall give him the right of entry into good society. Forgive me, dear Fabrizio. Such an effort for me is beyond the bounds of possibility. What, that monster, still all bespattered with the blood of Count P and of D? I should faint with horror whenever he came near me, or rather I should seize a knife and plunge it into his vile heart. Do not ask of me things that are impossible. Yes, that is the first thing to do. Forget Fabrizio, and not the least trace of anger with the prince. I must resume my ordinary gaiety, which will seem all the more attractive to these souls of mud in the first place, because I shall appear to be submitting with good grace to their sovereign's will; secondly, because, so far from laughing at them, I shall take good care to bring out all their pretty little qualities. For instance, I shall compliment Comte Zerler on the beauty of the white feather in his hat, which he has just had sent him from Lyon by courier, and which keeps him perfectly happy. Choose a lover from the Raversi's party. If the Comte goes, that will be the party in office. There is where the power will lie. It will be a friend of the Raversi that will reign over the citadel, for Fabio Conti will take office as minister. How in the world will the prince, a man used to good society, a man of intelligence, accustomed to the charming collaboration of the Comte, be able to discuss business with that ox, that king of fools, whose whole life has been occupied with the fundamental problem, ought His Highness's troops to have 7 buttons on their uniform in front, or 9? It is all those brute beasts thoroughly jealous of myself. And that is where you are in danger, dear Fabrizio. It is those brute beasts who are going to decide my fate and yours. Well then, shall I not allow the Comte to hand in his resignation? Let him remain, even if he has to submit to humiliations. He always imagines that to resign is the greatest sacrifice a Prime Minister can make, and whenever his mirror tells him he is growing old, he offers me that sacrifice. A complete rupture, then. Yes, and reconciliation only in the event of its being the sole method of prevailing upon him not to go. Naturally, I shall give him his dismissal in the friendliest possible way, but after his courtier-like omission of the words unjust proceedings in the prince's note, I feel that, if I am not to hate him, I need to spend some months without seeing him. On that decisive evening I had no need of his cleverness. He had only to write down what I dictated to him. He had only to write those words which I had obtained by my own strength of character. He was led away by force of habit, as a base courtier. He told me next day that he could not make the prince sign an absurdity, that we should have had letters of grace. Why, good God, with people like that, with those monsters of vanity and rancour who bear the name Farnese, one takes what one can get. At the thought of this, all the Duchess's anger was rekindled. The prince has betrayed me, she said to herself, and in how dastardly a way. There is no excuse for the man. He has brains, discernment, he is capable of reasoning. There is nothing base in him but his passions. The Comte and I have noticed that a score of times his mind becomes vulgar only when he imagines that someone has tried to insult him. Well, Fabrizio's crime has nothing to do with politics. It is a trifling homicide, just like 100 others that are reported every day in these happy states, and the Comte has sworn to me that he has taken pains to procure the most accurate information, and that Fabrizio is innocent. That Giletti was certainly not lacking in courage. Finding himself within a few yards of the frontier, he suddenly felt the temptation to rid himself of an attractive rival. The Duchessa paused for a long time to consider whether it were possible to believe in Fabrizio's guilt. Not that she felt that it would have been a very grave sin in a gentleman of her nephew's rank to rid himself of the impertinence of a mamma, but in her despair she was beginning to feel vaguely that she would be obliged to fight to prove Fabrizio's innocence. No, she told herself finally, here is a decisive proof. He is like poor Pietranera. He always has all his pockets stuffed with weapons, and that day he was carrying only a wretched single-barrelled gun, and even that he had borrowed from one of the workmen. I hate the prince because he has betrayed me, and betrayed me in the most dastardly fashion. After his written pardon he had the poor boy seized at Bologna and all that. But I shall settle that account. About 5 o'clock in the morning, the Duchessa, crushed by this prolonged fit of despair, rang for her women, who screamed. Seeing her on her bed, fully dressed, with her diamonds, pale as the sheet on which she lay, and with closed eyes, it seemed to them as though they beheld her laid out in state after death. They would have supposed that she had completely lost consciousness had they not remembered that she had just rung for them. A few rare tears trickled from time to time down her insentient cheeks. Her women gathered from a sign which she made that she wished to be put to bed. A breach. Twice that evening, after the party at the Minister Zerler's, the Comte had called on the Duchessa. Being refused admittance, he wrote to her that he wished to ask her advice as to his conduct. Ought he to retain his post after the insult that they had dared to offer him? The Comte went on to say, the young man is innocent, but were he guilty, ought they to arrest him without first informing me, his acknowledged protector? The Duchessa did not see this letter until the following day. The Comte had no virtue. Indeed, one may add that what the Liberals understand by virtue, seeking the greatest happiness of the greatest number, seemed to him silly. He believed himself bound to seek first and foremost the happiness of Count Mosca della Rovera, but he was entirely honourable and perfectly sincere when he spoke of his resignation. Never in his life had he told the Duchessa a lie. She, as it happened, did not pay the slightest attention to this letter. Her attitude, and a very painful attitude it was, had been adopted to pretend to forget Fabrizio. After that effort, nothing else mattered to her. Next day, about noon, the Comte, who had called 10 times at the Palazzo Sanseverina, was at length admitted. He was appalled when he saw the Duchessa. "She looks 40, he said to himself, and yesterday she was so brilliant, so young. Everyone tells me that during her long conversation with Clelia Conti she looked every bit as young and far more attractive." The Duchess's voice, her tone, were as strange as her personal appearance. This tone, divested of all passion, of all human interest, of all anger, turned the Comte pale. It reminded him of the manner of a friend of his who, a few months earlier, when on the point of death, and after receiving the last sacrament, had sent for him to talk to him. After some minutes the Duchessa was able to speak to him. She looked at him, and her eyes remained dead. "Let us part, my dear Comte," she said to him in a faint but quite articulate voice which she tried to make sound friendly. "Let us part. We must. Heaven is my witness that for 5 years my behaviour towards you has been irreproachable. You have given me a brilliant existence in place of the boredom which would have been my sad portion at the castle of Grianta. Without you I should have reached old age several years sooner. For my part, my sole occupation has been to try to make you find happiness. It is because I love you that I propose to you this parting à l'amiable, as they say in France." The Comte did not understand. She was obliged to repeat her statement several times. He grew deadly pale, and flinging himself on his knees by her bedside, said to her all the things that profound astonishment, followed by the keenest despair, can inspire in a man who is passionately in love. At every moment he offered to hand in his resignation and to follow his mistress to some retreat 1,000 leagues from Parma. "You dare to speak to me of departure, and Fabrizio is here," she at length exclaimed, half rising. But seeing that the sound of Fabrizio's name made a painful impression, she added, after a moment's quiet, gently pressing the Comte's hand, "No, dear friend, I am not going to tell you that I have loved you with that passion and those transports which one no longer feels, it seems to me, after 30, and I am already a long way past that age. They will have told you that I was in love with Fabrizio, for I know that the rumour has gone round in this wicked court." Her eyes sparkled for the first time in this conversation as she uttered the word wicked. "I swear to you before God, and upon Fabrizio's life, that never has there passed between him and me the tiniest thing that could not have borne the eyes of a third person. Nor shall I say to you that I love him exactly as a sister might. I love him instinctively, so to speak. I love him in his courage, so simple and so perfect that one may say he is not aware of it himself. I remember that this sort of admiration began on his return from Waterloo. He was still a boy then, for all his 17 years. His great anxiety was to know whether he had really been present at the battle, and if so, whether he could say that he had fought when he had not marched in the attack of any enemy battery or column. It was during the serious discussions which we used to have together on this important subject that I began to see in him a perfect charm. His great soul revealed itself to me. What sophisticated falsehoods would a well-bred young man in his place have flaunted? Well then, if he is not happy, I cannot be happy. There, that is a statement which well describes the state of my heart. If it is not the truth, it is at any rate all of it that I see." The Comte, encouraged by this tone of frankness and intimacy, tried to kiss her hand. She drew it back with a sort of horror. "The time is past," she said to him. "I am a woman of 37. I find myself on the threshold of old age. I already feel all its discouragements, and perhaps I have even drawn near to the tomb. That is a terrible moment, by all one hears, and yet it seems to me that I desire it. I feel the worst symptoms of old age. My heart is extinguished by this frightful misfortune. I can no longer love. I see in you now, dear Comte, only the shade of someone who is dear to me. I shall say more. It is gratitude, simply and solely, that makes me speak to you thus." "What is to become of me?" the Comte repeated. "Of me, who feels that I am attached to you more passionately than in the first days of our friendship, when I saw you at the Scala." "Let me confess to you one thing, dear friend. This talk of love bores me, and seems to me indecent." "Come," she said, trying to smile, but in vain. "Courage! Be a man of spirit, the judicious man, the man of resources in all circumstances. Be with me what you really are in the eyes of strangers, the most able man and the greatest politician that Italy has produced for ages." The Comte rose and paced the room in silence for some moments. "Impossible, dear friend," he said to her at length. "I am rent asunder by the most violent passion, and you ask me to consult my reason. There is no longer any reason for me." "Let us not speak of passion, I beg of you," she said in a dry tone, and this was the first time, after 2 hours of talk, that her voice assumed any expression whatever. The Comte, in despair himself, sought to console her. "He has betrayed me," she cried, without any way considering the reasons for hope which the Comte was setting before her. "He has betrayed me in the most dastardly fashion." Her deadly pallor ceased for a moment, but even in this moment of violent excitement the Comte noticed that she had not the strength to raise her arms. "Great God, can it be possible," he thought, "that she is only ill? In that case, though, it would be the beginning of some very serious illness." Then, filled with uneasiness, he proposed to call in the famous Razori, the leading physician in the place and in the whole of Italy. "So you wish to give a stranger the pleasure of learning the whole extent of my despair? Is that the counsel of a traitor or of a friend?" And she looked at him with strange eyes. "It is all over," he said to himself with despair. "She has no longer any love for me, and worse still, she no longer includes me even amongst the common men of honour. I may tell you," the Comte went on, speaking with emphasis, "that I have been anxious above all things to obtain details of the arrest which has thrown us into despair, and the curious thing is that still I know nothing positive. I have had the constables at the nearest station questioned. They saw the prisoner arrive by the Castelnuovo road and received orders to follow his sediola. I at once sent off for Bruno, whose zeal is as well known to you as his devotion. He has orders to go on from station to station until he finds out where and how Fabrizio was arrested." On hearing him utter Fabrizio's name, the Duchessa was seized by a slight convulsion. "Forgive me, my friend," she said to the Comte as soon as she was able to speak. "These details interest me greatly. Give me them all. Let me have a clear understanding of the smallest circumstances." "Well, Signora," the Comte went on, assuming a somewhat lighter air in the hope of distracting her a little, "I have a good mind to send a confidential message to Bruno and to order him to push on as far as Bologna. It was from there, perhaps, that our young friend was carried off. What is the date of his last letter?" "Tuesday, 5 days ago." "Had it been opened in the post?" "No trace of any opening. I ought to tell you that it was written on horrible paper. The address is in a woman's hand, and that address bears the name of an old laundress who is related to my maid. The laundress believes that it is something to do with a love affair, and Cocina refunds her for the carriage of the letters without adding anything further." The Comte, who had adopted quite the tone of a man of business, tried to discover, by questioning the Duchessa, which could have been the day of the abduction from Bologna. He only then perceived, he who had ordinarily so much tact, that this was the right tone to adopt. These details interested the unhappy woman, and seemed to distract her a little. If the Comte had not been in love, this simple idea would have occurred to him as soon as he entered the room. The Duchessa sent him away in order that he might, without delay, dispatch fresh orders to the faithful Bruno. As they were momentarily considering the question whether there had been a sentence passed before the moment at which the Prince signed the note addressed to the Duchessa, the latter, with a certain determination, seized the opportunity to say to the Comte, "I shall not reproach you in the least for having omitted the words unjust proceedings in the letter which you wrote and he signed. It was the courtier's instinct that gripped you by the throat. Unconsciously you preferred your master's interest to your friend's. You have placed your actions under my orders, dear Comte, and that for a long time past, but it is not in your power to change your nature. You have great talents for the part of minister, but you have also the instinct of that trade. The suppression of the word unjust was my ruin, but far be it from me to reproach you for it in any way. It was the fault of your instinct, and not of your will." The Court from Within. Bear in mind, she went on, changing her tone and with the most imperious air, that I am by no means unduly afflicted by the abduction of Fabrizio, that I have never had the slightest intention of removing myself from this place, that I am full of respect for the prince. That is what you have to say, and this is what I, for my part, wish to say to you. As I intend to have the entire control of my own behaviour for the future, I wish to part from you à l'amiable, that is to say, as a good and old friend. Consider that I am 60. The young woman is dead in me. I can no longer form an exaggerated idea of anything in the world. I can no longer love. But I should be even more wretched than I am were I to compromise your future. It may enter into my plans to give myself the appearance of having a young lover, and I should not like to see you distressed. I can swear to you, by Fabrizio's happiness," she stopped for a moment after these words, "that never have I been guilty of any infidelity to you, and that in 5 whole years. It is a long time," she said. She tried to smile. Her pallid cheeks were convulsed, but her lips were unable to part. "I swear to you even that I have never either planned or wished such a thing. Now you understand that. Leave me." The Count, in despair, left the Palazzo Sanseverina. He could see in the Duchessa the deliberately formed intention to part from him, and never had he been so desperately in love. This is one of the points to which I am obliged frequently to revert, because they are improbable outside Italy. Returning home, he dispatched as many as 6 different people along the road to Castelnuovo and Bologna, and gave them letters. But that is not all, the unhappy Count told himself. The prince may take it into his head to have this wretched boy executed, and that in revenge for the tone which the Duchessa adopted with him on the day of that fatal note. I felt that the Duchessa was exceeding a limit beyond which one ought never to go, and it was to compensate for this that I was so incredibly foolish as to suppress the words unjust proceedings, the only ones that bound the sovereign. But, bah, are those people bound by anything in the world? That is no doubt the greatest mistake of my life. I have risked everything that can bring me life's reward. It now remains to compensate for my folly by dint of activity and cunning. But after all, if I can obtain nothing, even by sacrificing a little of my dignity, I leave the man stranded. With his dreams of high politics, with his ideas of making himself constitutional king of Lombardy, we shall see how he will fill my place. Fabio Conti is nothing but a fool. Rassi's talent reduces itself to having a man legally hanged who is displeasing to authority. As soon as he had definitely made up his mind to resign from the ministry if the rigour shown Fabrizio went beyond that of a simple detention, the Count said to himself, "If a caprice of that man's vanity, rashly braved, should cost me my happiness, at least I shall have my honour left. By that token, since I am throwing my portfolio to the winds, I may allow myself 100 actions, which only this morning would have seemed to be outside the bounds of possibility. For instance, I am going to attempt everything that is humanly feasible to secure Fabrizio's escape." "Great God!" exclaimed the Count, breaking off in his soliloquy, and opening his eyes wide as though at the sight of an unexpected happiness. "The Duchessa never said anything to me about an escape. Can she have been wanting in sincerity for once in her life? And is the motive of her quarrel only a desire that I should betray the prince? Upon my word, no sooner said than done." The Court. The Count's eye had recovered all its satirical subtlety. That engaging fiscal Rassi is paid by his master for all the sentences that disgrace us throughout Europe, but he is not the sort of man to refuse to be paid by me to betray the master's secrets. The animal has a mistress and a confessor, but the mistress is of too vile a sort for me to be able to tackle her. Next day she would relate our interview to all the apple women in the parish. The Count, revived by this gleam of hope, was by this time on his way to the cathedral. Astonished at the alertness of his gait, he smiled in spite of his grief. "This is what it is," he said, "to be no longer a minister." This cathedral, like many churches in Italy, serves as a passage from one street to another. The Count saw, as he entered, one of the Archbishop's grand vicars crossing the nave. "Since I have met you here," he said to him, "will you be so good as to spare my gout the deadly fatigue of climbing to his Grace the Archbishop's? He would be doing me the greatest favour in the world if he would be so kind as to come down to the sacristy." The Archbishop was delighted by this message. He had 1,000 things to say to the minister on the subject of Fabrizio. But the minister guessed that these things were no more than fine phrases, and refused to listen to any of them. "What sort of man is Dugnani, the vicar of San Paolo?" "A small mind and a great ambition," replied the archbishop. "Few scruples and extreme poverty, for we too have our vices." "Egad, Monsignore," exclaimed the minister, "you portray like Tacitus," and he took leave of him laughing. No sooner had he returned to his ministry than he sent for Prior Dugnani. "You direct the conscience of my excellent friend the Fiscal General Rassi. Are you sure he has nothing to tell me?" And without any further speech or ceremony, he dismissed Dugnani. End of section 22. Section 23 of the Charterhouse of Parma by Stendhal, translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Peter Dann. Chapter 17. The Count regarded himself as out of office. "Let us see now," he said to himself, "how many horses we shall be able to have after my disgrace, for that is what they will call my resignation." He made a reckoning of his fortune. He had come to the ministry with 80,000 francs to his name. Greatly to his surprise, he found that, all told, his fortune at that moment did not amount to 500,000 francs. "That is an income of 20,000 lire at the most," he said to himself. "I must admit that I am a great simpleton. There is not a citizen in Parma who does not suppose me to have an income of 150,000 lire, and the prince in that respect is more of a cit than any of them. When they see me in the ditch, they will say that I know how to hide my fortune. Egad," he cried, "if I am still minister in 3 months' time, we shall see that fortune doubled." He found in this idea an occasion for writing to the Duchessa, which he seized with avidity, but to bespeak her pardon for a letter, seeing the terms on which they were, he filled this with figures and calculations. "We shall have only 20,000 lire of income," he told her, "to live upon, all three of us, at Naples. Fabrizio, you and myself. Fabrizio and I shall have one saddle horse between us." The minister had barely sent off his letter when the Fiscal General Rassi was announced. He received him with a stiffness which bordered on impertinence. "What, sir," he said to him, "you seize and carry off from Bologna a conspirator who is under my protection. What is more, you propose to cut off his head, and you say nothing about it to me. Do you at least know the name of my successor? Is it General Conti or yourself?" Rassi was dumbfounded. He was too little accustomed to good society to know whether the Comte was speaking seriously. He blushed a deep red, mumbled a few scarcely intelligible words. The Comte watched him and enjoyed his embarrassment. Suddenly Rassi pulled himself together and exclaimed, with perfect ease and with the air of Figaro caught red-handed by Almaviva, "Faith, Signor Comte, I shan't beat about the bush with your Excellency. What will you give me to answer all your questions as I should those of my confessor?" "The cross of San Paolo, which is the Parmesan order, or money, if you can find me an excuse for granting it to you." "I prefer the cross of San Paolo, because it ennobles me." "What, my dear Fiscal, you still pay some regard to our poor nobility?" "If I were of noble birth," replied Rassi, with all the impudence of his trade, "the families of the people I have hanged would hate me, but they would not feel contempt for me." "Very well, I will save you from their contempt," said the Comte. "Cure me of my ignorance. What do you intend to do with Fabrizio?" The Court. "Faith, the prince is greatly embarrassed. He is afraid that, seduced by the fine eyes of Armida, forgive my slightly bold language, they are the sovereign's own words, he is afraid that, seduced by a certain pair of very fine eyes, which have touched him slightly himself, you may leave him stranded, and there is no one but you to handle the question of Lombardy. I will go so far as to say," Rassi went on, lowering his voice, "that there is a fine opportunity there for you, and one that is well worth the cross of San Paolo which you are giving me. The prince would grant you, as a reward from the nation, a fine estate worth 600,000 francs, which he would set apart from his own domains, or a gratuity of 300,000 scudi, if you would agree not to interfere in the affairs of Fabrizio del Dongo, or at any rate not to speak of them to him except in public." "I expected something better than that," said the Comte. "Not to interfere with Fabrizio means quarrelling with the Duchessa." "There, that is just what the prince says. The fact is that he is horribly enraged against the Signora Duchessa. This is between ourselves. And he is afraid that, to compensate yourself for the rupture with that charming lady, now that you are a widower, you may ask him for the hand of his cousin, the old Princess Isotta, who is only 50. He has guessed aright, exclaimed the Comte. Our master is the shrewdest man in his states. Never had the Comte entertained the grotesque idea of marrying this elderly princess. Nothing would less have suited a man whom the ceremonies of the court bored to death. He began to tap with his snuff-box on the marble of a little table beside his chair. Rassi saw in this gesture of embarrassment the possibility of a fine windfall. His eyes gleamed. "As a favour, Signor Comte," he cried, "if your Excellency decides to accept this estate of 600,000 francs, or the gratuity in money, I beg that he will not choose any other intermediary than myself. I should make an effort," he added, lowering his voice, "to have the gratuity increased, or else to have a forest of some importance added to the land. If your Excellency would deign to introduce a little gentleness and tact into his manner in speaking to the Prince of this youngster they've locked up, a duchy might perhaps be created out of the lands which the nation's gratitude would offer him. I repeat to your Excellency, the Prince for the moment abominates the Duchessa, but he is greatly embarrassed, so much so indeed that I have sometimes thought there must be some secret consideration which he dared not confess to me. Do you know, we may find a gold mine here, I selling you his most intimate secrets, and quite openly, for I am supposed to be your sworn enemy. After all, if he is furious with the Duchessa, he believes also, and so do we all, that you are the one man in the world who can carry through all the secret negotiations with regard to the Milanese. Will your Excellency permit me to repeat to him textually the sovereign's words?" said Rassi, growing heated. "There is often a character in the order of the words which no translation can render, and you may be able to see more in them than I can see." "I permit everything," said the Comte, as he went on with an air of distraction, tapping the marble table with his gold snuff-box. "I permit everything, and I shall be grateful. Give me a patent of hereditary nobility independently of the cross, and I shall be more than satisfied. When I speak of a nobleman to the Prince, he answers, 'A scoundrel like you, noble?' I should have to shut up shop next day. Nobody in Parma would wish to be ennobled again. To come back to the business of the Milanese, the Prince said to me not 3 days ago, 'There is only that rascal to unravel the thread of our intrigues. If I send him away, or if he follows the Duchessa, I may as well abandon the hope of seeing myself one day the liberal and beloved ruler of all Italy.'" At this the Comte drew breath. "Fabrizio will not die," he said to himself. Never in his life had Rassi been able to secure an intimate conversation with the Prime Minister. He was beside himself with joy. He saw himself on the eve of being able to discard the name Rassi, which had become synonymous throughout the country with everything that was base and vile. The lower orders gave the name Rassi to mad dogs. Recently more than one soldier had fought a duel because one of his comrades had called him Rassi. Not a week passed, moreover, in which this ill-starred name did not figure in some atrocious sonnet. His son, a young and innocent schoolboy of 16, used to be driven out of the café on the strength of his name. It was the burning memory of all these little perquisites of his office that made him commit an imprudence. "I have an estate," he said to the Comte, drawing his chair closer to the minister's. "It is called Riva. I should like to be Barone Riva." "Why not?" said the minister. Rassi was beside himself. "Very well, Signor Comte. I take the liberty of being indiscreet. I shall venture to guess the object of your desires. You aspire to the hand of the Princess Isotta, and it is a noble ambition. Once you are of the family, you are sheltered from disgrace. You have our man tied down. I shall not conceal from you that he has a horror of this marriage with the Princess Isotta, but if your affairs were entrusted to some skilful and well-paid person, you would be in a position not to despair of success." "I, my dear Baron, should despair of it. I disavow in advance anything that you can say in my name. But on the day in which that illustrious alliance comes at length to crown my wishes and to give me so exalted a position in the state, I will offer you, myself, 300,000 francs of my own money, or else recommend the Prince to accord you a mark of his favour which you yourself will prefer to that sum of money." The reader finds this conversation long, and yet we are sparing him more than half of it. It continued for 2 hours more. Rassi left the Comte's presence mad with joy. The Comte was left with a great hope of saving Fabrizio, and more than ever determined to hand in his resignation. He found that his credit stood in need of renewal by the succession to power of persons such as Rassi and General Conti. He took an exquisite delight in a possible method which he had just discovered of avenging himself on the prince. "He may send the Duchessa away," he cried, "but by gad he will have to abandon the hope of becoming constitutional king of Lombardy." This was an absurd fantasy. The prince had abundance of brains, but by dint of dreaming of it he had fallen madly in love with the idea. The Comte could not contain himself for joy as he hurried to the Duchessa's to give her a report of his conversation with the fiscal. He found the door closed to him. The porter scarcely dared admit to him the fact of this order, received from his mistress's own lips. The Comte went sadly back to the ministerial palazzo. The rebuff he had just encountered completely eclipsed the joy that his conversation with the prince's confidant had given him. Having no longer the heart to devote himself to anything, the Comte was wandering gloomily through his picture gallery when, a quarter of an hour later, he received a note which ran as follows. "Since it is true, dear and good friend, that we are nothing more now than friends, you must come to see me only 3 times in the week. In a fortnight we shall reduce these visits, always so dear to my heart, to 2 monthly. If you wish to please me, give publicity to this apparent rupture. If you wish to pay me back almost all the love that I once felt for you, you would choose a new mistress for yourself. As for myself, I have great plans of dissipation. I intend to go a great deal into society. Perhaps I shall even find a man of parts to make me forget my misfortunes. Of course, in your capacity as a friend, the first place in my heart will always be kept for you, but I do not wish for the future that my actions should be said to have been dictated by your wisdom. Above all, I wish it to be known that I have lost all my influence over your decisions. In a word, dear Comte, be assured that you will always be my dearest friend, but never anything else. Do not, I beg you, entertain any idea of a resumption. It is all over. Count always upon my friendship." This last stroke was too much for the Comte's courage. He wrote a fine letter to the prince, resigning all his offices, and addressed it to the Duchessa with a request that she would forward it to the palace. A moment later he received his resignation torn across, and on one of the blank scraps of the paper the Duchessa had condescended to write, "No, 1,000 times no." A breach. It would be difficult to describe the despair of the poor minister. "She is right, I quite agree," he kept saying to himself at every moment. "My omission of the words unjust proceedings is a dreadful misfortune. It will involve perhaps the death of Fabrizio, and that will lead to my own." It was with death in his heart that the Comte, who did not wish to appear at the sovereign's palace before being summoned there, wrote out with his own hand the motu proprio which created Rassi Cavaliere of the Order of San Paolo, and conferred on him hereditary nobility. The Comte appended to it a report of half a page, which set forth to the prince the reasons of state which made this measure advisable. He found a sort of melancholy joy in making a fair copy of each of these documents, which he addressed to the Duchessa. He lost himself in suppositions. He tried to guess what, for the future, would be the plan of conduct of the woman he loved. "She has no idea herself," he said to himself. "One thing alone remains certain, which is that she would not for anything in the world fail to adhere to any resolution once she had announced it to me." What added still further to his unhappiness was that he could not succeed in finding that the Duchessa was to be blamed. "She has shown me a favour in loving me. She ceases to love me after a mistake, unintentional, it is true, but one that may involve a horrible consequence. I have no right to complain." Next morning the Comte learned that the Duchessa had begun to go into society again. She had appeared the evening before in all the houses in which parties were being given. What would have happened if they had met in the same drawing-room? How was he to speak to her? In what tone was he to address her? And how could he not speak to her? The day that followed was a day of gloom. The rumour had gone abroad everywhere that Fabrizio was going to be put to death. The town was stirred. It was added that the prince, having regard for his high birth, had deigned to decide that he should have his head cut off. "It is I that am killing him," the Comte said to himself. "I can no longer aspire to see the Duchessa ever again." In spite of this fairly obvious conclusion, he could not restrain himself from going 3 times to her door. As a matter of fact, in order not to be noticed, he went to her house on foot. In his despair, he had even the courage to write to her. He had sent for Rassi twice. The fiscal had not shown his face. "The scoundrel is playing me false," the Comte said to himself. Public opinion. The day after this, 3 great pieces of news excited the high society of Parma, and even the middle classes. The execution of Fabrizio was more certain than ever, and, a highly strange complement to this news, the Duchessa did not appear to be at all despairing. To all appearance, she bestowed only a quite moderate regret on her young lover. In any event, she made the most, with an unbounded art, of the pallor which was the legacy of a really serious indisposition which had come to her at the time of Fabrizio's arrest. The middle classes saw clearly in these details the hard heart of a great lady of the court. In decency, however, and as a sacrifice to the shade of the young Fabrizio, she had broken with Count Mosca. "What immorality!" exclaimed the Jansenists of Parma. But already the Duchessa, and this was incredible, seemed disposed to listen to the flatteries of the handsomest young men at court. It was observed, amongst other curious incidents, that she had been very gay in a conversation with Count Baldi, the Raversi's reigning lover, and had teased him greatly over his frequent visits to the Castello of Valleia. The lower middle classes and the populace were indignant at the death of Fabrizio, which these good folk put down to the jealousy of Count Mosca. The society of the court was also greatly taken up with the Comte, but only to laugh at him. The third of the great pieces of news to which we have referred was indeed nothing else than the Comte's resignation. Everyone laughed at a ridiculous lover who, at the age of 56, was sacrificing a magnificent position to his grief at being abandoned by a heartless woman who, moreover, had long ago shown her preference for a young man. The Archbishop alone had the intelligence, or rather the heart, to divine that honour forbade the Count to remain Prime Minister in a country where they were going to cut off the head, and without consulting him, of a young man who was under his protection. The news of the Comte's resignation had the effect of curing General Fabio Conti of his gout, as we shall relate in due course, when we come to speak of the way in which poor Fabrizio was spending his time in the citadel, while the whole town was inquiring the hour of his execution. On the following day the Comte saw Bruno, that faithful agent whom he had dispatched to Bologna. The Comte's heart melted at the moment when this man entered his cabinet. The sight of him recalled the happy state in which he had been when he had sent him to Bologna, almost in concert with the Duchessa. Bruno came from Bologna, where he had discovered nothing. He had not been able to find Lodovico, whom the Podesta of Castelnuovo had kept locked up in his village prison. "I am going to send you to Bologna," said the Comte to Bruno. "The Duchessa wishes to give herself the melancholy pleasure of knowing the details of Fabrizio's disaster. Report yourself to the Brigadier of Police in charge of the station at Castelnuovo." "No," exclaimed the Comte, breaking off in his orders. "Start at once for Lombardy, and distribute money lavishly among all our correspondents. My object is to obtain from all these people reports of the most encouraging nature." Bruno, after clearly grasping the object of his mission, set to work to write his letters of credit. As the Comte was giving him his final instructions, he received a letter which was entirely false, but extremely well written. One would have called it the letter of a friend writing to a friend to ask a favour of him. The friend who wrote it was none other than the Prince. Having heard mention of some idea of resignation, he besought his friend, Count Mosca, to retain his office. He asked him this in the name of their friendship and of the dangers that threatened the country, and ordered him as his master. He added that the King of having placed at his disposal 2 cordons of his order, he was keeping one for himself, and was sending the other to his dear Count Mosca. Diplomacy. "That animal is ruining me," cried the Comte in a fury before the astonished Bruno, "and he thinks to win me over by those same hypocritical phrases which we have planned together so many times to lime the twig for some fool." He declined the order that was offered him, and in his reply spoke of the state of his health as allowing him but little hope of being able to carry on for much longer the arduous duties of the ministry. The Comte was furious. A moment later was announced the fiscal Rassi, whom he treated like a black. "Well, because I have made you noble, you are beginning to show insolence. Why did you not come yesterday to thank me, as was your bounden duty, Master Drudge?" Rassi was a long way below the reach of insult. It was in this tone that he was daily received by the prince, but he was anxious to be a barone, and justified himself with spirit. Nothing was easier. "The prince kept me glued to a table all day yesterday. I could not leave the palace. His Highness made me copy out in my wretched attorney's script a number of diplomatic papers so stupid and so long-winded that I really believe his sole object was to keep me prisoner. When I was finally able to take my leave of him about 5 o'clock, half dead with hunger, he gave me the order to go straight home and not to go out in the evening. As a matter of fact, I saw 2 of his private spies, well known to me, patrolling my street until nearly midnight. This morning, as soon as I could, I sent for a carriage which took me to the door of the cathedral. I got down from the carriage very slowly, then at a quick pace walked through the church, and here I am. Your Excellency is at this moment the one man in the world who I am most passionately anxious to please. And I, Master Joker, am not in the least taken in by all these more or less well-constructed stories. You refused to speak to me about Fabrizio the day before yesterday. I respected your scruples and your oaths of secrecy, although oaths to a creature like you are at the most means of evasion. Today I require the truth. What are these ridiculous rumours which make out that this young man is sentenced to death as the murderer of the comedian Giletti? No one can give your Excellency a better account of those rumours, for it was I myself who started them by the sovereign's orders, and I believe it was perhaps to prevent me from informing you of this incident that he kept me prisoner all day yesterday. The prince, who does not take me for a fool, could have no doubt that I should come to you with my cross and ask you to fasten it in my buttonhole." "To the point," cried the minister, "and no fine speeches." No doubt the prince would be glad to pass sentence of death on Signor del Dongo, but he has been sentenced, as you probably know, only to 20 years in irons, commuted by the prince on the very day after the sentence to 12 years in a fortress, with fasting on bread and water every Friday and other religious observances. It is because I knew of this sentence to imprisonment only that I was alarmed by the rumours of immediate execution which are going about the town. I remember the death of Count Balanza, which was such a clever trick on your part." "It was then that I ought to have had the cross," cried Rassi, in no way disconcerted. "I ought to have forced him when I held him in my hand, and the man wished the prisoner killed. I was a fool then, and it is armed with that experience that I venture to advise you not to copy my example today." This comparison seemed in the worst of taste to his hearer, who was obliged to restrain himself forcibly from kicking Rassi. "In the first place," the latter went on, with the logic of a trained lawyer, and the perfect assurance of a man whom no insult could offend, "in the first place there can be no question of the execution of the said Del Dongo. The prince would not dare. The times have altogether changed. Besides, I, who am noble, and hope through you to become barone, would not lend a hand in the matter. Now it is only from me, as your Excellency knows, that the executioner of supreme penalties can receive orders, and I swear to you Cavalier Rassi will never issue any such orders against Signor del Dongo." "And you will be acting wisely," said the Comte, with a severe air, taking his adversary's measure. "Let us make a distinction," went on Rassi, smiling. "I myself figure only in the official death roll, and if Signor del Dongo happens to die of a colic, do not go and put it down to me. The prince is vexed, and I do not know why, with the Sanseverina." 3 days earlier Rassi would have said the Duchessa, but, like everyone in the town, he knew of her breach with the Prime Minister. The Comte was struck by the omission of her title on such lips, and the reader may judge of the pleasure that it afforded him. He darted at Rassi a glance charged with the keenest hatred. "My dear angel," he then said to himself, "I can show you my love only by blind obedience to your orders." "I must admit," he said to the fiscal, "that I do not take any very passionate interest in the various caprices of the Signora Duchessa. Only, since it was she who introduced to me this scapegrace of a Fabrizio, who would have done well to remain at Naples and not to come here to complicate our affairs, I make a point of his not being put to death in my time, and I am quite ready to give you my word that you shall be barone in the week following his release from prison." "In that case, Signor Comte, I shall not be barone for 12 whole years, for the prince is furious, and his hatred of the Duchessa is so keen that he is trying to conceal it." "His Highness is too good. What need has he to conceal his hatred, since his Prime Minister is no longer protecting the Duchessa? Only I do not wish that anyone should be able to accuse me of meanness, nor, above all, of jealousy. It was I who made the Duchessa come to this country, and if Fabrizio dies in prison, you will not be barone, but you will perhaps be stabbed with a dagger. But let us not talk about this trifle. The fact is that I have made an estimate of my fortune. At the most, I may be able to put together an income of 20,000 lire, on which I propose to offer my resignation most humbly to the sovereign. I have some hopes of finding employment with the King of Naples. That big town will offer me certain distractions which I need at this moment, and which I cannot find in a hole like Parma. I should stay here only in the event of your obtaining for me the hand of the Princess Isotta, and so forth." The conversation on this subject was endless. As Rassi was rising to leave, the Comte said to him, with an air of complete indifference, "You know that people have said that Fabrizio is playing me false, in the sense that he was one of the Duchessa's lovers. I decline to accept that rumour, and, to give it the lie, I wish you to have this purse conveyed to Fabrizio." "What, Signor Comte," said Rassi in alarm, looking at the purse, "there is an enormous sum here, and the regulations—" "To you, my dear sir, it may be enormous," replied the Comte with an air of the most supreme contempt. "A cit like you, sending money to his friend in prison, thinks he is ruining himself if he gives him 10 sequins. I, on the other hand, wish Fabrizio to receive these 6,000 francs, and on no account is the castle to know anything of the matter." While the terrified Rassi was trying to answer, the Comte shut the door on him with impatience. "Those fellows," he said to himself, "cannot see power unless it is cloaked in insolence." So saying, this great minister abandoned himself to an action so ridiculous that we have some misgivings about recording it. He ran to take from his desk a portrait in miniature of the Duchessa, and covered it with passionate kisses. "Forgive me, my dear angel," he cried, "if I did not fling out of the window with my own hands that drudge who dares to speak of you in a tone of familiarity. But if I am acting with this excess of patience, it is to obey you, and he will lose nothing by waiting." After a long conversation with the portrait, the Comte, who felt his heart dead in his breast, had the idea of an absurd action, and dashed into it with the eagerness of a child. He sent for a coat on which his decorations were sewn, and went to pay a call on the elderly Princess Isotta. Never in his life had he gone to her apartments except on New Year's Day. He found her surrounded by a number of dogs, and tricked out in all her finery, including diamonds even, as though she were going to court. The Comte, having shown some fear lest he might be upsetting the arrangements of Her Highness, who was probably going out, the lady replied that a Princess of Parma owed it to herself to be always in such array. For the first time since his disaster, the Comte felt an impulse of gaiety. "I have done well to appear here," he told himself, "and this very day I must make my declaration." The Princess had been delighted to receive a visit from a man so renowned for his wit, and a Prime Minister. The poor old maid was hardly accustomed to such visitors. The Comte began by an adroit preamble relative to the immense distance that must always separate from a plain gentleman the members of a reigning family. "One must draw a distinction," said the Princess. "The daughter of a king of France, for instance, has no hope of ever succeeding to the throne, but things are not like that in the House of Parma, and that is why we Farnese must always keep up a certain dignity in externals. And I, a poor princess such as you see me now, I cannot say that it is absolutely impossible that one day you may be my Prime Minister." This idea, by its fantastic unexpectedness, gave the poor Comte a second momentary thrill of perfect gaiety. On leaving the apartments of the Princess Isotta, who had blushed deeply on receiving the avowal of the Prime Minister's passion, he met one of the grooms from the palace. The Prince had sent for him in hot haste. "I am unwell," replied the minister, delighted at being able to play a trick on his prince. Oh, you drive me to extremes," he exclaimed in a fury, "and then you expect me to serve you. But learn this, my prince, that to have received power from Providence is no longer enough in these times. It requires great brains and a strong character to succeed in being a despot." Despotism. After dismissing the groom from the palace, highly scandalized by the perfect health of this invalid, the Comte amused himself by going to see the two men at court who had the greatest influence over General Fabio Conti. The one thing that made the minister shudder and robbed him of all his courage was that the governor of the citadel was accused of having once before made away with a captain, his personal enemy, by means of the Acquetta di Perugia. The Comte knew that during the last week the Duchessa had been squandering vast sums with a view to establishing communications with the citadel, but in his opinion there was small hope of success. All eyes were still too wide open. We shall not relate to the reader all the attempts at corruption made by this unhappy woman. She was in despair, and agents of every sort, all perfectly devoted, were supporting her. But there is perhaps only one kind of business which is done to perfection in small despotic courts, namely the custody of political prisoners. The Duchess's gold had no other effect than to secure the dismissal from the citadel of 9 or 10 men of all ranks. End of section 23. Section 24 of The Charterhouse of Parma by Stendhal, translated by C.K. Scott Moncrieff. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Chapter 18. Thus, with an entire devotion to the prisoner, the Duchessa and the Prime Minister had been able to do but very little for him. The prince was in a rage. The court as well as the public were piqued by Fabrizio, delighted to see him come to grief. He had been too fortunate. In spite of the gold which he spent in handfuls, the Duchessa had not succeeded in advancing an inch in her siege of the citadel. Not a day passed but the Marchese Raversi or Cavaliere Riscara had some fresh report to communicate to General Fabio Conti. They were supporting his weakness. A model prison. As we have already said, on the day of his imprisonment, Fabrizio was taken first of all to the governor's palazzo. This was a neat little building, erected in the 18th century from the plans of Vanvitelli, who placed it 180 feet above the ground, on the platform of the huge round tower. From the windows of this little palazzo, isolated at the back of the enormous tower like a camel's hump, Fabrizio could make out the country and the Alps to a great distance. He followed with his eye beneath the citadel the course of the Parma, a sort of torrent which, turning to the right 4 leagues from the town, empties its waters into the Po. Beyond the left bank of this river, which formed, so to speak, a series of huge white patches in the midst of the green fields, his enraptured eye caught distinctly each of the summits of the immense wall with which the Alps enclose Italy to the north. These summits, always covered in snow, even in the month of August, which it then was, give one, as it were, a reminder of coolness in the midst of these scorching plains. The eye can follow them in the minutest detail, and yet they are more than 30 leagues from the citadel of Parma. This expansive view from the governor's charming palazzo is broken at one corner towards the south by the Torre Farnese, in which a room was being hastily prepared for Fabrizio. This second tower, as the reader may perhaps remember, was built on the platform of the great tower in honour of a crown prince who, unlike Hippolytus, the son of Theseus, had by no means repelled the advances of a young stepmother. The princess died in a few hours. The prince's son regained his liberty only 17 years later, when he ascended the throne on the death of his father. This Torre Farnese, to which, after waiting for 3/4 of an hour, Fabrizio was made to climb, of an extremely plain exterior, rises some 50 feet above the platform of the great tower, and is adorned with a number of lightning conductors. The prince, who, in his displeasure with his wife, built this prison, visible from all parts of the country, had the singular design of trying to persuade his subjects that it had been there for many years. That is why he gave it the name of Torre Farnese. It was forbidden to speak of this construction, and from all parts of the town of Parma and the surrounding plains people could perfectly well see the masons laying each of the stones which composed this pentagonal edifice. In order to prove that it was old, there was placed above the door, 2 feet wide and 4 feet high, which forms its entrance, a magnificent bas-relief representing Alessandro Farnese, the famous general, forcing Henry IV to withdraw from Paris. This Torre Farnese, standing in so conspicuous a position, consists of a hall on the ground floor, at least 40 yards long, broad in proportion, and filled with extremely squat pillars, for this disproportionately large room is not more than 15 feet high. It is used as the guard room, and in the middle of it the staircase rises in a spiral round one of the pillars. It is a small staircase of iron, very light, barely 2 feet in width, and wrought in filigree. By this staircase, which shook beneath the weight of the jailers who were escorting him, Fabrizio came to a set of vast rooms more than 20 feet high, forming a magnificent first floor. They had originally been furnished with the greatest luxury for the young prince, who spent in them the 17 best years of his life. At one end of this apartment the new prisoner was shown a chapel of the greatest magnificence. The walls and ceiling were entirely covered in black marble. Pillars, black also, and of the noblest proportions, were placed in line along the black walls without touching them, and these walls were decorated with a number of skulls in white marble, of colossal proportions, elegantly carved and supported underneath by crossbones. There is an invention of the hatred that cannot kill, thought Fabrizio, and what a devilish idea to let me see it. The dog Fox. An iron staircase of light filigree, similarly coiled about a pillar, gave access to the second floor of this prison, and it was in the rooms of this second floor, which were some 15 feet in height, that for the last year General Fabio Conti had given proof of his genius. First of all, under his direction, solid bars had been fixed in the windows of these rooms, originally occupied by the prince's servants, and standing more than 30 feet above the stone slabs which paved the platform of the great round tower. It was by a dark corridor running along the middle of this building that one approached these rooms, each of which had 2 windows, and in this very narrow corridor Fabrizio noticed 3 iron gates in succession, formed of enormous bars and rising to the roof. It was the plans, sections, and elevations of all these pretty inventions that, for 2 years past, had entitled the general to an audience of his master every week. A conspirator placed in one of these rooms could not complain to public opinion that he was being treated in an inhuman fashion, and yet was unable to communicate with anyone in the world, or to make a movement without being heard. The general had had placed in each room huge joists of oak in the form of trestles 3 feet high, and this was his paramount invention, which gave him a claim to the Ministry of Police. On these trestles he had set up a cell of planks, extremely resonant, 10 feet high, and touching the wall only at the side where the windows were. On the other 3 sides ran a little corridor 4 feet wide, between the original wall of the prison, which consisted of huge blocks of dressed stone, and the wooden partition of the cell. These partitions, formed of 4 double planks of walnut, oak, and pine, were solidly held together by iron bolts and by innumerable nails. It was into one of these rooms, constructed a year earlier, and the masterpiece of General Fabio Conti's inventive talent, which had received the sounding title of passive obedience, that Fabrizio was taken. He ran to the windows. The view that one had from these barred windows was sublime. One little piece of the horizon alone was hidden to the northwest by the terraced roof of the governor's palazzo, which had only 2 floors. The ground floor was occupied by the officers of the staff, and from the first Fabrizio's eyes were attracted to one of the windows of the upper floor, in which were to be seen, in pretty cages, a great number of birds of all sorts. Fabrizio amused himself in listening to their song and in watching them greet the last rays of the setting sun, while the jailers busied themselves about him. This aviary window was not more than 25 feet from one of his, and stood 5 or 6 feet lower down, so that his eyes fell on the birds. There was a moon that evening, and at the moment of Fabrizio's entering his prison it was rising majestically on the horizon to the right, over the chain of the Alps towards Treviso. It was only 8:30, and at the other extremity of the horizon, to the west, a brilliant orange-red sunset showed to perfection the outlines of Mont Viso and other alpine peaks which run inland from Nice towards Mont Cenis and Turin. Without a thought of his misfortunes, Fabrizio was moved and enraptured by this sublime spectacle. So it is in this exquisite world that Clelia Conti dwells. With her pensive and serious nature, she must enjoy this view more than anyone. Here it is like being alone in the mountains, 100 leagues from Parma. It was not until he had spent more than 2 hours at the window, admiring this horizon, which spoke to his soul, and often also letting his eyes rest on the governor's charming palazzo, that Fabrizio suddenly exclaimed, "But is this really a prison? Is this what I have so greatly dreaded?" Instead of seeing at every turn discomforts and reasons for bitterness, our hero let himself be charmed by the attractions of his prison. Suddenly his attention was forcibly recalled to reality by a terrifying din. His wooden cell, which was not unlike a cage, and moreover was extremely resonant, was violently shaken. The barking of a dog and little shrill cries completed the strangest medley of sounds. "What now? Am I going to escape so soon?" thought Fabrizio. A moment later he was laughing as perhaps no one has ever laughed in a prison. By the general's orders, at the same time as the jailers, there had been sent up an English dog, extremely savage, which was set to guard officers of importance, and was to spend the night in the space so ingeniously contrived all round Fabrizio's cage. The dog and the jailers were to sleep in the interval of 3 feet left between the stone pavement of the original floor and the wooden planks on which the prisoner could not move a step without being heard. Prison. Now, when Fabrizio arrived, the room of the passive obedience happened to be occupied by 100 huge rats, which took flight in every direction. The dog, a sort of spaniel crossed with an English fox terrier, was no beauty, but to make up for this showed a great alertness. He had been tied to the stone pavement beneath the planks of the wooden room, but when he heard the rats pass close by him, he made an effort so extraordinary that he succeeded in pulling his head out of his collar. Then came this splendid battle, the din of which aroused Fabrizio, plunged in the least melancholy of dreams. The rats that had managed to escape the first assault of the dog's teeth took refuge in the wooden room. The dog came after them up the 6 steps which led from the stone floor to Fabrizio's cell. Then began a really terrifying din. The cell was shaken to its foundations. Fabrizio laughed like a madman until the tears ran down his cheeks. The jailer Grillo, no less amused, had shut the door. The dog, in going after the rats, was not impeded by any furniture, for the room was completely bare. There was nothing to check the bounds of the hunting dog but an iron stove in one corner. When the dog had triumphed over all his enemies, Fabrizio called him, patted him, succeeded in winning his affection. "Should this fellow ever see me jumping over a wall," he said to himself, "he will not bark." But this far-seeing policy was a boast on his part. In the state of mind in which he was, he found his happiness in playing with this dog. By a paradox to which he gave no thought, a secret joy was reigning in the depths of his heart. After he had made himself quite breathless by running about with the dog, "What is your name?" Fabrizio asked the jailer. "Grillo, to serve your excellency in all that is allowed by the regulations." "Very well, my dear Grillo. A certain Giletti tried to murder me on the broad highway. I defended myself and killed him. I should kill him again if it had to be done, but I wish to lead a gay life for all that so long as I am your guest. Ask for authority from your chiefs, and go and procure linen for me from the Palazzo Sanseverina. Also, buy me lots of Nebbiolo d'Asti. This is quite a good sparkling wine, which is made in Piedmont, in Alfieri's country, and is highly esteemed, especially by the class of wine-tasters to which jailers belong. 9 or 10 of these gentlemen were engaged in transporting to Fabrizio's wooden room certain pieces of old furniture, highly gilded, which they took from the prince's apartment on the 1st floor. All of them bore religiously in mind this recommendation of the wine of Asti. In spite of all they might do, Fabrizio's establishment for this first night was lamentable, but he appeared shocked only by the absence of a bottle of good Nebbiolo. "He seems a good lad," said the jailers as they left him, "and there is only one thing to be hoped for, that our gentleman will let him have plenty of money." When he had recovered a little from all this din and confusion, "Is it possible that this is a prison?" Fabrizio asked himself, gazing at that vast horizon from Treviso to Monviso, the endless chain of the Alps, the peaks covered with snow, the stars and everything, and a first night in prison besides. I can conceive that Clelia Conti enjoys this airy solitude. Here one is 1,000 leagues above the pettiness and wickednesses which occupy us down there. If those birds which are under my window there belong to her, I shall see her. Will she blush when she catches sight of me?" It was while debating this important question that our hero, at a late hour of the night, fell asleep. On the day following this night, the first spent in prison, in the course of which he never once lost his patience, Fabrizio was reduced to making conversation with Fox, the English dog. Grillo, the gaoler, did indeed greet him always with the friendliest expression, but a new order made him dumb, and he brought neither linen nor nebbiolo. "Shall I see Clelia?" Fabrizio asked himself as he awoke. "But are those birds hers?" The birds were beginning to utter little chirps and to sing, and at that height this was the only sound that was carried on the air. It was a sensation full of novelty and pleasure for Fabrizio, the vast silence which reigned at this height. He listened with rapture to the little chirpings, broken and so shrill, with which his neighbours, the birds, were greeting the day. "If they belong to her, she will appear for a moment in that room there beneath my window." And while he examined the immense chains of the Alps, against the first foothills of which the citadel of Parma seemed to rise like an advanced redoubt, his eyes returned every moment to the sumptuous cages of lemonwood and mahogany, which, adorned with gilt wires, filled the bright room which served as an aviary. What Fabrizio did not learn until later was that this room was the only one on the second floor of the palazzo which had any shade between 11 o'clock and 4. It was sheltered by the Torre Farnese. What will be my dismay, thought Fabrizio, if, instead of those modest and pensive features for which I am waiting, and which will blush slightly perhaps if she catches sight of me, I see appear the coarse face of some thoroughly common maid, charged with the duty of looking after the birds. But if I do see Celia, will she deign to notice me? Upon my soul, I must commit some indiscretion so as to be noticed. My position should have some privileges. Besides, we are both alone here, and so far from the world. I am a prisoner, evidently what General Conti and the other wretches of his sort call one of their subordinates. But she has so much intelligence, or I should say so much heart, so the Comte supposes, that possibly, by what he says, she despises her father's profession, which would account for her melancholy. A noble cause of sadness. But, after all, I am not exactly a stranger to her. With what grace, full of modesty, she greeted me yesterday evening. I remember quite well how, when we met near Como, I said to her, "One day I shall come to see your beautiful pictures at Parma. Will you remember this name, Fabrizio del Dongo?" Will she have forgotten it? Was she so young then? But, by the way, Fabrizio said to himself in astonishment, suddenly interrupting the current of his thoughts, I am forgetting to be angry. Can I be one of those stout hearts of which antiquity has furnished the world with several examples? How is this? I, who was so much afraid of prison, I am in prison, and I do not even remember to be sad. It is certainly a case where the fear was 100 times worse than the evil. What? I have to convince myself before I can be distressed by this prison, which, as Bland says, may as easily last 10 years as 10 months. Can it be the surprise of all these novel surroundings that is distracting me from the grief that I ought to feel? Perhaps this good humour, which is independent of my will and not very reasonable, will cease all of a sudden. Perhaps in an instant I shall fall into the black misery which I ought to be feeling. In any case, it is indeed surprising to be in prison and to have to reason with oneself in order to be unhappy. Upon my soul, I come back to my theory. Perhaps I have a great character. Fabrizio's meditations were disturbed by the carpenter of the citadel, who came to take the measurements of a screen for his windows. It was the first time that this prison had been used, and they had forgotten to complete it in this essential detail. The first step. And so, thought Fabrizio, I am going to be deprived of that sublime view, and he sought to derive sadness from this privation. But what's this? He cried suddenly, addressing the carpenter. Am I not to see those pretty birds any more? Ah, the signora's birds that she's so fond of, said the man with a good-natured air. Hidden, eclipsed, blotted out like everything else. Conversation was forbidden the carpenter, just as strictly as it was for the jailers, but the man felt pity for the prisoner's youth. He informed him that these enormous shutters, resting on the sills of the two windows and slanting upwards and away from the wall, were intended to leave the inmates with no view save of the sky. "It is done for their morals," he told him, "to increase a wholesome sadness and the desire to amend their ways in the hearts of the prisoners. The general," the carpenter added, "has also had the idea of taking the glass out of their windows and putting oiled paper there instead." Fabrizio greatly enjoyed the epigrammatic turn of this conversation, extremely rare in Italy. "I should very much like to have a bird to cheer me. I am madly fond of them. Buy me one from Signora Clelia Conti's maid." "What, do you know her?" cried the carpenter, "that you say her name so easily?" "Who has not heard tell of so famous a beauty? But I have had the honour of meeting her several times at court." "The poor young lady is very dull here," the carpenter went on. "She spends all her time there with her birds. This morning she sent out to buy some fine orange trees which they have placed by her orders at the door of the tower, under your window. If it weren't for the cornice you would be able to see them." There were in this speech words that were very precious to Fabrizio. He found a tactful way of giving the carpenter money. "I am breaking two rules at the same time," the man told him. "I am talking to your Excellency and taking money. The day after tomorrow, when I come back with the shutters, I shall have a bird in my pocket, and if I am not alone, I shall pretend to let it escape. If I can, I shall bring you a prayer book. You must suffer by not being able to say your office." "And so," Fabrizio said to himself as soon as he was alone, "those birds are hers, but in 2 days more I shall no longer see them." At this thought his eyes became tinged with regret. But finally, to his inexpressible joy, after so long a wait and so much anxious gazing, towards midday Clelia came to attend to her birds. Fabrizio remained motionless and did not breathe. He was standing against the enormous bars of his window and pressed close to them. He observed that she did not raise her eyes to himself, but her movements had an air of embarrassment, like those of a person who knows that she is being overlooked. Had she wished to do so, the poor girl could not have forgotten the delicate smile she had seen hovering over the prisoner's lips the day before, when the constables brought him out of the guard-room. Although to all appearance she was paying the most careful attention to what she was doing, at the moment when she approached the window of the aviary she blushed quite perceptibly. The first thought in Fabrizio's mind, as he stood glued to the iron bars of his window, was to indulge in the childish trick of tapping a little with his hand on those bars, and so making a slight noise. Then the mere idea of such a want of delicacy horrified him. It would serve me right if for the next week she sent her maid to look after the birds. This delicate thought would never have occurred to him at Naples or at Novara. The screen. He followed her eagerly with his eyes. Obviously, he said to himself, she is going to leave the room without deigning to cast a glance at this poor window, and yet she is just opposite me. But on turning back from the farther end of the room, which Fabrizio, thanks to his greater elevation, could see quite plainly, Clelia could not help looking furtively up at him as she approached, and this was quite enough to make Fabrizio think himself authorized to salute her. "Are we not alone in the world here?" he asked himself, to give himself the courage to do so. At this salute the girl stood still and lowered her eyes. Then Fabrizio saw her raise them very slowly, and, evidently making an effort to control herself, she greeted the prisoner with the most grave and distant gesture, but she could not impose silence on her eyes. Without her knowing it, probably, they expressed for a moment the keenest pity. Fabrizio remarked that she blushed so deeply that the rosy tinge ran swiftly down to her shoulders, from which the heat had made her cast off, when she came to the aviary, a shawl of black lace. The unconscious stare with which Fabrizio replied to her glance doubled the girl's discomposure. "How happy that poor woman would be," she said to herself, thinking of the Duchess, "if for a moment only she could see him as I see him now." Fabrizio had had some slight hope of saluting her again as she left the room, but to avoid this further courtesy, Clelia built a skilful retreat by stages, from cage to cage, as if at the end of her task she had to attend to the birds nearest the door. At length she went out. Fabrizio stood motionless, gazing at the door through which she had disappeared. He was another man. From that moment, the sole object of his thoughts was to discover how he might manage to continue to see her, even when they had set up that horrible screen outside the window that overlooked the governor's palazzo. Overnight, before going to bed, he had set himself the long and tedious task of hiding the greater part of the gold that he had in several of the rat-holes which adorned his wooden cell. This evening I must hide my watch. Have I not heard it said that with patience and a watch-spring with a jagged edge one can cut through wood and even iron? So I shall be able to saw through this screen. The work of concealing his watch, which occupied him for hours, did not seem to him at all long. He was thinking of the different ways of attaining his object and of what he himself could do in the way of carpentering. If I get to work the right way, he said to himself, I shall be able to cut a section clean out of the oak plank which will form the screen, at the end which will be resting on the window-sill. I can take this piece out and put it back according to circumstances. I shall give everything I possess to Grillo, so that he may be kind enough not to notice this little device. All Fabrizio's happiness was now involved in the possibility of carrying out this task, and he could think of nothing else. If I can only manage to see her, I am a happy man. No, he reminded himself, she must also see that I see her. All night long his head was filled with devices of carpentering, and perhaps never gave a single thought to the court of Parma, the prince's anger, etc., etc. We must admit that he did not think either of the grief in which the Duchessa must be plunged. He waited impatiently for the morrow, but the carpenter did not appear again. Evidently he was regarded in the prison as a liberal. They took care to send another, a sour-faced fellow, who made no reply except a growl that boded ill to all the pleasant words with which Fabrizio sought to cajole him. Some of the Duchessa's many attempts to open a correspondence with Fabrizio had been discovered by the Marchesa Raversi's many agents, and by her General Fabio Conti was daily warned, frightened, put on his mettle. Every 8 hours 6 soldiers of the guard relieved the previous 6 in the great hall with 100 pillars on the ground floor. In addition to these, the governor posted a jailer on guard at each of the 3 successive iron gates of the corridor, and poor Grillo, the only one who saw the prisoner, was condemned to leave the Torre Farnese only once a week, at which he showed great annoyance. He made his ill humour felt by Fabrizio, who had the sense to reply only in these words, "Plenty of good Nebbiolo d'Asti, my friend," and he gave him money. Prison. "Well now, even this, which consoles us in all our troubles," exclaimed the indignant Grillo in a voice barely loud enough to be heard by the prisoner, "we are forbidden to take, and I ought to refuse it, but I accept. However, it's money thrown away. I can tell you nothing about anything. Go on. You must be a rare bad lot. The whole citadel is upside down because of you. The Signora Duchessa's fine goings-on have got 3 of us dismissed already. Will the screen be ready before midday?" This was the great question which made Fabrizio's heart throb throughout that long morning. He counted each quarter as it sounded from the citadel clock. Finally, when the last quarter before noon struck, the screen had not yet arrived. Clelia reappeared and looked after her birds. Cruel necessity had made Fabrizio's daring take such strides, and the risk of not seeing her again seemed to him so to transcend all others that he ventured, looking at Clelia, to make with his finger the gesture of sawing through the screen. It is true that as soon as she had perceived this gesture, so seditious in prison, she half bowed and withdrew. How now, thought Fabrizio in amazement, can she be so unreasonable as to see an absurd familiarity in a gesture dictated by the most imperious necessity? I meant to request her always to deign, when she is attending to her birds, to look now and again at the prison window, even when she finds it masked by an enormous wooden shutter. I meant to indicate to her that I shall do everything that is humanly possible to contrive to see her. Great God! Does this mean that she will not come tomorrow, owing to that indiscreet gesture? This fear, which troubled Fabrizio's sleep, was entirely justified. On the following day Clelia had not appeared at 3 o'clock, when the workmen finished installing, outside Fabrizio's windows, the 2 enormous screens. They had been hauled up piecemeal from the terrace of the great tower by means of ropes and pulleys attached to the iron bars outside the windows. It is true that, hidden behind a shutter in her own room, Clelia had followed with anguish every movement of the workman. She had seen quite plainly Fabrizio's mortal anxiety, but had nevertheless had the courage to keep the promise she had made to herself. Clelia was a little devotee of liberalism. In her girlhood she had taken seriously all the liberal utterances which she had heard in the company of her father, who thought only of establishing his own position. From this she had come to feel a contempt, almost a horror, for the flexible character of the courtier, whence her antipathy to marriage. Since Fabrizio's arrival she had been racked by remorse. And so she said to herself, "My unworthy heart is taking the side of the people who seek to betray my father. He dares to make me the sign of sawing through a door. But," she at once went on, with anguish in her heart, "the whole town is talking of his approaching death. Tomorrow may be the fatal day. With the monsters who govern us, what in the world is not possible? What meekness, what heroic serenity in those eyes which perhaps are about to close forever? God, what must be the Duchess's anguish? They say that she is in a state of utter despair. If I was she, I would go and stab the prince, like the heroic Charlotte Corday." Throughout this third day of his imprisonment, Fabrizio was wild with anger, but solely at not having seen Clelia appear. Anger for anger. "I ought to have told her that I loved her," he cried, for he had arrived at this discovery. No, it is not at all from greatness of heart that I am not thinking about prison, and am making Blan's prophecy prove false. Such honour is not mine. In spite of myself, I think of that look of sweet pity which Clelia let fall on me when the constables led me out of the guard-room. That look has wiped out all my past life. Who would have said that I should find such sweet eyes in such a place, and at the moment when my own sight was offended by the faces of Barbone and the Governor-General? Heaven appeared to me in the midst of those vile creatures. And how can one help loving beauty and seeking to see it again? No, it is certainly not greatness of heart that makes me indifferent to all the little vexations which prison heaps upon me. Fabrizio's imagination, passing rapidly over every possibility in turn, arrived at that of his being set at liberty. No doubt the Duchess's friendship will do wonders for me. Well, I shall thank her for my liberty, only with my lips. This is not at all the sort of place to which one returns. Once out of prison, separated as we are socially, I should practically never see Clelia again. And after all, what harm is prison doing me? If Clelia deigned not to crush me with her anger, what more should I have to ask of heaven? On the evening of this day on which he had not seen his pretty neighbour, he had a great idea. With the iron cross of the rosary, which is given to every prisoner on his admission to prison, he began, and with success, to bore a hole in the shutter. It is perhaps an imprudence, he told himself before he began. Did not the carpenter say in front of me that the painters would be coming tomorrow in their place? What will they say if they find the shutter with a hole in it? But if I do not commit this imprudence, tomorrow I shall not be able to see her. What? By my own inactivity am I to remain for a day without seeing her, and that after she has turned from me in an ill humour? Fabrizio's imprudence was rewarded. After 15 hours of work he saw Clelia, and, to complete his happiness, as she had no idea that he was looking at her, she stood for a long time without moving, her gaze fixed on the huge screen. He had plenty of time to read in her eyes the signs of the most tender pity. Towards the end of the visit, she was even quite evidently neglecting her duty to her birds, to stay for whole minutes gazing at the window. Her heart was profoundly troubled. She was thinking of the Duchessa, whose extreme misfortune had inspired in her so much pity, and at the same time she was beginning to hate her. She understood nothing of the profound melancholy which had taken hold of her character. She felt out of temper with herself. 2 or 3 times in the course of this encounter, Fabrizio was impatient to try to shake the screen. He felt that he was not happy so long as he could not indicate to Clelia that he saw her. However, he told himself, if she knew that I could see her so easily, timid and reserved as she is, she would probably slip away out of my sight. He was far more happy next day. Out of what miseries does love create its happiness? While she was looking sadly at the huge screen, he succeeded in slipping a tiny piece of wire through the hole which the iron cross had bored, and made signs to her which she evidently understood, at least in the sense that they implied, "I am here, and I see you." Fabrizio was unfortunate on the days that followed. He was anxious to cut out of the colossal screen a piece of board the size of his hand, which could be replaced when he chose, and which would enable him to see and be seen, that is to say, to speak, by signs at least, of what was passing in his heart. But he found that the noise of the very imperfect little saw which he had made by notching the spring of his watch with the cross aroused Grillo, who came and spent long hours in his cell. It is true that he thought he noticed that Clelia's severity seemed to diminish as the material difficulties in the way of any communication between them increased. Fabrizio was fully aware that she no longer pretended to lower her eyes or to look at the birds when he was trying to show her a sign of his presence by means of his wretched little piece of wire. He had the pleasure of seeing that she never failed to appear in the aviary at the precise moment when the quarter before noon struck, and he almost always presumed to imagine himself to be the cause of this remarkable punctuality. Why? Such an idea does not seem reasonable, but love detects shades invisible to the indifferent eye, and draws endless conclusions from them. For instance, now that Clelia could no longer see the prisoner, almost immediately on entering the aviary she would raise her eyes to his window. These were the funereal days on which no one in Parma had any doubt that Fabrizio would shortly be put to death. He alone knew nothing, but this terrible thought never left Clelia's mind for a moment, and how could she reproach herself for the excessive interest which she felt in Fabrizio? He was about to perish, and for the cause of freedom. For it was too absurd to put a Del Dongo to death for running his sword into a mummer. It was true that this attractive young man was attached to another woman. Clelia was profoundly unhappy, and without admitting to herself at all precisely the kind of interest that she took in his fate. Certainly, she said to herself, if they lead him out to die, I shall fly to a convent, and never in my life will I reappear in that society of the court. It horrifies me. Kid glove assassins. On the 8th day of Fabrizio's imprisonment she had good cause to blush. She was watching fixedly, absorbed in her sorrowful thoughts, the screen that hid the prisoner's window. Suddenly a small piece of the screen, larger than a man's hand, was removed by him. He looked at her with an air of gaiety, and she could see his eyes which were greeting her. She had not the strength to endure this unlooked-for trial. She turned swiftly towards her birds, and began to attend to them, but she trembled so much that she spilled the water which she was pouring out for them, and Fabrizio could perfectly well see her emotion. She could not endure this situation, and took the prudent course of running from the room. This was the best moment in Fabrizio's life, beyond all comparison. With what transports would he have refused his freedom had it been offered to him at that instant? The following day was the day of the Duchess's great despair. Everyone in the town was certain that it was all over with Fabrizio. Clelia had not the melancholy courage to show him a harshness that was not in her heart. She spent an hour and a half in the aviary, watched all his signals, and often answered him, at least by an expression of the keenest and sincerest interest. At certain moments she turned from him so as not to let him see her tears. Her feminine coquetry felt very strongly the inadequacy of the language employed. If they could have spoken, in how many different ways could she not have sought to discover what precisely was the nature of the sentiment which Fabrizio felt for the Duchessa? Clelia was now almost unable to delude herself any longer. Her feeling for Signora Sanseverina was one of hatred. One night Fabrizio began to think somewhat seriously of his aunt. He was amazed. He found a difficulty in recognizing her image. The memory that he kept of her had totally changed. For him, at this moment, she was a woman of 50. Great God, he exclaimed with enthusiasm, how well inspired I was not to tell her that I loved her. He had reached the point of being barely able to understand how he had found her so good-looking. In this connection, little Marietta gave him the impression of a less perceptible change. This was because he had never imagined that his heart entered at all into his love for Marietta, while often he had believed that his whole heart belonged to the Duchessa. The Duchessa d'A and Marietta now had the effect on him of two young doves whose whole charm would be in weakness and innocence, whereas the sublime image of Clelia Conti, taking entire possession of his heart, went so far as to inspire him with terror. He felt only too well that the eternal happiness of his life was to force him to reckon with the governor's daughter, and that it lay in her power to make him the unhappiest of men. Every day he went in mortal fear of seeing brought to a sudden end, by a caprice of her will against which there was no appeal, this sort of singular and delicious life which he found in her presence. In any event, she had already filled with joy the first 2 months of his imprisonment. It was the time when, twice a week, General Fabio Conti was saying to the prince, "I can give your highness my word of honour that the prisoner Del Dongo does not speak to a living soul, and is spending his life crushed by the most profound despair, or asleep." Clelia came 2 or 3 times daily to visit her birds, sometimes for a few moments only. If Fabrizio had not loved her so well, he would have seen clearly that he was loved, but he had serious doubts on this head. Clelia had had a piano put in her aviary. As she struck the notes, that the sound of the instrument might account for her presence there, and occupy the minds of the sentries who were patrolling beneath her windows, she replied with her eyes to Fabrizio's questions. On one subject alone she never made any answer, and indeed on serious occasions took flight, and sometimes disappeared for a whole day. This was when Fabrizio's signals indicated sentiments the import of which it was too difficult not to understand. On this point she was inexorable. Thus, albeit straitly confined in a small enough cage, Fabrizio led a fully occupied life. It was entirely devoted to seeking the solution of this important problem: does she love me? The result of thousands of observations, incessantly repeated, but also incessantly subjected to doubt, was as follows. All her deliberate gestures say no, but what is involuntary in the movement of her eyes seems to admit that she is forming an affection for me. Clelia hoped that she might never be brought to an avowal, and it was to avert this danger that she had repulsed, with an excessive show of anger, a prayer which Fabrizio had several times addressed to her. The wretchedness of the resources employed by the poor prisoner ought, it might seem, to have inspired greater pity in Clelia. He sought to correspond with her by means of letters which he traced on his hand with a piece of charcoal, of which he had made the precious discovery in his stove. He would have formed the words letter by letter in succession. This invention would have doubled the means of conversation, inasmuch as it would have allowed him to say actual words. His window was distant from Clelia's about 25 feet. It would have been too great a risk to speak aloud over the heads of the sentries patrolling outside the governor's palazzo. Fabrizio was in doubt whether he was loved. If he had had any experience of love, he would have had no doubt left, but never had a woman occupied his heart. He had, moreover, no suspicion of a secret which would have plunged him in despair had he known it. There was a serious question of the marriage of Clelia Conti to the Marchese Crescenzi, the richest man at court. End of section 24.